The Black Code of Illinois by Zabina Edwards, 1883. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Territorial Legislation. The Indiana Territorial Legislature passed an act dated September 17, 1807, which is the embryo of our Black Code, with this title, quote, "An Act concerning the introduction of Negroes and Mulattoes into this territory," end quote. As statute enactments are rather dull reading, I will summarize the 13 sections of this Act of 1807, which is the nucleus of our Black Code, into a few sentences. The Act permits the owner of any Negro or mulatto above the age of 15 to bring him into the territory and, within 30 days, to register him with the clerk and there make an agreement which is to be recorded. Section 1 authorizes the owner of any Negro or mulatto of and above the age of 15 years and owing service and labor as a slave in any state or territory in the United States to bring said slaves into this territory. Section 2 provides that the owner of such Negro, etc., might, within 30 days, go with the same before the clerk of the Court of Common Pleas in the county where the parties reside, and agree with the Negro or mulatto upon the number of years he or she should serve the master, to be recorded by the clerk. Section 3 allows the master, in case of the refusal of the slave to make such contract, to remove him within 60 days into any state or territory. If the slave should stand on his new dignity and refuse, the master could remove him in 60 days. Property could be acquired in these registered slaves till males were 35, females 32, and children born of such should be owned by their master till 30 and 28. Section 5 provides that any person removing into the territory with, or should any person acquire, a property in such slaves, they might hold such slaves to service, males to the age of 35, females to 32. Section 6 made it the duty of the master to register with the clerk their names and ages, and they were styled registered or indentured servants. Section 13 provided that children born of such indentured parents should serve their masters (owners), males until the age of 30, females 28. This continued to be the law of the territory of which Illinois was a part. In 1809, Illinois became a territory of herself and re-enacted the former territorial laws, making the act above quoted the law of the Illinois Territory. It is this law that is referred to in the Constitution quoted, and therein somewhat modified. This territorial Black Code, with the constitutional modifications, became the law by adoption of the state of Illinois until she remodeled and enlarged it in 1819. But the iniquity of the thing was not yet wholly matured. Under the state law, it was simplified and worked up into a system. The laws were revised, and what had gone before, with that which seemed best to have added, were codiciled, so to speak, or made into our code. The revision took place in 1833. It is this revision, with the Act of 1829, where the special elements of slavery come in, by which we may characterize it as a slave as well as a black code. State legislation. Act approved March 30th, 1819. Section 1. Prohibits any black or mulatto person settling or residing in the state without producing a certificate of freedom, etc. This section was amended and will be referred to again. It was the first blow at free Negroes. It follows the precedent of slave state legislation that gives no place for a Negro on our broad domain unless he be a slave. In this case, that this state shall not be an asylum for those who ran away from oppression. There are 25 sections to this act, and if it were not for the variety of the matter, would be very dull reading. I have carefully summarized them all. It would weary you beyond measure if I were to give these sections entire, but you may be assured they will read very well by the side of the blue laws, black and blue together. Section 2 makes it the duty of all free Negroes having families and having a certificate as before provided to register their families with a description of each name, age, etc. Section 3 prohibits any person from bringing any slave into this state for the purpose of emancipating such slave, making it a condition for those who do so to give bond in the penal sum of $1,000, condition that such slave shall not become a county charge. Neglecting so to do, subjected the offender to a fine of $200 for each one so emancipated. (The law was in operation and upon Governor Coles for emancipating his Virginia slaves at Edwardsville in 1819. It was amended in 1833 so as to allow the emancipator release on giving bonds that the slave should not become a county charge. Section 4 requires every black or mulatto, except slaves or persons held to service, to register his name and his family with their description and the evidences of freedom which shall be recorded by the clerk, which certificate of record should be sufficient evidence of freedom, except as against the claim of a slave owner. This was a law altogether to hit the free Negro. Section 5 forbids any person under a penalty of $1.50 a day from hiring or employing such Negroes without a certificate of freedom, keeping the said free Negro out of employment. This was amended. Section 10 makes it the duty of masters to provide servants with sufficient food, clothing, etc., a law found necessary in slavery, but it is nowhere found necessary to require an owner to give his horse sufficient hay and grain, unless on common grounds of cruelty to animals. Section 11 makes these contracts for services assignable to other persons, with consent of servants, such assignments to administrators, assigns, etc. Thus the property relation is recognized. It was a common thing to sell these servants. Section 12 provides that any servant, being lazy, disorderly, guilty of misbehavior, may be whipped upon an order of a justice, or, refusing to work, be compelled by a like process, and forfeiting 2 days to the end of his service for every one in which he so refuses and is whipped up to it, and all expenses, including whipping, be paid by him in labor, which would finally have to be whipped out of him. Section 13 provides that for the failure of the master's duties, or if he is guilty of injuring his servant, it must be redressed in the circuit court, a pretty hard court for a flogged slave to get access to. Section 14 makes all contracts between masters and servants during the time of service void. Section 15 makes it the duty of the circuit court at all times to hear complaints of servants, being citizens, here is a difference, against masters for immoderate correction, or on complaints of masters against servants for desertion, etc. There was a slave law in slave states that absolved a master from punishment if the slave died under moderate correction. There seems to be some protection to the Negro in these sections, but we shall see that in the Act concerning practice in the courts, in R laws, page 536, it provides that a person having 1/4 Negro blood shall in no case be a witness against a white person. Section 16 provides that if any servant shall lawfully acquire property during the time of service, such property shall be for his own use, and the master is compelled to care for him when sick and lame until his term expires, under penalty of $30 for use of the county. Mercy here again somewhat strained. Section 17 forbids any Negro or Indian from purchasing any servant other than of their own color, and makes such contract void. If this law had been extended to white persons, it might have put a new face on servant hire. Section 18 forbids any person to hire or to buy, sell, receive of, to, or from any servant or slave, any coin or commodity without consent of the master, under a forfeiture of 4 times the value of the article sold or given. A dollar given in goodwill on Christmas would involve a forfeiture of $4. It also provides that at the expiration of the term, the clerk shall give a certificate which shall indemnify any person for thereafter hiring. Section 19 provides that in all cases of penal acts where free persons are punishable by fine, servants shall be punished by whipping, and the rate given, 20 lashes for every $8, the rate of the currency being 40 cents a lash, unless the offender procures another person to pay his fine. We see from the above, with all power of contract gone, and buying and selling prohibited, what little chance the person has of lawfully acquiring property, or what chance he may have of paying off a penalty for which the white loafer pays $8, while the black must settle it at the rate of 20 lashes for every $8. We can see no reasonableness in this, except that, like the skinning of eels, they didn't mind it because they were used to it. Section 20 provides that at the expiration of his service, every servant may have his freedom recorded, etc. Section 21 provides that if any slave or servant shall be found at a distance of 10 miles from the tenement of his master without a pass, it shall be lawful for any person to apprehend and carry him or her before a justice, by whose order he or she may be whipped, not exceeding 35 lashes. How much 35 lashes means there is no way to tell, unless someone tries it, having them well laid on. Section 22 provides that if any slave or servant shall presume to come and be upon the plantation or at the dwelling of any person whatever, without leave of his or her owner, not being sent on lawful business, it is pretty hard to tell just here, in this muddle of law, what is lawful business for a slave, in parentheses, the owner of such plantation or dwelling may give such servant or slave 10 lashes on the bare back. Section 23 provides that riots, routs, unlawful assemblies, trespasses, and seditious speeches by any slave or slaves, servant or servants, may be punished at the discretion of a justice, and whoever will may apprehend such persons and bring them before the justice. Parentheses, this Mr. Whoever will becomes a constable. There may be a black crowd, perhaps of one more than 3 jolly persons, and at the lead of one white villain they may be brought before a justice, and he the only witness of their evil plotting or riotous conduct. Negroes will sometimes laugh boisterously, and not one of them can say a word of defense or explanation, or affirm that they were not engaged in their spiritual devotions, but they must bear their backs to whatever flagellation the justice may discretionally inflict. In parentheses. We have a vague notion that the ordinance of 1887 had something to say to the effect that slaves should not be on this soil to tempt the lash of the justice, also that the Constitution has something to say in regard to offenses, trial by jury, and about unreasonable arrests, and that punishments should be in proportion to offenses, and not according to the amount of whiskey that had been imbibed. Section 24 imposes a fine of $20 upon any person who suffers or permits slaves or servants of color to the number of more than 3 to assemble in any house, yard, or shed parentheses, pasture and woodlot ought to have been added in parentheses, for the purpose of reveling night or day. Parentheses, fun as well as mischief is here discouraged by the righteous law. This is a law for white men, and they come in for some share of the penalty in giving any countenance to the effervescent demonstrations of the colored person's right to be a man. In parentheses. Section 25 makes it the duty of all coroners, sheriffs, judges, and justices who see or know of any such assemblage immediately to commit such persons to jail, and on proof have them whipped parentheses, whipped for having a jolly time, in parentheses, not exceeding how much? 39 lashes on the bare back the very next day, unless it should be Sunday, then the whipping was to come off Monday. Parentheses, swift and pious justice. Every black crowd of more than 3, for having a jolly night of it, might be tolerably sure of a 39-lash flogging the very next day, unless it was done on the slave's favorite night for a good time, Saturday night. Then they might be sure of the Sabbath rest and contemplation in jail of what should come on Monday, which might be called a red day. One is perplexed which to admire most, the philanthropy of this law or its piety, as is indicated by its reverence for the Lord's holy day. In parentheses. These several last sections seem like a transcript of the slave codes of Louisiana or South Carolina. The people of those days in Illinois must have lived in mortal fear of an insurrection of their numerous slaves. Possibly there may have been an awakening of conscience to have made cowards of them all. End of The Black Code of Illinois by Zabina Edwards, 1883. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Books in the Wilderness, 1921, by Frederick Niven. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Well do I recall visiting, some years ago, Frederick Chapman, that charming scholar, remembered with affection by many, worriedly aware of and vexed by, and by all his kindly instincts aloof from, the heartless money scramble round him, at his home in Twickenham, up the river from London. I remember how the building was braced from end to end by reason of the load of books on his shelves, by these house supporters, known, because of the shape of the bolts holding in the brace bars, as S's. I thought of him as I was choosing the books to accompany me on a journey into the wilderness. I should have liked to have put the conundrum to Chapman: if you had only room for a few books, which would they be? Would the Bible and Shakespeare, I wonder, have been his reply? I cannot ask him now. The classical allusion, to him at least, would not sound heartless. Charon has rowed him across Styx these years ago. Charon allows no dunnage, only our memories and hopes. In a Peterborough canoe boat, despite its blend of load-bearing capacity and buoyancy, one cannot carry a library. The selection of books on view upon the shelves at the jumping-off place, Nelson, British Columbia, to wit, that selection made by the booksellers, of course, had much to do with my own selection. Only one of the volumes that I carried along with me did I specially order. The rest, with the exception of one I made myself with cuttings, paste, and a notebook, of which more anon, I merely culled from the shelves in the 3 bookstores of that pleasant Kootenai town. I have known booksellers who seemed much less to realize the awful responsibility attaching to their tastes. I did not take a Bible with me, and frankly I missed it. Often and often thoughts arise in the silent places, among the wild peace of lake and mountain, that bring biblical quotations in their train, and I long to verify the quotation. Looking up at the million tamaracks and balsams, the splashes of yellow among the dark green, the white glacier peaks 5, 6, 7,000 feet above the jade lakes, where pygmy-wise I row along, such phrases as, "Such knowledge is too wonderful for me, it is high, I cannot attain to it," drift into the mind. Milton also occurs in such odd lines, like gold flecks in quartz, as "thick as autumnal leaves that strow the brooks in Vallombrosa," when I come to some place where the trees that shed cones and needles give place to the aspens and birches and maples showering their late crimson and yellow to the ground. Walt Whitman comes very easily to the mind, unsought, in such lines as "the night and silence under many a star, and the husky whispering wave whose voice I know." If writers of the sophisticated order occur, they do so rather by way of contrast than because of their aptness, and ever and again they do occur. Thus I have tried to recapture the exact wording of a passage in Aldous Huxley's Limbo, describing some exquisite dainty figure, such as the drawing-rooms and salons produce. All I can textually remember is that he described her feet as like tea-leaves under the hem of her skirt. I have only a vague impression of it, and it is like a fashion plate from Vogue. I think of that because I am so far from it in another world. Selecting my books at the jumping-off place, I had to economize space. A pair of spare boots sued for a place, and it was Don Quixote, a bulky volume, that with a pang was ejected. It took up as much room as the boots. I might have sacrificed, perhaps, 3 other volumes that took up as much space together, but in the end Don Quixote went, alone, to accommodate the boots. A pair of waterproof pants, essential for damp days in the bush, if one would be comfortable, pushed out, I forget now what they pushed out. The core of the interest, it just occurs to me, lies less in the books I took with me than in the books I continue to retain, or the books that, when I go to town for supplies, I carry back with me. On my last trip to town and store, I bore away Gautier's Voyage en Espagne and Hudson's Idle Days in Patagonia. I think I took Gautier because he was the man who describes himself as one for whom the visible world exists, and canoeing and camping in the wilderness, one inevitably longs for a voice to describe the visible world. It is a far cry from the lakes and rivers of British Columbia to Spain, but Voyage en Espagne is a masterpiece about the visible world. I suppose that is why I took it. Once, in the Mont Blanc in Soho, that haunt of many interested in the written word, when a group of men talked on their favorite theme, I heard it said of W. H. Hudson that he contains no fine writing, and when I responded that to my mind from cover to cover of all his books there is naught but fine writing, I was met with the counter riposte that he had no consciously fine writing. This robbing of a great author of honor, making out that he is what Johnson called Goldsmith in the nature of an inspired idiot, or a dead vessel wherein mysteriously nectar appears, seems to me, especially here, considering it all among these large manifestations of nature, among lakes and mountains and woods, cloudbursts and rainstorm here, sunshine yonder, snowfall at another place, and all at once within view, too niggling for serious attention. It is not true. He who admires the work of W. H. Hudson is an admirer of fine writing. I dislike the wild superlative. I have not read all the books in the world. I am aware that often the best are not thrust under our noses. Hudson is a case in point. He had to wait a long time for recognition, and hear other men called the greatest writer of the age. Yet I think it is safe to say, at least, that his is among the finest writing of our period. That is no merely wild superlative, and I must be honest with myself. I may dislike the phrase fine writing, but I admire W. H. Hudson's prose, and to say that he does not know what he is doing is absurd. Obviously he does. He must. His art is no accident. Perhaps what those who object to fine writing mean by the words is what I call the prunes and prisms manner, such as that but let the name go. Hudson is in the waterproof bag among the dunnage. He stands the test of the open. Here it may be interjected, although this is rather of those whom I can take with me on such a journey than of those I cannot, that I once tried to read Swinburne, fronting the Atlantic on the Scottish coast, and out of the golden remote Wild West where the sea without shore is, that had delighted me in a little den at home, could only call forth some such comment as Hamlet's words, words. John Muir is here. His also is fine writing, very marked to my mind in such passages as that one in which he tells of the wind running in the Sierras, and how, climbing a tall pine the better to watch the wind waves billowing over leagues, he clung to its swaying top like a bobolink on a reed. Stevenson's Silverado Squatters, in a pocket edition because of the little space it takes up, though at home I abhor pocket editions, confusing them with hairpin boxes, is of the company. I believe he is a fine writer. The same kind of man who gives Hudson the discredit of not knowing what he is doing gives Stevenson the discredit of knowing what he did. Out West here they have an expression for that way of looking at life. They call it narrow gauge. Stevenson accompanies me in that volume because he could describe what I look at, gazing up at the high altitudes, coasting the mountain bases, in a way that satisfies me. Those firs on the crests of the ranges 5 miles away from me, yet each individually clear, are, as he said, no bigger than an eyelash. Professor Pearsall Smith's selection of John Donne's sermons will not light the campfire or be tossed overboard, but will remain till the snows come and the lakes freeze and I must turn home. His sonorous sentences are not made void and drowned out by the sonorous roll of the creeks in the gulches. I can read again and again that passage with the toll of a bell sounding in the words that he made for the death of King James I, and the lines in which he muses that all this that is temporal is but a caterpillar got into one corner of my garden, but a mildew fallen upon 1 acre of my corn, do not seem a frail conceit, a bit of preciosity here. Lafcadio Hearn is of the party, because he saw the color of the world. I do not read him much, for some reason, but I like to have him with me. His Out of the East won't help to light the fire, even if a cloudburst should drench all the woods. I shall find a bundle of dry red willow twigs somewhere to start the flames. I often wonder how Hearn managed to pass through the foothills of the Rockies and the Kicking Horse Pass, and on down to Vancouver, and so westward to the east, without availing himself of the stopover clause on travelers' tickets. Often I wish he had left us some note of the sparkle of granite boulders and their blue shadows, of the azure skies behind the whiteness of glaciers, of the colors of the Indians' blankets, and the mysterious, wild patience in their eyes. Henry James, with his Portraits of Places, is also here, another fine writer. All of those playwrights whom we call Shakespeare were fine writers, but it took Thomas Seckham to object to Shakespeare's purple patches. Portraits of Places, Partial Portraits, and French Poets and Novelists were written by Henry James before he had succumbed to his determination to be Henry James at all costs, when he was just Henry James. I think Portraits of Places will live after every novel of his last phase is forgotten. The preface he wrote to Rupert Brooke's Letters from America, I know, is claimed by some critics to be wonderful prose, but it seems to me that the prose of the essays it introduces is more admirable. They have a simplicity of diction, though of a different kind, as definite, and almost as good, as that of Henry James's in the days when he was simple. That book of Rupert Brooke's should be with me, though it is not. Had it been on a shelf of the bookstores in town, I would surely have culled it. The chapter in it on Indians has put on record, I regret to have to repeat the word, simply what all of us feel toward the aborigine who do not believe that the only good Indian is a dead Indian. And Brooke's description of the quiet trees, the rocks, the deer stepping down to drink, and the gray-blue lakes forever sliding sideways, makes it a book to love, although it figured in no list of volumes in great demand in the 4 quarters. Keats is here, though not for the Eve of St. Agnes, its sweetness cloys among the robust scent of cedar and balsam, for almost all of Endymion, except what came from Lempriere, for many passages in Hyperion, lines such as those telling how there is a roaring in the bleak-grown pines when winter lifts his voice, which gain rather than lose in value, read among the big timber. He who could write of the sea shouldering whales fits in here. Richard Jefferies is in the waterproof bag. His open air, although it is of the open air of England, kindly Kent, and blue Sussex, also fits in. I can read him by firelight when the rosin splutters and the flames leap high, and there is no sound but the sleepy peep-peep of resting lake gulls over the dark blue waters where the stars vaguely light a wind ripple. Then there is Edward Thomas. He has stood the test. He has not gone overboard. The sense of eternity that the silent places give to us is in his work, and so he remains, telling of how he heard the first cuckoo of an ancient spring before the war, or tramping in England came to a deserted house in the smear of rain, and saw its blank windows full of memories. I doubt if there is any edition of his work printed in America. He died in the war, and so became known to more than those who find books without extraneous aid. But he did not die, and he had not lived, as luckily as did Brooke. I do not think his poems are the best of him. The best of him is, in my opinion, in the lost files of the daily and weekly London journals. My own volume of him is a self-made one, a notebook, with cuttings from these papers pasted in. They stand the test of the eternal mountains and the lonely woods. The spirit is in them that is of more than a day. Conrad's Typhoon carries with me McWhirr, Jukes, Solomon Root, Mrs. Root, and Conrad. I have also Hergesheimer's The Three Black Pennies, with many annotations on its margins, linking page with page throughout, linking up the flight of geese that the first penny saw with the flight of geese the last saw with dimming eyes, connecting the raccoon hunt of Howitt's day with the raccoon hunt of Jasper's time that Susan saw. The description of the day when the stone was warm under Jasper's hand, while he rested, and a hawk hung in the air, with the account of how the stone was warm where the last Howitt penny sat down to meditate, and saw a hawk fly over, and was filled with reveries he could not wholly understand. Among all the sartorial rustle of the pages there is the rustle of something else. It is a rustle not out of key with that in the aspens, exquisitely fading for this season by these waterways, and what their rustling, in the quiet, strangely talks into the heart. These books, while the billy boils and the flapjack is a-cooking, and a coyote maybe moans at length of imminent snow with an eerie crescendo up in the gulches, are veritable companions in the solitude. I might adapt here some words from a paper by Hugh Walpole on a theme not alien, which came into my hands on the very day I pushed off. It is, of course, a purely personal list. Whatever one may pretend, no list is ever anything else. Every author writes for himself and his own. Not even the greatest (how many greatest there are, as Whitman said) are the favorites of all, to say nothing of the fact that few men are stationary. Not everything they admire today will satisfy tomorrow. Somewhere Stevenson said he had long believed there must be someone who did not care for Shakespeare, and he found the honest man with joy. On another trip there will be other books, and only some, perhaps even none, of these. But in a large fashion the volume selected to bear me company, where are only the seasons and weather, will always, I am sure, knowing the kind of books that alone can live far from cities, where the mind is ceaselessly thrown into a natural wonder regarding the origin and the destiny of all, however dissimilar they may be, yet be similar in this: they will always be books with the quality of art in them, a conscious quality, whether it be art simple or adorned, books with a sense of eternity, either ringing explicit in them or strangely awakened in the reader's heart because of their sense of the beauty of the transient. End of Books in the Wilderness by Frederick Niven. Recording by David Wales.
Choreomania, an historical sketch, with some account of an epidemic observed in Madagascar, by Andrew Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Choreomania. Amongst the epidemics of the Middle Ages, one of the most peculiar, and to the psychologist one of the most interesting, is the dancing mania, which, for at least 2 centuries and a half, appeared at irregular intervals in various parts of Europe. It received different names in different countries. Throughout Western Europe it was called Chorea, Chorea Sancti Viti, Chorea Demonomania, the Devil's Dance, or the Dance of St. John, while in Italy, in more modern times, it was known as Tarantism. The same disease has been observed in Abyssinia about the beginning of the present century, where it was called Tigretie. It is not my design to give a full account of this malady in its various epidemics, but simply to sketch some of its leading historical features, for without some acquaintance with its history, the following narrative of what was observed in Madagascar would be imperfectly understood. This disease, which we shall name Choreomania, was, as I have said, originally called Chorea, or St. Vitus's dance; but these terms are now inseparably, though inaptly, applied to another and perfectly distinct nervous affection. From this change in name, along with the disappearance of the original Chorea from Europe, considerable confusion has arisen. Not a few authors have regarded the descriptions of Choreomania by the older writers as applying to modern Chorea, and as these are entirely inconsistent with our everyday experience of the latter disease, they have considered the accounts of the epidemics of Choreomania during the Middle Ages as extravagant and untrustworthy. The short allusion which Mason Good has made to the original disease in his classic work indicates that he had fallen into this error. In a similar way, that prince of modern physicians, Joseph Frank, proceeding upon the assumption that Choreomania is identical with chorea, says: "Those who pretend that in 1374 chorea became epidemic evidently confound it with the serial malady ergotism. In truth, however, chorea does not exhibit itself generally in an epidemic form, but, with some exceptions, is always sporadic." Now, it is perhaps possible that one of the forms of ergotism may be liable to be mistaken for the chorea of modern nosologists. It could not have been confounded with Choreomania, with which it has nothing in common. It is sufficient, however, to say that no one maintains that the disease referred to by Joseph Frank was epidemic in 1374. In one of the most recent, and undoubtedly one of our best textbooks on medicine by Dr. Aitken, the same confusion occurs. Thus, treating of chorea, he writes as follows: "In Germany it was said for 2 centuries to have been epidemic, and the patients, probably many of them maniacs, were wont to join in frantic dances; and as late as 1673 they went in procession to the church of some favourite saint, of whom St. John, St. Guy, and St. Vitus were the most reputed." Now, the chorea of modern nosologists was never said to have been epidemic. That which was epidemic was clearly a different disease altogether. Sir Thomas Watson has appended to his lecture on chorea a short statement regarding the original disease, which proves that he recognizes its true character. The name, he justly remarks, "was applied, and much more suitably, to another set of symptoms of a most singular kind, concerning the real occurrence of which we might well be sceptical if we had not the authentic narratives of many instances of such disorder from different persons of credit, as well in this country as in others. An affection characterized by movements which cannot be called spasmodic, but are rather owing to the irresistible propensity to muscular action, increased sometimes to a sort of mania by the force of imitation, or by the sound of music. It is the volition in this case that is morbid or perverse." To increase the confusion, some authors have classed with Choreomania many anomalous forms of nervous manifestation, some of which are evidently the result of organic disease of the nervous centres. Such are the cases recorded by Sagar and others of patients who could only go forwards or backwards, or these singular diseases described as rotatio and maleatio. Choreomania is undoubtedly distinct from spasmodic chorea on the one hand, and from these singular forms of perverted motion on the other. The various epidemics have been admirably described by Hecker, to whose work those desirous of information may refer, and in which the curious will find references to and quotations from the original authorities on the subject. Some very interesting information is also to be found in Hazer's History of Epidemic Diseases. Choreomania may be defined as a psychophysical disease, in which the will, intellectual faculties, and moral feelings are all more or less perverted, with an irresistible impulse to motion and an insane love of music, often sporadic, but with a tendency in certain circumstances to become epidemic. The first appearance of the dancing mania on record occurred at Kolbig in the year 1021. Unfortunately, we cannot rely upon the accuracy of the accounts of it that have come down to us, as they are undoubtedly mixed up with the fabulous. The simple fact that such an event occurred can alone be accepted as historical. Beyond this there is no certainty. The tradition is that a dozen of country people having been seized with this disease during the time of divine service, the priest, Ruprecht, cursed them to dance and howl for 12 months for having interrupted the worship, and that this curse was only removed by the prayers and intercession of 2 bishops, that 4 of the 12 died, and that the remaining 8 continued to suffer from tremblings of the limbs during the rest of their lives. Then, again, in the year 1278, 200 persons were seized with it at Utrecht, and while dancing on the Mosel bridge, the structure gave way, and many of them perished. But perhaps the first remarkable outbreak occurred in the year 1374, under the name of St. John's Dance, because it began on St. John's Day, which was observed in the earlier centuries in the most outrageous manner, with mirth, debauchery, and dancing. It seems to be this epidemic which is referred to by Frank, and, strangely enough, supposed by him to have been owing to ergotism. At Aix-la-Chapelle, says Hecker, "assemblages of men and women were seen who had come out of Germany, and who were united by one common delusion. They formed circles hand in hand, and appearing to have lost all control over their senses, continued to dance, regardless of the bystanders, for hours together, in wild delirium, until at length they fell to the ground in a state of exhaustion. They then complained of extreme oppression, and groaned as if in the agonies of death until they were swathed in cloths bound tightly around their waists, upon which they again recovered." The swathing, which was rendered more effective by the aid of a turnstick, was resorted to on account of tympany. While dancing they were said to have been insensible to external impressions, but haunted by religious visions and caprices of various kinds. The attacks often commenced with convulsions, difficulty of breathing, and mental depression. Beaked shoes very much excited the resentment of the dancers. In Liège, the manufacture of these fashionable articles was forbidden by law. Red colours seem to have been more offensive, the influence of which, Hecker suggests, might lead us to imagine an extraordinary accordance between this spasmodic malady and the condition of infuriated animals. The fact, however, that in other epidemics the affected were enraptured with red colours, goes against this ingenious supposition. We shall have occasion again to notice this point when treating of the disease as observed in Madagascar. "After the patients had recovered by means of exorcisms, they related that during the attack they felt as if standing in a stream of blood." This epidemic spread rapidly throughout Germany, Belgium, and the neighbouring countries. Hundreds of all ages and both sexes being led away by the sympathetic contagion, and this outbreak only finally ceased after a period of 4 years. Exorcisms were resorted to by the priests when paternosters and simpler means failed, but we are assured that kicks and blows heartily administered by the bystanders often afforded still greater relief, and were generally used as adjuvants to other means, and, strange enough, even gladly borne by the sufferers. The common people ascribed this calamity to the immorality of the priests, vulgus autem apud Leodium dicebat, quod hujusmodi plaga populo contigesset eo quod populus male baptisatus erat, maxime a presbyteribus suas tenentibus concubinas. In the following century the dancing mania reappeared at Strasbourg as St. Vitus's dance, and continued more or less for a century and a half. The follies and vices of the previous epidemics were repeated. The patients resorted to the shrine of St. Vitus in crowds, where they were cured, hence the name. The disease was common over northern Germany, France, and Belgium. It had a liking to the Rhine valley. Few of the cities in this district escaped this strange plague. The reason of this geographical predilection does not appear. In this new outbreak both sexes were affected, but women principally, and the upper classes and clergy were almost exempt. As may easily be supposed, profligacy and imposture became associated with these epidemics. Doubtless Paracelsus had too good reason for naming it the lascivious dance. The civil power in some places had to interfere for the suppression of these public exhibitions, but in others the magistrates employed relays of musicians and dancers for the relief of the affected. We need not be surprised that the loose and abandoned should feign a disease which gave them an amount of license. But many were said to have acted in earnest the part that they assumed from design. Indeed, so real was the disease, and so great the frenzy of some of these poor, deluded mortals, that they actually "dashed their brains out by running against walls and corners of buildings, or rushed headlong into rapid rivers, where they found a watery grave." While the morbid impulse lasted, the physical endurance was truly extraordinary. This point has been insisted upon by every writer. Thus many hundreds continued dancing for days and nights in the public places of Strasbourg without tasting food. From what I have myself witnessed, I can well enough believe the account by Felix Plater of a case which certainly to many would seem almost incredible. Without giving his words, his story is that he remembered a girl who had the dancing mania, and who exhausted several powerful men commissioned by the authorities to dance with her. They relieved each other by turns, and this continued above 4 weeks, when she fell down exhausted and was carried to an hospital, where she recovered. She had remained in her clothes all the time, entirely regardless of her lacerated feet. She merely sat down occasionally to take some nourishment, during which the hopping movement continued. The disease known as tarantism, and which was once common in Italy, was undoubtedly choreomania. The writings of Ferdinando, Baglivi, and others contain very full descriptions of it. While we may reasonably doubt the traditional etiology of the affection, we must accept the evidence of so many trustworthy and competent observers regarding the symptoms of which they were eye-witnesses. The tarantula or Aranea tarantula of Linnaeus, which many regard as the phalangium of the Greek and Roman writers, is the name given to a spider, common not only in Apulia but in various parts of Europe and Asia. The effects of the bite of the tarantula have never been very satisfactorily made out. The subject is an interesting and curious one, upon which much has been written. A strong argument against the notion that choreomania was so caused is this, that whereas the spider has very probably existed in Italy for ages, choreomania only appeared there in the 14th or 15th century. Besides, the phalangia were known and carefully described by many ancient naturalists and physicians, but none of these ascribed to their bite the power of producing this strange disorder. Paulus Egineta, treating of the bites of these spiders, mentions as local symptoms redness, coldness, and itchiness of the part, and, constitutionally, grousing, trembling, pain in the stomach, vomiting, erections of the penis, dysuria, and cold perspirations, all probable enough results, and quite in accordance with what we know of the action of animal poisons. The premonitory symptoms of tarantism were melancholy and lassitude, sometimes sleeplessness with excitement, and occasionally tremors and vomiting. These symptoms often appeared in those bitten by the tarantula, when predisposed to the malady. Not that the bite actually produced the disease, but in a nervous, excitable person, fully convinced that the poison produced such symptoms, and brooding over a bite real or imaginary, we can easily understand how the terror itself should induce this psychological condition. We must remember that the most ridiculous opinions prevailed even among scientific men on this subject. Almost every species and variety of spider, not only in Italy but everywhere, was considered poisonous. Scaliger affirms that so virulent were some of the spiders found in Gascony that, "if trodden upon so as to be crushed, their poison would penetrate through the very soles of the shoes." No wonder, then, if a nervous girl who believed herself to have even been in contact with this loathed insect should become affected with what she understood to be the inevitable consequences of the poison. Again, when these symptoms made their appearance, the patient, influenced by the universal delusion, readily fancied that they must have been bitten. From the premonitory melancholy, patients were aroused by the sound of music, and a great variety of instruments was in use. Baglavy enumerates among the instruments employed to cure tarantism the drum, timbrel, shepherd's pipe, lyre, and cymbal, along with fiddles and flutes of various kinds. If we can credit that celebrated author, and in this particular we cannot doubt his statement, some patients were quite unaffected by certain of these musical instruments, yet immediately responded to another, and forthwith began to dance. In fact, there seems to have been a wonderful amount of caprice in this respect. But human credulity cannot believe that this dislike of certain instruments and partiality for others was, as Baglavy asserts, dependent upon the size, color, or virus of the spider which had inflicted the wound. Whatever differences there may have been in regard to the instrument, all agreed in their love of quick and lively music, and even the least musical seem, while under this disease, to have become so wonderfully acute and just in their perception of harmony that a false note was unendurable. Bands of music traversed the country to cure the malady, and no doubt often caused, or at least encouraged it. The dancing generally continued from 10 to 14 hours daily, and from 3 to 6 successive days, and this amount of exertion, we are told, gave rise to no apparent fatigue. As in St. Vitus's dance, so in tarantism the mania showed a tendency to recur annually, and was cured every year by resorting to the means we have described. Whether a foregone belief that the disease was not to be eradicated, but must necessarily return, by preying upon the mind produced this result, or whether, as is probable, some other cause operated in this way, it is impossible to say. The ordinary termination of the disease seems to have been in recovery, and, as we said, its duration was comparatively limited. The other phenomena of the disease were not so uniform. Some, in their infatuation, cast themselves into the sea or into rivers, courting destruction; others were buried up to the neck in earth to obtain relief. Many afflicted by melancholy frequented the tombs, while others, laboring under sexual excitement, abandoned themselves to their passions. Baglavy says that "maids and women, otherwise chaste enough, without any regard to modesty, fall a sighing, howling, and into very indecent motions. They love to be tossed to and again in the air, and the like. Others you cannot please unless they be soundly drubbed on the breech, heels, feet, and back." Unlike the St. John's dancers in Germany, those affected by tarantism generally liked red colors. Green seems to have also been much admired. It is unnecessary to enter into a minute description of the tigrettier, or dancing mania of Abyssinia. The account of it in Hecker's work, to which we have referred, or the original by Pierce, is within the reach of those interested in the subject. A short summary is all that is necessary, as this will suffice to show its identity with the disease of Europe. A. It was more or less epidemic, chiefly affecting women. B. It began with symptoms of constitutional disorder, at first febrile, which sometimes gave place to a lingering marasmus, with an affection of speech, and was occasionally fatal. C. It was characterized by an intense craving for music, and an impulse to dance, leap, or run, with an almost supernatural power of physical endurance while the mania lasted. D. It was regarded by the natives as a demoniacal possession. All these points were brought out in the simple and upon the whole trustworthy narrative of Nathaniel Pierce, who was himself an eyewitness of what he relates, and who had the misfortune of observing it in his own wife. One thing is very remarkable in his account of the Tigretier, and in this respect it differs a little from what has been observed elsewhere, that is, the very marked constitutional disorder preceding and accompanying the disease, proving, what the history of medical psychology affords many examples of, that the most serious physical disease may be determined or caused by psychological influences. What affinity the leaping ague in Scotland had to true choreomania, I shall not attempt to decide. The following account of it will illustrate its character. "Those affected complain of pain at the lower part of the back, to which succeed convulsion fits or fits of dancing at certain periods. During the paroxysms they have all the appearance of madness, distorting their bodies in various ways, and leaping and springing in a surprising manner, whence the disease has acquired its vulgar name. Sometimes they ran with astonishing velocity, and often over dangerous passes, to some place out of doors which they have fixed on in their minds, or perhaps even mentioned to those in company with them, then drop down exhausted. At other times, especially when confined to the house, they climb in the most singular manner. In cottages, for example, they leap from the floor to what are called the bouks, or the beams by which the rafters are joined together, springing from one to another with the agility of a cat, or whirling round one of them with a motion resembling the fly of a jack." Having thus referred to choreomania as has been seen in various parts of Europe and in Abyssinia, I shall proceed to give a short account of this singular disease as observed by myself and others in Madagascar, a disease so strange that I might well have hesitated to record the facts if they had not been witnessed by so many whose character and judgment place their evidence beyond question. In the month of February, 1863, the Europeans resident at Antananarivo, the capital of Madagascar, began to hear rumours of a new disease, which it was said had appeared in the west or southwest. The name given to it by the natives was Imananjana, and the dancers were called Ramananjana, which probably comes from a root signifying to make tents. The name did not convey any idea of its nature, and the accounts given of it were so vague as to mystify rather than enlighten. After a time, however, it reached the capital, and in the month of March began to be common. At first, parties of 2s and 3s were to be seen, accompanied by musicians and other attendants, dancing in the public places, and in a few weeks these had increased to hundreds, so that one could not go out of doors without meeting bands of these dancers. It spread rapidly, as by a sort of infection, even to the most remote villages in the central province of Imerina, so that, having occasion to visit a distant part of the country in company with an Englishman, we found even in remote hamlets, and, more wonderful still, near solitary cottages, the sound of music, indicating that the mania had spread even there. The public mind was in a state of excitement at that time, on account of the remarkable political and social changes introduced by the late King Radama II. It is unnecessary here to explain the nature of these changes, or the way in which they moved the people generally, and roused the superstitious feelings of the lower classes. A pretty strong anti-Christian, anti-European party had arisen, who were opposed to progress and change. This strange epidemic got into sympathy, especially in the capital, with this party, and the native Christians had no difficulty in recognizing it as a true demoniacal possession. There was universal consternation at the spread of this remarkable disease, and the consternation favored its propagation. Those affected belonged chiefly, but not by any means exclusively, to the lower classes. The great majority were young women between 14 and 25 years of age. There were, however, a considerable number of men to be seen amongst the dancers, but they certainly did not exceed 1/4 of the entire number, and these also belonged mostly to the lower orders of society. Very few, indeed scarcely any, Christians came under this influence. No doubt partly because the general spirit of dissatisfaction and superstitious unrest did not affect them directly. Their sympathies were rather with those changes, political and social, which disturbed the masses. They were, so to speak, beyond the reach of the current. Their exemption may be partly explained by their superior education, mental and moral, but was also very manifestly owing to their firm conviction that the whole affair was a demoniacal possession of their heathen countrymen, which could not affect them as Christians. They could thus look at it as outsiders, with the interest of observers, without the fear which, in such a malady, is one of the means of its propagation. The patients usually complained of a weight or pain in the precordia, and great uneasiness, sometimes a stiffness about the nape of the neck. Others, in addition, had pains in the back and limbs, and in most cases there seems to have been an excited state of the circulation, and occasionally even mild febrile symptoms. One or more of these premonitory symptoms were frequently observed. There were numerous cases where they were absent. After complaining, it may be 1, 2, or 3 days, they became restless and nervous, and if excited in any way, more especially if they happened to hear the sound of music or singing, they got perfectly uncontrollable, and, bursting away from all restraint, escaped from their pursuers and joined the music, when they danced sometimes for hours on end with amazing rapidity. They moved the head from side to side with a monotonous motion, and the hands, in the same way, alternately up and down. The dancers never joined in the singing, but uttered frequently a deep sighing sound. The eyes were wild, and the whole countenance assumed an indescribable abstracted expression, as if their attention was completely taken off what was going on around them. The dancing was regulated very much by the music, which was always the quickest possible. It never seemed to be quick enough. It often became more of a leaping than a dancing. They thus danced to the astonishment of all, as if possessed by some evil spirit, and, with almost superhuman endurance, exhausting the patience of the musicians, who often relieved each other by turns, then fell down suddenly as if dead; or, as often happened, if the music was interrupted, they would suddenly rush off as if seized by some new impulse, and continue running until they fell down almost or entirely insensible. After being completely exhausted in this way, the patients were taken home, the morbid impulse apparently in many cases destroyed. Sometimes the disease, thus stopped, never recurred, but more frequently there was a return. The sight of dancers, or the sound of music, even in the distance, or anything which, by association, seemed connected with the disease, determined a recurrence of the fit. The patients were fond of carrying about with them sugar canes. They held them in their hands, or carried them over the shoulder while they danced. Frequently, too, they might be seen going through their singular evolutions with a bottle of water upon their heads, which they succeeded wonderfully in balancing. The drum was the favorite instrument, but others were used, and all were acceptable. When there was no musical instrument to be had, the attendants beat time with their hands, or sung a tune which was a favorite amongst the Ramanujana. There is a sacred stone in a plain below the city, where many of the kings of Madagascar have been crowned. It is a large, rather irregular stone, partly built, so as to round it off, and is about 8 feet high and 12 feet in diameter. This stone was a favorite rendezvous for them. They danced here for hours on end, and concluded by placing the sugar cane, as a sort of offering, upon the stone. The tombs were also favorite places of resort for these dancers. They met in the evenings, and danced by moonlight for half the night, or longer, amongst the graves. Many of them professed to have intercourse with the departed, and more particularly with the late queen. In describing their sensations afterwards, some said that they felt as if a dead body was tied to them, so that with all their efforts they could not shake themselves clear of it. Others thought that there was a heavy weight continually dragging them downwards or backwards. They disliked, above all things, hats and pigs. The very sight of these objects was so offensive that, in some cases, it threw them into a kind of convulsion, but more frequently excited their rage. Still more inexplicable was their dislike of every article of dress of a black color. Swine are reckoned unclean by several tribes in Madagascar, and might thus be an object of superstitious horror. Hats, as associated with foreigners, might similarly be objected to. But what is there in a color to excite antipathy? Yet this caprice has been so common in this disease, in all its recorded epidemics, as to deserve attention. This phenomenon was likewise observed in the child pilgrimages of the 13th century, which, towards the end, began to assume some of the characteristics of Choreomania. Feuchtersleben, speaking of the sense of sight, says, "The several colors have a decided, not fully defined, but individually modified, psychical effect. In general, the positive colors, red, yellow, etc., excite the mind; the negative, blue, etc., calm it." If it be difficult to ascertain the psychical effect of colors in health, how much more so in disease? The sense of sight is probably not more depraved than the other faculties and senses. In Abyssinia we have seen that the faculty of speech was disordered. The most intellectual of all the senses, that of hearing, is always affected to a remarkable degree, as evidenced not only by the morbid desire for music, but by the illusions and delusions connected with this special sense. All this points to a morbid condition, not only of the motor centers, but of the most important ganglia at the base of the brain, a morbid condition chiefly functional in character and produced by psychical causes. The disease was associated with national prejudices, religious and political. Did these originate it? I think not. They simply afforded, as it were, the condition, or one of the conditions, of its epidemic manifestation. They formed the bond of sympathetic union among the affected. To become epidemic, this disease must seize some popular idea or superstition, at once so firmly believed as to lay hold of the heart of the people, and so generally as to afford scope for the operation of pathological sympathy. Thus Choreomania was associated with the religious superstitions of the Middle Ages. Manifestly hostile to the priests, so deep was the hold which the Church exercised over even its dissatisfied children, that exorcisms, as we have seen, became one of the most potent means of cure. In Madagascar, in the same way, those who know the respect of the natives for their ancestors, and their unbounded reverence for their resting places, might a priori have decided the form which such a mania would assume in that country. It must further be remembered that Choreomania never appears as an epidemic except when the public mind is deeply agitated by some general cause. In illustration of this, it will be remembered, as Hecker and others have pointed out, that Choreomania, in its first outbreak, followed closely upon the Black Death, "and was to be ascribed to the excitement of men's minds and the consequence of wretchedness and want." The mental and moral state of the people, induced by such great calamities as the Black Death and the inundations of the Rhine, and by the political and religious conditions of the period, the feuds of the barons, the corruption of the Church and of public morals, the licentious exercise of power or the unwarranted resistance of authority, were all exciting causes of its epidemic manifestation. The disease was rarely fatal. Still, a few cases of death undoubtedly happened, and these only occurred, so far as I am aware, where the patient was restrained from joining in the dances. It would seem that these actually died from pent-up passion or excitement. The dancing, no doubt, was so far salutary. The music served to regulate and control the wild muscular movements that might otherwise have proved injurious. A most remarkable fact is, that the mere physical exercise, prodigious and long continued as it is in this disease, seems perfectly harmless. I never heard of its having proved fatal, or even to have produced abortion in pregnant women, a circumstance observed by Burton in his account of the earlier epidemics, and enforced with more than his usual pith and quaintness. The question of the reality of these phenomena requires a few words, although what has been said above in regard to the disease in Germany applies equally to Madagascar. No one who saw it can doubt that it was perfectly real as a psychopathy, and no one of candor or discrimination will deny that a certain amount of imposture was practiced. It was more difficult, however, than one might suppose, to feign this disease and act it out consistently. The look, manner, movements, and power of enduring physical exertion were sufficient to distinguish the simulated from the real. It is remarkable, and should never be lost sight of, how often the most contradictory and opposite feelings and motives seem to be mixed up in such cases. It can easily be understood how many of these Ramanujanah may have become the victims of a strong morbid impulse, which they at first either feigned or fostered. How wonderful is the history of human delusion, and how nearly the strongest delusions in some of their aspects border on imposture. Witness the burning for witchcraft in Scotland. Never was there any want of witches to burn while the demand for them continued. Poor infatuated women and men were found to confess to the most impossible of crimes, with certain death staring them in the face, so long as the public superstition demanded such victims. A sad record of human folly, darker than anything else I know of, is to be found in some of the volumes of the Woodrow Society's publications. It must never be forgotten by the physician how strangely interwoven is the spiritual and the physical in man. Especially is it to be remarked how physical diseases resulting from psychical causes will often be cured by strong mental impressions. Hysteria has thus often been cured. Boerhaave cured epilepsy in children by a threat. The suicidal monomania of the Milesian girls was overcome by the fear of their bodies being exposed after death. In the same way, in Madagascar, the fear of punishment alone, or combined with moral discipline, prevented the mania in many families, when such means were adopted by my advice. Legal enactments almost extinguished it for a time by confining the affected to their own houses and preventing the public performance of music. Since this first and most remarkable outbreak, the disease has occurred annually every spring. We find in the Post the following account of the slighter epidemic of 1864, evidently written by a European resident in the island. The Queen has been greatly alarmed at an epidemic of the Ramanujanah, which has raged over the capital. This disease is a sacred malady, of an extraordinary character, and of which the doctors understand nothing. Too true. The patient is seized with convulsions, raises savage cries, and rolls on the ground in the streets. The population is almost entirely soon stricken with the same malady, and great processions of people pass along the streets, creating disorder, and such movements are often taken advantage of to upset a throne or overturn a ministry. The unfortunate Radama was a victim of the Ramanujanah of 1863." Although this account is exaggerated, and the facts not detailed with any accuracy or elegance, It tends to illustrate the impression caused by even a mild epidemic of choreomania in those who for the first time witness it. From inquiries that I have made, I find that a similar disease has existed in Madagascar for at least 50 years, and is called ambo. It seems in no respect different from choreomania, except that it is sporadic. From a careful consideration of these facts, we may deduce the following propositions. A. Choreomania is a distinct psychophysical disease, with its leading features clearly marked and uniform, to be distinguished from modern chorea and from organic nervous disease. B. There is always as an essential part of it an uncontrollable impulse to dance, and a morbid love of music. Very generally also peculiar caprices regarding certain colors and objects, the power of speech being occasionally affected, and moral mania common. C. The subjects of this disease are those most liable to hysterical diseases, that is, young women about the age of puberty, and men of an excitable temperament. D. Although it may be sporadic, it shows a tendency to become epidemic during periods of general excitement. E. In its epidemic form, it is usually associated with some prevalent deep-rooted belief or superstition. F. It spreads by what we may call pathological sympathy. G. When epidemic, it is generally preceded by premonitory symptoms referable to the nervous system, and secondarily induces physical derangement, and sometimes even death. It would be foreign to the design of this paper to enter into any of the interesting psychological questions which suggest themselves in connection with this subject, such as the nature of the changes on the nervous centers, the primary cause of such changes, and the organic lesions resulting therefrom. Inquiries such as these must be of deep interest to the physician, the philosopher, and the divine. But this disease is of special practical interest to the magistrate and medical jurist. In Madagascar, this mania in no small degree tended to bring about the rebellion which ended in the death of the sovereign and his ministers, and determined a revolution, political and social, in that vast island. Such an epidemic may occur again in India or other countries where British interests may be deeply involved, and in such cases it is important that the physician should know the disease and be able to direct the authorities to a proper view of its nature and cure. End of Choreomania, an historical sketch with some account of an epidemic observed in Madagascar, by Andrew Davidson.
Liverpool a Few Years Since by James Aspinall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chad Horner. Chapter 19. The Church, in the days we are speaking of, was in a very torpid and sleepy state, not only in Liverpool but throughout the land. None of the evangelical clergy had then appeared in this district to stimulate the pace of the old-fashioned jog-trot high churchmen. Neither had Laudism revived under its new name of Puseyism. Nothing was heard from our pulpits but what might have passed muster at Athens, or been preached without offence in the great mosque of Constantinople. In fact, extract of Blair was the dose administered, Sunday after Sunday, by drowsy teachers to drowsy congregations. If it did no harm, it did no good. We do not here speak of James Blair, Commissary of Virginia, President of William and Mary College, etc., whose works, little known, contain a mine of theological wealth. We allude to Dr. Hugh Blair, whose sermons, so celebrated in his day and long after, are really, when analysed, nothing better than a string of cold moral precepts, mixed up with a few gaudy flowers culled from the garden of rhetoric. We have often wondered at the praise beyond measure which Dr. Johnson again and again bestowed upon Blair's diluted slip-slop and namby-pamby trifles. He not only spoke of them in the highest terms on every occasion, but thus, in his strange way, once exclaimed, "I love Blair's sermons, though the dog is a Scotchman, and a Presbyterian, and everything he should not be. I was the first to praise them, such was my candour. At all events, as we have already stated, extract of Blair was the pulpit panacea universally prescribed at the beginning of the 19th century, and we are bound to add, as far as our youthful recollections go, that the majority of the Liverpool clergy in those days were rather below than above the average of mediocrity. There were some among them, however, whose names are worth recalling. One of the best preachers in those old times was the incumbent of St. Stephen's, Byrom Street, the Reverend G. H. Percy, a fine fellow in every way. He is still alive at his living of Chaddesley in Worcestershire, to which he was presented through the influence of old Queen Charlotte. His mother-in-law, the wife of the Reverend Mr. Sharp, then vicar of Childwall, had been about the court in some capacity or other, and it was the good fashion of Her Majesty never to forget her friends. Mr. Percy must have reached the age of the patriarchs at least. Then there was the Reverend Mr. Milner of St. Catherine's Church, Temple Street, which was removed in making some improvements in that part of the town. Poor Mr. Milner, when not washing his hands, he employed each hour of the day in running after the hour before, and was always losing ground in the race. A kind-hearted man he was, and a pleasant one when you could catch him. He was known as the late Mr. Milner. The Reverend Mr. Vuss preached in those days at Christ Church. He was considered to be a brilliant star in the pulpit, and was indeed a first-rate scholar, a fellow-student with the illustrious Canning, who made many and strong efforts to reclaim him from a course of life which unhappily contradicted and marred all his Sunday teachings. But even with regard to his sermons, effective and telling as they were, made by style, voice, and manner, it was found after his death, when they passed into other hands, that they were chiefly Blair, with others copied from the popular writers of the day. A clergyman who was to preach before the Archbishop of York had the choice of them for the occasion. He picked out the one which seemed to him to be the most spicy and telling, and, confident at the time that it was the production of Vuss himself, delivered it with mighty emphasis and stunning effect. When it was over, the bishop blandly smiled, praised it exceedingly, and then, to the honour and astonishment of the preacher, whispered, "I always liked his sermons," naming the author from whom it was taken. Never did poor jackdaw feel so much pain at being divested of his borrowed plumage. One of the ablest men, although a mumbling kind of preacher in those times, was the Reverend Mr. Kidd, who was for so many years one of the curates of Liverpool, a kind of church serf who could never rise to be a church ruler. He had many kind friends, and at many a table which we could mention, a plate and knife and fork were always laid for the poor curate. But he ever appeared to us to be an oppressed and depressed man, with a weight upon his spirits which nothing could shake off. There was indeed a romance attached to his history, although he was perhaps the most unromantic looking person that the human eye ever rested upon. He was a brilliant scholar when a student at Brasenose College, Oxford, and his hopes and ambition naturally aspired to a fellowship. It was supposed to be within his grasp, but how wide is the distance between the cup and the lip? The principle was unpopular, and some of his doings were severely flogged in a satirical poem which appeared without a name. Its cleverness led him to suspect Mr. Kidd, and without looking for any other proof of the authorship, he became his sworn enemy, and used all his influence, and only too successfully, to turn the election against him. Some love affair, we have also heard, but this was, it may be, only one of the tales of our grandfather, went wrong with him about the same time, so that altogether he was thrown upon the world, a sad and downcast man, with blighted hopes and blasted expectations from his very youth, and settled down into the curacy of Liverpool, where he saw more than one generation of inferior men, inferior in scholarship, in learning, in wit, in all and everything, promoted over his head. A pleasant, agreeable, quaint, and original companion was poor Kidd amongst his intimates, but, tongue-tied in a large party, he saw through the hollowness of the world and despised it. There was nobody like him for unmasking a sham, and reducing a pretender to his real and proper dimensions, and then his chuckling laugh when he had accomplished such a feat, and impaled the human cockchafer upon the point of his sarcasm. And how bitterly he would allude to his curate's poverty, as, smacking his lips over a glass of old port at some friend's table, and he did not dislike his glass of port, he would tell us that his own domestic allowance of the same was to spell at the Cork on a week-day, and to take a single glass to support him through his duties on a Sunday. Poor fellow! Once upon a time, and such godsends did not often fall to his portion, he had married a couple among the higher orders and received for it a banknote which perfectly dazzled him. Then came the marriage breakfast, then the marriage dinner. He was a guest at both, and perhaps took his share of the good things which were stirring. His way home was through the Haymarket. Another gentleman whose path was in the same direction, hearing a great noise, came up and found our friend fighting furiously for his fee with a lamp-post, and exclaiming, as he struck it with his stick, "You want to rob me of it, you scoundrel, do you? But come on, we'll see." He was a relation of the celebrated Mr. Kidd, who wrote one of the Bridgewater treatises, and who lately died at Oxford, full of years and honours. Another well-known clergyman in those days was the Reverend Mr. Moss, who was afterwards vicar of Walton for so many years. His share of the drum ecclesiastic was decidedly the drumstick, but although a very moderate performer in the pulpit, he had a very good standing in society and was very much liked in his own set. Not over-witty himself, never was man the cause of so much wit in others, and often at his own expense. He was known in his own circle as Old England because he expected every man to do his duty. That is, he never met a brother clergyman by any chance without seizing upon him and asking him if he could do his duty on the next Sunday. In allusion to his convivial qualities and bad preaching, somebody once said of him that he was better in the bottle than in the wood. This gave him such dreadful offence that he positively consulted his lawyer on the subject of prosecuting the impious blasphemer for a libel. The answer to his inquiry was a hearty laugh on the part of the solicitor himself, with an intimation that he would be laughed out of court also, amidst a shower of jokes about the poet's description of the Oxonians of that day, steeped in old prejudice and older port, and bepoked with all sorts of fun about canting, recanting, and decanting. The decanter triumphed, although it was a strong allusion to the original offending joke, and the idea of a prosecution was abandoned. Mr. Moss had an intense horror of all sorts of innovations, and in the case of the first railway, that between Manchester and Liverpool, this feeling was greatly increased by the fact of his being a large shareholder in a certain canal which might be affected by its success. He was in a fever of excitement and almost raved whenever the subject was mentioned in company. He long clung to the notion that the accomplishment of the line was impossible and fabulous. He magnified every difficulty, dwelt upon every obstacle, and concluded every harangue on the question with the triumphant exclamation, "But never mind, they cannot do it. Chatmoss will stop it. Chatmoss will stop it." This was said in allusion to that great bogey waist, so called, which for so long a time did really battle with the baffle the skill and efforts of the engineers. On one occasion when our friend had been holding forth in his usual strain, and finished with a look of defiance at all around him, "Chatmoss will stop it," Mr. Thomas Crowther, who was one of the party, quietly answered, "Depend upon it your Chatmoss will stop it." This to us is the purest essence of wit, and very ne plus ultraism of it. The force of humour can no further go. Like Pitt's description of what a battle should be, it is sharp, short, and decisive. It is brilliant, pointed telling. There is a joke of almost a similar kind in Boswell's Life of Johnson. "I told him," writes the former, "of one of Mr. Burke's playful sallies upon Dean Marley. I don't like the Deanery of Ferns. It sounds so like a barren title. Dr. Heath should have it," said I. Johnson laughed, and condescending to trifle in the same mode of conceit, suggested Dr. Moss. But the wit here is overdone and wire-drawn, until it becomes forced, heavy, and exhausted. Crother's extempore retort beats the laboured efforts of Burke, Boswell, and Johnson, all put together, as it bursts forth, sparkling, glittering, dazzling, on the spur of the moment. Depend upon it, your chat, Moss, will stop it. We treasure a good thing when we hear it, and love to embalm it. Mr. Crowther, the author of this unrivalled witticism, had a twinkle about the eye which seemed to say for him that he had many a shot in the locker, of equal calibre and ready for action. We did not know much of him ourselves, but we have always been told that his stories of humour and wit were as rich as they were inexhaustible. The specimen, or as men say in Liverpool, the sample, which we have given amply justifies such an opinion. We must not forget to mention, in connection with the Rev. G. H. Percy, that of the sons of Liverpool, worthies under his care in 1804, and who thumbed their lexicons with redoubled zeal when promised a holiday to witness the marching and counter-marching of the brave army before His Royal Highness Prince William of Gloucester in Mosslake Fields or Bankhall Sands. Where are these now? The following, although in the sere and yellow leaf, are still fit for active service: W. C. Ritson, E. Molyneux, Thomas Brandreth, F. Haywood, R. W. Preston, and James Boardman. The Reverend James Aspinall, rector of Althorpe, Lincolnshire, was also long a favourite pupil of the Reverend Patriarch. End of chapter 19 of Liverpool a Few Years Since by James Aspinall.
Coral and Coral Reefs by Thomas H. Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Awai in July 2019. Coral and Coral Reefs by Thomas H. Huxley. A lecture delivered in Manchester, November 4th, 1870. The subject upon which I wish to address you tonight is the structure and origin of coral and coral reefs. Under the head of coral there are included two very different things. One of them is that substance which I imagine a great number of us have champed when we were very much younger than we are now, the common red coral, which is used so much, as you know, for the edification and the delectation of children of tender years, and is also employed for the purposes of ornament for those who are much older, and as some think might know better. The other kind of coral is a very different substance. It may for distinction's sake be called the white coral. It is a material which most assuredly not the hardest-hearted of baby farmers would give to a baby to chew, and it is a substance which is to be seen only in the cabinets of curious persons, or in museums, or, maybe, over the mantelpieces of seafaring men. But although the red coral, as I have mentioned to you, has access to the very best society, and although the white coral is comparatively a despised product, yet in this, as in many other cases, the humbler thing is in reality the greater, the amount of work which is done in the world by the white coral being absolutely infinite compared with that effected by its delicate and pampered namesake. Each of these substances, the white coral and the red, however, has a relationship to the other. They are, in a zoological sense, cousins, each of them being formed by the same kind of animals in what is substantially the same way. Each of these bodies is, in fact, the hard skeleton of a very curious and a very simple animal, more comparable to the bones of such animals as ourselves than to the shells of oysters or creatures of that kind, for it is the hardening of the internal tissue of the creature, of its internal substance, by the deposit in the body of a material which is exceedingly common, not only in fresh but in sea water, and which is especially abundant in those waters which we know as hard, those waters, for example, which leave a fur upon the bottom of a tea kettle. This fur is carbonate of lime, the same sort of substance as limestone and chalk. That material is contained in solution in seawater, and it is out of the seawater in which these coral creatures live that they get the lime which is needed for the forming of their hard skeleton. But now, what manner of creatures are these which form these hard skeletons? I dare say that in these days of keeping aquaria, of locomotion to the seaside, most of those whom I am addressing may have seen one of those creatures which used to be known as the sea anemone, receiving that name on account of its general resemblance, in a rough sort of way, to the flower which is known as the anemone. But being a thing which lives in the sea, it was qualified as the sea anemone. Well, then, you must suppose a body shaped like a short cylinder, the top cut off, and in the top a hole rather oval than round. All round this aperture, which is the mouth, imagine that there are placed a number of feelers forming a circle. The cavity of the mouth leads into a sort of stomach, which is very unlike those of the higher animals, in the circumstance that it opens at the lower end into a cavity of the body, and all the digested matter, converted into nourishment, is thus distributed through the rest of the body. That is the general structure of one of these sea anemones. If you touch it, it contracts immediately into a heap. It looks at first quite like a flower in the sea, but if you touch it, you find that it exhibits all the peculiarities of a living animal, and if anything which can serve as its prey comes near its tentacles, it closes them round it and sucks the material into its stomach, and there digests it and turns it to the account of its own body. These creatures are very voracious, and not at all particular what they seize, and sometimes it may be that they lay hold of a shellfish, which is far too big to be packed into that interior cavity, and of course, in any ordinary animal a proceeding of this kind would give rise to a very severe fit of indigestion. But this is by no means the case in the sea anemone, because when digestive difficulties of this kind arise, he gets out of them by splitting himself in two, and then each half builds itself up into a fresh creature, and you have two polyps where there was previously one, and the bone which stuck in the way lying between them. Not only can these creatures multiply in this fashion, but they can multiply by buds. A bud will grow out of the side of the body. I am not speaking of the common sea anemone, but of allied creatures, just like the bud of a plant, and that will fashion itself into a creature just like the parent. There are some of them in which these buds remain connected together, and you will soon see what would be the result of that. If I make a bud grow out here, and another on the opposite side, and each fashions itself into a new polyp, the practical effect will be that before long you will see a single polyp converted into a sort of tree or bush of polyps. And these will all remain associated together, like a kind of cooperative store, which is a thing I believe you understand very well here. Each mouth will help to feed the body, and each part of the body help to support the multifarious mouths. I think that is as good an example of a zoological cooperative store as you can well have. Such are these wonderful creatures. But they are capable not only of multiplying in this way, but in other ways, by having a more ordinary and regular kind of offspring. Little eggs are hatched, and the young are passed out by the way of the mouth, and they go swimming about as little oval bodies covered with a very curious kind of hair-like processes. Each of these processes is capable of striking water like an oar, and the consequence is that the young creature is propelled through the water. So that you have the young polyp floating about in this fashion, covered by its vibratile cilia, as these long filaments, which are capable of vibration, are termed. And thus, although the polyp itself may be a fixed creature unable to move about, it is able to spread its offspring over great areas. For these creatures not only propel themselves, but while swimming about in the sea for many hours, or perhaps days, it will be obvious that they must be carried hither and thither by the currents of the sea, which not unfrequently move at the rate of 1 or 2 miles an hour. Thus, in the course of a few days, the offspring of this stationary creature may be carried to a very great distance from its parent, and having been so carried, it loses these organs by which it is propelled, and settles down upon the bottom of the sea, and grows up again into the form and condition of its parents. So that, if you suppose a single polyp of this kind settled upon the bottom of the sea, it may by these various methods, that is to say, by cutting itself in two, which we call fission, or by budding, or by sending out these swimming embryos, multiply itself to an enormous extent, and give rise to thousands or millions of progeny in a comparatively short time, and these thousands or millions of progeny may cover a very large surface of the sea bottom. In fact, you will readily perceive that, give them time, and there is no limit to the surface which they may cover. Having understood thus far the general nature of these polyps, which are the fabricators both of the red and white coral, let us consider a little more particularly how the skeletons of the red coral and of the white coral are formed. The red coral polyp perches upon the sea bottom. It then grows up into a sort of stem, and out of that stem there grow branches, each of which has its own polyps, and thus you have a kind of tree formed, every branch of the tree terminated by its polyp. It is a tree, but at the end of the branches there are open mouths of polyps instead of flowers. Thus there is a common soft body connecting the whole, and as it grows up the soft body deposits in its interior a quantity of carbonate of lime, which acquires a beautiful red or flesh color, and forms a kind of stem running through the whole, and it is that stem which is the red coral. The red coral grows principally at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea, at very great depths, and the coral fishers, who are very adventurous seamen, take their drag nets, of a peculiar kind, roughly made, but efficient for their purpose, and drag them along the bottom of the sea to catch the branches of the red coral, which become entangled and are thus brought up to the surface. They are then allowed to putrefy, in order to get rid of the animal matter, and the red coral is the skeleton that is left. In the case of the white coral, the skeleton is more complete. In the red coral, the skeleton belongs to the whole. In the white coral, there is a special skeleton for every one of these polyps in addition to that for the whole body. There is a skeleton formed in the body of each of them, like a cup divided by a number of radiating partitions towards the outside, and that cup is formed of carbonate of lime, only not stained red, as in the case of the red coral. And all these cups are joined together into a common branch, the result of which is the formation of a beautiful coral tree. This is a great mass of madrepore, and in the living state every one of the ends of these branches was terminated by a beautiful little polyp, like a sea anemone, and all the skeleton was covered by a soft body which united the polyps together. You must understand that all this skeleton has been formed in the interior of the body to suit the branched body of the polyp mass, and that it is as much its skeleton as our own bones are our skeleton. In this next coral, the creature which has formed the skeleton has divided itself as it grew, and consequently has formed a great expansion, but scattered all over the surface there were polyp bodies like those I previously described. Again, when this great cup was alive, the whole surface was covered with a beautiful body, upon which were set innumerable small polyp flowers, if we may so call them, often brilliantly colored, and the whole cup was built up in the same fashion by the deposit of carbonate of lime in the interior of the combined polyp body, formed by budding and by fission in the way I described. You will perceive that there is no necessary limit to this process. There is no reason why we should not have coral 3 or 4 times as big, and there are certain creatures of this kind that do fabricate very large masses, or half spheres several feet in diameter. Thus, the activity of these animals in separating carbonate of lime from the sea and building it up into definite shapes is very considerable indeed. Now I think I have said sufficient, as much as I can without taking you into technical details, of the general nature of these creatures which form coral. The animals which form coral are scattered over the seas of all countries in the world. The red coral is comparatively limited, but the polyps which form the white coral are widely scattered. There are some of them which remain single, or which give rise to only small accumulations, and the skeletons of these, as they die, accumulate upon the bottom of the sea, but they do not come to much. They are washed about and do not adhere together, but become mixed up with the mud of the sea. But there are certain parts of the world in which the coral polyps which live and grow are of a kind which remain, adhere together, and form great masses. They differ from the ordinary polyps just in the same way as those plants which form a peat bog or meadow turf differ from ordinary plants. They have a habit of growing together in masses at the same place. They are what we call gregarious things, and the consequence of this is that as they die and leave their skeletons, those skeletons form a considerable solid aggregation at the bottom of the sea, and other polyps perch upon them and begin building upon them, and so by degrees a great mass is formed. And just as we know there are some ancient cities in which you have a British city, and over that the foundations of a Roman city, and over that a Saxon city, and over that again a modern city, so in these localities of which I am speaking, you have the accumulations of the foundations of the houses, if I may use the term, of nation after nation of these coral polyps, and these accumulations may cover a very considerable space, and may rise in the course of time from the bottom to the surface of the sea. Mariners have a name which they apply to all sorts of obstacles consisting of hard and rocky matter which comes in their way in the course of their navigation. They call such obstacles reefs, and they have long been in the habit of calling the particular kind of reef, which is formed by the accumulation of the skeletons of dead corals, by the name of coral reefs. Therefore, those parts of the world in which these accumulations occur have been termed by them coral reef areas, or regions in which coral reefs are found. There is a very notable example of a simple coral reef about the island of Mauritius, which I dare say you all know, lies in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It is a very considerable and beautiful island, and is surrounded on all sides by a mass of coral, which has been formed in the way I have described, so that if you could get upon the top of one of the peaks of the island, and look down upon the Indian Ocean, you would see that the beach round the island was continued outward by a kind of shallow terrace, which is covered by the sea, and where the sea is quite shallow, and at a distance varying from 3/4 of a mile to 1.5 miles from the proper beach, you would see a line of foam or surf, which looks most beautiful in contrast with the bright green water in the inside and the deep blue of the sea beyond. That line of surf indicates the point at which the waters of the ocean are breaking upon the coral reef which surrounds the island. You see it sweep round the island upon all sides, except where a river may chance to come down, and that always makes a gap in the shore. There are 2 or 3 points which I wish to bring clearly before your notice about such a reef as this. In the first place, you perceive it forms a kind of fringe round the island, and is therefore called a fringing reef. In the next place, if you go out in a boat and take soundings at the edge of the reef, you find that the depth of the water is not more than from 20 to 25 fathoms, that is about 120 to 150 feet. Outside that point you come to the natural sea bottom, but all inside that depth is coral, built up from the bottom by the accumulation of the skeletons of innumerable generations of coral polyps. So that you see the coral forms a very considerable rampart round the island. What the exact circumference may be I do not remember, but it cannot be less than 100 miles, and the outward height of this wall of coral rock nowhere amounts to less than about 100 or 150 feet. When the outward face of the reef is examined, you find that the upper edge, which is exposed to the wash of the sea, and all the seaward face, is covered with those living plant-like flowers which I have described to you. They are the coral polyps which grow, flourish, and add to the mass of calcareous matter which already forms the reef. But towards the lower part of the reef, at a depth of about 120 feet, these creatures are less active, and fewer of them at work, and at greater depths than that you find no living coral polyp at all, and it may be laid down as a rule, derived from very extensive observation, that these reef-building corals cannot live in a greater depth of water than about 120 to 150 feet. I beg you to recollect that fact, because it is one I shall have to come back to by and by, and to show to what very curious consequences that rule leads. Well then, coming back to the margin of the reef, you find that part of it which lies just within the surf to be coated by a very curious plant, a sort of seaweed, which contains in its substance a very great deal of carbonate of lime, and looks almost like rock. This is what is called the nullipore. More towards the land, we come to the shallow water upon the inside of the reef, which has a particular name, derived from the Spanish or the Portuguese. It is called a lagoon or lake. In this lagoon there is comparatively little living coral. The bottom of it is formed of coral mud. If we pounded this coral in water, it would be converted into calcareous mud, and the waves during storms do for the coral skeletons exactly what we might do for this coral in a mortar. The waves tear off great fragments and crush them with prodigious force, until they are ground into the merest powder, and that powder is washed into the interior of the lagoon and forms a muddy coating at the bottom. Beside that there are a great many animals that prey upon the coral, fishes, worms, and creatures of that kind, and all these, by their digestive processes, reduce the coral to the same state, and contribute a very important element to this fine mud. The living coral found in the lagoon is not the reef-building coral. It does not give rise to the same massive skeletons. As you go in a boat over these shallow pools, you see these beautiful things, colored red, blue, green, and all colors, building their houses. But these are mere tenements, and not to be compared in magnitude and importance to the masses which are built by the reef builders themselves. Now, such a structure as this is what is termed a fringing reef. You meet with fringing reefs of this kind not only in the Mauritius, but in a number of other parts of the world. If these were the only reefs to be seen anywhere, the problem of the formation of coral reefs would never have been a difficult one. Nothing can be easier than to understand how there must have been a time when the coral polyps came and settled on the shores of this island, everywhere within the 20 to 25 fathom line, and how, having perched there, they gradually grew until they built up the reef. But these are by no means the only sort of coral reefs in the world. On the contrary, there are very large areas, not only of the Indian Ocean, but of the Pacific, in which many, many thousands of square miles are covered either with a peculiar kind of reef, which is called the encircling reef, or by a still more curious reef which goes by the name of the atoll. There is a very good picture which Professor Roscoe has been kind enough to prepare for me of one of those atolls, which will enable you to form a notion of it as a landscape. you have in the foreground the waters of the Pacific. You must fancy yourself in the middle of the great ocean, and you will perceive that there is an almost circular island, with a low beach, which is formed entirely of coral sand. Growing upon that beach you have vegetation, which takes, of course, the shape of the circular land, and then, in the interior of the circle, there is a pool of water, which is not very deep, probably in this case not more than 8 or 9 fathoms, and which forms a strange and beautiful contrast to the deep blue water outside. This circular island, or atoll, with a lagoon in the middle, is not a complete circle. Upon one side of it there is a break, exactly like the entrance into a dock, and, as a matter of course, these circular islets, or atolls, form most efficient breakwaters, for if you can only get inside, your ship is in perfect safety, with admirable anchorage in the interior. If the ship were lying within a mile of that beach, the water would be 1,000 or 2,000 feet deep. Therefore, a section of that atoll, with the soundings as deep as this all round, would give you the notion of a great cone, cut off at the top, and with a shallow cup in the middle of it. Now, what a very singular fact this is, that we should have rising from the bottom of the deep ocean a great pyramid, beside which all human pyramids sink into the most utter insignificance. These singular coral limestone structures are very beautiful, especially when crowned with coconut trees. There you see the long line of land covered with vegetation, coconut trees, and you have the sea upon the inner and outer sides, with a vessel very comfortably riding at anchor. That is one of the remarkable forms of reef in the Pacific. Another is a sort of halfway house, between the atoll and the fringing reef. It is what is called an encircling reef. In this case you see an island rising out of the sea, and at 2 or 3 miles distance, or more, and separated by a deep channel, which may be 8 to 12 fathoms deep, there is a reef, which encircles it like a great girdle, and outside that again the water is 1,000 or 2,000 feet deep. I spent 3 or 4 years of my life in cruising about a modification of one of these encircling reefs, called a barrier reef, upon the east coast of Australia, one of the most wonderful accumulations of coral rock in the world. It is about 1,100 miles long, and varies in width from 1 or 2 to many miles. It is separated from the coast of Australia by a channel of about 25 fathoms deep, while outside, looking toward America, the water is 2,000 or 3,000 feet deep at a mile from the edge of the reef. This is an accumulation of limestone rock, built up by corals, to which we have no parallel anywhere else. Imagine to yourself a heap of this material more than 1,000 miles long and several miles wide. That is a barrier reef, but a barrier reef is merely, as it were, a fragment of an encircling reef running parallel to the coast of a great continent. I told you that the polyps which built these reefs were not able to live at a greater depth than 20 to 25 fathoms of water, and that is the reason why the fringing reef goes no farther from the land than it does. And for the same reason, if the Pacific could be laid bare, we should have a most singular spectacle. There would be a number of mountains with truncated tops scattered over it, and those mountains would have an appearance just the very reverse of that presented by the mountains we see on shore. You know that the mountains on shore are covered with vegetation at their bases, while their tops are barren or covered with snow. But these mountains would be perfectly bare at their bases, and all round their tops they would be covered with a beautiful vegetation of coral polyps. And not only would this be the case, but we should find that for a considerable distance down, all the material of these atoll and encircling reefs was built up of precisely the same coral rock as the fringing reef. That is to say, you have an enormous mass of coral rock at a depth below the surface of the water, where we know perfectly well that the coral animals could not have lived to form it. When those two facts were first put together, naturalists were quite as much puzzled as I dare say you are at present, to understand how these two seeming contradictions could be reconciled, and all sorts of odd hypotheses were resorted to. It was supposed that the coral did not extend so far down, but that there was a great chain of submarine mountains stretching through the Pacific, and that the coral had grown upon them. But only fancy what supposition that was, for you would have to imagine that there was a chain of mountains 1,000 miles or more long, and that the top of every mountain came within 20 fathoms of the surface of the sea, and neither rose above nor sunk beneath that level. That is highly improbable. Such a chain of mountains was never known. Then how can you possibly account for the curious circular form of the atolls by any supposition of this kind? I believe there was someone who imagined that all these mountains were volcanoes, and that the reefs had grown round the tops of the craters, so we all stuck fast. I may say we, though it was rather before my time. And when we all stick fast, it is just the use of a man of genius that he comes and shows us the meaning of the thing. He generally gives an explanation which is so ridiculously simple that everybody is ashamed that he did not find it out before, and the way such a discoverer is often rewarded is by finding out that someone had made the discovery before him. I do not mean to say that it was so in this particular instance, because the great man who played the part of Columbus and the egg on this occasion had, I believe, always had the full credit which he so well deserves. The discoverer of the key to these problems was a man whose name you know very well in connection with other matters, and I should not wonder if some of you have heard it said that he was a superficial kind of person who did not know much about the subject on which he writes. He was Mr. Darwin, and this brilliant discovery of his was made public 30 years ago, long before he became the celebrated man he now is, and it was one of the most singular instances of that astonishing sagacity which he possesses, of drawing consequences by way of deduction from simple principles of natural science, a power which has served him in good stead on other occasions. Well, Mr. Darwin, looking at these curious difficulties, and having that sort of knowledge of natural phenomena in general, without which he could not have made a step towards the solution of the problem, said to himself, "It is perfectly clear that the coral which forms the base of the atolls and fringing reefs could not possibly have been formed there if the level of the sea has always been exactly where it is now, for we know for certain that these polyps cannot build at a greater depth than 20 to 25 fathoms, and here we find them at 50 to 100 fathoms. That was the first point to make clear. The second point to deal with was, if the polyps cannot have built there while the level of the sea has remained stationary, then one of two things must have happened. Either the sea has gone up, or the land has gone down. There is no escape from one of these two alternatives. Now the objections to the notion of the sea having gone up are very considerable indeed, for you will readily perceive that the sea could not possibly have risen 1,000 feet in the Pacific without rising pretty much the same distance everywhere else, and if it had risen that height everywhere else since the reefs began to be formed, the geography of the world in general must have been very different indeed at that time from what it is now. And we have very good means of knowing that any such rise as this certainly has not taken place in the level of the sea since the time that the corals have been building their houses. And so, the only other alternative was to suppose that the land had gone down, and at so slow a rate that the corals were able to grow upward as fast as it went downward. You will see at once that this is the solution of the mystery, and nothing can be simpler or more obvious when you come to think about it. Suppose we start with a coral sea, and put in the middle of it an island such as the Mauritius. Now let the coral polyps come and perch on the shore and build a fringing reef, which will stop when they come to 20 or 25 fathoms, and you will have a fringing reef like that round the island in the illustration. So long as the land remains stationary, so long as it does not descend, so long will that reef be unable to get any further out, because the moment the polyp embryos try to get below, they die. But now suppose that the land sinks very gradually indeed. Let it subside by slow degrees, until the mountain peak, which we have in the middle of it, alone projects beyond the sea level. The fringing reef would be carried down also, but we suppose that the sinking is so slow that the coral polyps are able to grow up as fast as the land is carried down. Consequently, they will add layer upon layer until they form a deep cup, because the inner part of the reef grows much more slowly than the outer part. Thus you have the reef forming a bed thicker upon the flanks of the island, but the edge of the reef will be very much further out from the land, and the lagoon will be many times deeper. In short, your fringing reef will be converted into an encircling reef. And if, instead of this being an island, it were a great continent like Australia, then you will have the phenomenon of a barrier reef, which I have described. The barrier reef of Australia was originally a fringing reef. The land has gone slowly down. The consequence is the lagoon has deepened until its depth is now 25 fathoms, and the corals have grown up at the outer edge until you have that prodigious accumulation which forms the barrier reef at present. Now let this process go on further still. Let us take the land a further step down, so as to submerge even the peak. The coral, still growing up, will cover the surface of the land, and you will have an atoll reef, that is to say, a more or less circular or oval ring of coral rock with a lagoon in the middle. Thus you see that every peculiarity and phenomenon of these different forms of coral reef was explained at once by the simplest of all possible suppositions, namely by supposing that the land has gone down at a rate not greater than that at which the coral polyps have grown up. You explain a fringing reef as a reef which is formed round land comparatively stationary, an encircling reef as one which is found round land going down, and an atoll as a reef formed upon land gone down, and the thing is so simple that a child may understand it when it is once explained. But this would by no means satisfy the conditions of a scientific hypothesis. No man who is cautious would dream of trusting to an explanation of this kind simply because it explained one particular set of facts. Before you can possibly be safe in dealing with nature, who is very properly made of the feminine gender on account of the astonishing tricks which she plays upon her admirers, I say before you can be safe in dealing with nature, you must get 2 or 3 kinds of cross-proofs, so as to make sure not only that your hypothesis fits that particular set of facts, but that it is not contradicted by some other set of facts which is just as clear and certain. And it so happens that in this case Mr. Darwin supplied the cross-proofs as well as the immediate evidence. You have all heard of volcanoes, those wonderful vents in the surface of the earth, out of which pour masses of lava, cinders, and ashes, and the like. Now, it is a matter of observation and experience that all volcanoes are placed in areas in which the surface of the earth is undergoing elevation, or, at any rate, is stationary. They are not placed in parts of the world in which the level of the land is being lowered. They are all indications of a great subterranean activity, of a something being pushed up, and therefore naturally the land either gives way and lets it come through, or else is raised up by its violence. And so Mr. Darwin, being desirous not to merely put out a flashy hypothesis, but to get at the truth of the matter, said to himself, "If my notion of this matter is right, then atolls and encircling reefs, inasmuch as they are dependent upon subsidence, ought not to be found in company with volcanoes, and, vice versa, volcanoes ought not to be found in company with atolls, but they ought to be found in company with fringing reefs. And if you turn to Mr. Darwin's great work upon the coral reefs, you will see a very beautiful chart of the world, which he prepared with great pains and labor, showing the distribution on the one hand of the reefs and on the other of the volcanoes. You will find that in no case does the atoll accompany the volcano, or the volcano burst up among the atolls. It is most instructive to look at the great area of the Pacific on the map, and see the great masses of atolls forming in one region of it a most enormous belt, running from northwest to southeast, while the volcanoes, which are very numerous in that region, go round the margin, so that we can picture the Pacific to ourselves a section of a kind of very shallow basin, shallow in proportion to its width, with the atolls rising from the bottom of it, and at the margins the volcanoes. It is exactly as if you had taken a flat mass and lifted up the edges of it. The subterranean force which lifted up the edges shows itself in volcanoes, and as the edges have been raised, the middle part of the mass has gone down. In other words, the facts of physical geography precisely and exactly correspond with the hypothesis which accounts for the infinite varieties of coral reefs. One other point before I conclude about this matter. These reefs, as you have just perceived, are in a most singular and unexpected manner indications of physical changes of elevations and depressions going on upon the surface of the globe. I dare say it may have surprised you to hear me talk in this familiar sort of way of land going up and down, but it is one of the universal lessons of geology that the land is going down and going up, and has been going up and down in all sorts of places and to all sorts of distances through all recorded time. Geologists would be quite right in maintaining the seeming paradox that the stable thing in the world is the fluid sea, and the shifting thing is the solid land. This may sound a very hard saying at first, but the more you look into geology, the more you will see ground for believing that it is not a mere paradox. In an unexpected manner, again, these reefs afford us not only an indication of change of place, but they afford an indication of lapse of time. The reef is a timekeeper of a very curious character, and you can easily understand why. The coral polyp, like everything else, takes a certain time to grow to its full size. It does not do it in a minute. Just as a child takes a certain time to grow into a man, so does the embryo polyp take time to grow into a perfect polyp and form its skeleton. Consequently, every particle of coral limestone is an expression of time. It must have taken a certain time to separate the lime from the seawater. It is not possible to arrive at an accurate computation of the time it must have taken to form these coral islands because we lack the necessary data, but we can form a rough calculation which leads to very curious and striking results. The computations of the rate at which corals grow are so exceedingly variable that we must allow the widest possible margin for error, and it is better in this case to make the allowance upon the side of excess. I think that anybody who knows anything about the matter will tell you that I am making a computation far in excess of what is probable, if I say that an inch of coral limestone may be added to one of these reefs in the course of a year. I think most naturalists would be inclined to laugh at me for making such an assumption, and would put the growth at certainly not more than half that amount. But, supposing it is so, what a very curious notion of the antiquity of some of these great living pyramids comes out by a very simple calculation. There is no doubt whatever that the sea faces of some of them are fully 1,000 feet high, and if you take the reckoning of an inch a year, that will give you 12,000 years for the age of that particular pyramid or cone of coral limestone. 12,000 long years have these creatures been laboring in conditions which must have been substantially the same as they are now, otherwise the polyps could not have continued their work. But I believe I very much understate both the height of some of these masses, and overstate the amount which these animals can form in the course of a year, so that you might very safely double the period as the time during which the Pacific Ocean, the general state of the climate and the sea, and the temperature has been substantially what it is now, and yet that state of things which now obtains in the Pacific Ocean is the yesterday of the history of the life of the globe. Those pyramids of coral rock are built upon a foundation which is itself formed by the deposits which the geologist has to deal with. If we go back in time and search through the series of the rocks, we find at every age of the world's history which has yet been examined, accumulations of limestone, many of which have certainly been built up in just the same way as those coral reefs which are now forming the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. And even if we turn to the oldest periods of geologic history, although the nature of the materials is changed, although we cannot apply to them the same reasonings that we can to the existing corals, yet still there are vast masses of limestone formed of nothing else than the accumulations of the skeletons of similar animals, and testifying that even in those remote periods of the world's history, as now, the order of things implies that the earth had already endured for a period of which our ordinary standards of chronology give us not the slightest conception. In other words, the history of these coral reefs, traced out honestly and carefully, and with the same sort of reasoning that you would use in the ordinary affairs of life, testifies, like every fact that I know of, to the prodigious antiquity of the earth, since it existed in a condition in the main similar to that in which it now is. End of Coral and Coral Reefs by Thomas H. Huxley.
Fidelio by John F. Runciman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As an enthusiastic lover of Fidelio, I may perhaps be permitted to put one or two questions to certain other of its lovers. Is it an opera at all? Does it not consist of one wonderful, touching situation, padded out before and behind? Before with some particularly fatuous reminiscences of the old comedy of intrigue, behind with some purely formal business and a pompous final chorus. Fidelio exists by reason of that one tremendous scene. There is nothing else dramatic in it. However fine the music is, one cannot forget that the libretto is fustian and superfluous nonsense. Had Beethoven possessed the slightest genius for opera, had he possessed anything like Mozart's dramatic instinct, and of course his own determination to touch nothing but fitting subjects, he would have felt that no meaner story than The Flying Dutchman would serve as an opportunity to say all that was aroused in his heart and in his mind by the tale of Leonora. As he had no genius whatever for opera, no sense of the dramatic in life, the tale of Leonora seemed to him good enough. And after all, in its essence, it is the same as the tale of Senta. The Dutchman himself happens to be more interesting than Florestan because of his weird fate, but he is no more the principal character in Wagner's opera than Florestan is the principal character in Beethoven's opera. The principal character in each case is the woman who takes her fate into her own hands and fearlessly chances every risk for the sake of the man she loves. And just as Wagner wrote the best passage in The Dutchman for the moment when Senta promises to be faithful through life and death, so Beethoven in the prison scene of Fidelio wrote as tremendous a passage as even he ever conceived for the moment when Leonora makes up her mind that at all costs to save the life of the wretched prisoner whose grave she is helping to dig. The tale is simple enough. There is scarcely enough of it to call a tale. Leonora's husband, Florestan, has somehow fallen into the power of his enemy Pizarro, who imprisons him and then says he is dead. Leonora disbelieves this, and, disguising herself as a boy and taking the name of Fidelio, hires herself as an assistant to Rocco, the jailer of the fortress in which Florestan is confined. At that time the news arrives that an envoy of the king is coming to see that no injustice is being done by Pizarro. Pizarro has been hoping to starve Florestan slowly to death, but now he sees the necessity of more rapid action. He therefore tells Rocco to dig a grave in Florestan's cell, and he himself will do the necessary murder. This brings about the great prison scene. Florestan lies asleep in a corner. Leonora is not sure whether she is helping to dig his grave or the grave of some other unlucky wretch. But while she works, she takes her resolution. Whoever he may be, she will risk all consequences and save him. Pizarro arrives and is about to kill Florestan when Leonora presents a pistol to his head, and before he has quite had time to recover, a trumpet call is heard, signaling the arrival of the envoy. Pizarro knows the game is up, and Florestan that his wife has saved him. This, I declare, is the only dramatic scene in the play. Here the thing ends. Excepting it, there is no real incident. The business at the beginning about the jailer's daughter refusing to have anything more to do with her former sweetheart and falling in love with the supposed Fidelio is merely silly. Rocco's song, elegantly translated in one edition, "Life is nothing without money," heaven knows whether it was intended to be humorous, is stupid. Pizarro's stage villainous song of vengeance is unnecessary. The arrangement of the crime is a worry. These, and in fact all that comes before the great scene, are entirely superfluous, the purest piffle, very tiresome. Most exasperating of all is the stupid dialogue, which makes one hope that the man who wrote it died a painful, lingering death. But in spite of it all, Beethoven, by writing some very beautiful music in the first act, and by rising to an astonishing height in the prison scene and the succeeding duet, has created one of the wonders of the music world. Being a glorification of woman, German woman, although Leonora is presumably Spanish, Fidelio has inevitably become in Germany the Hausfrau's opera. Probably there is not a Hausfrau who faithfully cooks her husband's dinner, washes for him, blacks his boots, and would even brush his clothes did he ever think that necessary, who does not see herself reflected in Leonora. Probably every German householder either longs to possess her or believes that he does possess her. Consequently, just as Mozart's Don Giovanni became the playground of the Italian prima donna, so has Fidelio become the playground of that terrible apparition, the wifely woman artist, the singer with no voice, nor beauty, nor manners, but with a high character for correct morality, and a pressure of sentimentality that would move a traction engine. I remember seeing it played a few years ago, and can never forget a Leonora of 16 stones, steadily singing out a tune, in the first act professing with profuse perspiration her devotion to her husband, whose weight was rather less than half hers, and in the second act nearly crushing the poor gentleman by throwing herself on him to show him that she was forever his. A recent performance at Covent Garden, arranged specially, I understand, for Ternina, was not nearly so bad as that, but still Ternina scared me horribly with the enormous force of her wifely ardor. It may be that German women are more demonstrative than English women in public, but for my poor part, too much public affection between man and wife always strikes me as a little false. Besides, the grand characteristic of Leonora is not that she loves her husband. Lots of women do that. and managed to love other people's husbands also, but that driven at first by affection, and afterwards by purely human compassion, she is capable of rising to the heroic point of doing in life what she feels she must do. Of course, she may have been an abnormal combination of the wifely woman with the heroic woman, but one cannot help thinking that probably she was not, that however strong her affection for Florestan, she would no sooner get him home than she would ask him how he came to be such a fool as to get into Pizarro's clutches. Anyhow, Ternina's conception of Leonora as a mixture of the contemptible, will-less German Hausfrau with the strong-willed woman of action was to me a mixture of contradictions. Yet, despite all these things, the opera made the deep impression it does and always will make. That impression is due entirely to the music and not to the drama. Dramatic music, in the sense that Mozart's music and Wagner's is dramatic, it is not. There is not the slightest attempt at characterization, not even such small characterization as Mozart secured in his Lacidarum, with Serlina's little fluttering, agitated phrases. Nor in the lighter portions is there a trace of Mozart's divine, intoxicating laughter, of the sweet, sad laugh with which he met the griefs life brought him. There is none of Mozart's sunlight, his delicious, fresh, early morning sunlight in Beethoven's music. When he wrote such a number as the first duet, intended to be gracefully semi-humorous, he was merely heavy, clumsy, dull. But when the worst has been said, when one has writhed under the recollection of an adipose prima donna fooling with bear-like skittishness a German tenor, whose figure and face bewray the lager habit, when one has shuddered to remember the long-winded, idiotic dialogue, the fact remains firmly set in one's mind that one has stood before a gigantic work of art, a work whose every defect is redeemed by its overwhelming power and beauty and pathos. There has never been, nor does it seem possible there ever will be, a finer scene written than the dungeon scene. It begins with the low, soft throbbing of the strings. Then there is the sinister, thunderous roll of the double basses. Then the old man quietly tells Leonora to hurry on with the digging of the grave. And Leonora replies, against that wondrous phrase of the oboes. After that the old man continues to grumble, the dull threatening thunder of the basses continues, and Leonora, half terrified, tries to see whether the sleeping prisoner is her husband. Then abruptly her courage rises, her short broken phrases are abandoned, and to a great sweeping melody she declares that whoever the prisoner may be, she will set him free. These 20 bars are as great music as anything in the world. They even leave Senta's declaration in the Dutchman far behind. They are at once triumphant and charged with a pathos nearly unendurable in its intensity. The scene ends with a strange, hushed unison passage, like some unearthly chant. It is the lull before the breaking of the storm. The entry of Pizarro and the pistol business are by no means done as Wagner or Mozart would have done them. The music is always excellent and sometimes great, but persistently symphonic and not dramatic in character. However it serves, in the strength of the situation carries one on until the trumpet call is heard, and then we get a wonderful tune such as neither Mozart nor Wagner could have written, a tune that is sheer Beethoven. The finale of the scene is neither here nor there, but in the duet between Leonora and Florestan we have again pure Beethoven. There is one passage, it begins at bar 32, which is the expression of the very soul of the composer. One feels that if it had not come, his heart must have burst. I have neither space nor inclination to rehearse all the splendors of the opera, but may remind the reader of Florestan's song in the dungeon, Leonora's address to Hope, and the 100 other fine things spread over it. It is symphonic, not dramatic music, but it is at times unspeakably pathetic, at times full of radiant strength, and always an absolutely truthful utterance of sheer human emotion. Wagner hit exactly the word when he spoke of the truthful Beethoven. Here is no pose, no mere tone weaving, but the precise and most poignant expression of the logical course taken by the human passions. Enda Fidelio by John F. Runciman.
Excerpt from the First Apology of Justin by Justin Martyr, 100 to 165 A.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First Apology of Justin. To the Emperor Titus Aelius Adrianus Antoninus Pius Augustus Caesar, and to his son Vericimus the philosopher, and to Lucius the philosopher, the natural son of Caesar, and the adopted son of Pius, a lover of learning, and to the sacred Senate, with the whole people of the Romans, I, Justin, the son of Priscus, and grandson of Bacchius, natives of Flavia Neapolis in Palestine, present this address and petition in behalf of those of all nations who are unjustly hated and wantonly abused, myself being one of them. Reason directs those who are truly pious and philosophical to honor and love only what is true, declining to follow traditional opinions, if these be worthless. For not only does sound reason direct us to refuse the guidance of those who did or taught anything wrong, but it is incumbent on the lover of truth by all means, and if death be threatened, even before his own life, to choose to do and say what is right. Do you then, since you are called pious and philosophers, guardians of justice and lovers of learning, give good heed, and hearken to my address, and if ye are indeed such, it will be manifest. For we have come, not to flatter you by this writing, nor please you by our address, but to beg that you pass judgment after an accurate and searching investigation, not flattered by prejudice or by a desire of pleasing superstitious men, nor induced by irrational impulse or evil rumors which have long been prevalent, to give a decision which will prove to be against yourselves. For as for us, we reckon that no evil can be done us, unless we be convicted as evil doers, or be proved to be wicked men. And you can kill, but not hurt us. But lest anyone think that this is an unreasonable and reckless utterance, we demand that the charges against the Christians be investigated, and that, if these be substantiated, they be punished as they deserve. Or rather, indeed, we ourselves will punish them. But if no one can convict us of anything, true reason forbids you, for the sake of a wicked rumor, to wrong blameless men, and indeed rather yourselves, who think fit to direct affairs, not by judgment, but by passion. And every sober-minded person will declare this to be the only fair and equitable adjustment, namely, that the subjects render an unexceptionable account of their own life and doctrine, and that, on the other hand, the rulers should give their decision in obedience, not to violence and tyranny, but to piety and philosophy. For thus would both rulers and ruled reap benefit. For even one of the ancients somewhere said, unless both rulers and ruled philosophize, it is impossible to make states blessed. It is our task, therefore, to afford to all an opportunity of inspecting our life and teachings, lest on account of those who are accustomed to be ignorant of our affairs, we should incur the penalty due to them for mental blindness. And it is your business, when you hear us, to be found, as reason demands, good judges. For if, when ye have learnt the truth, you do not what is just, you will be before God without excuse. By the mere application of a name nothing is decided, either good or evil, apart from the actions implied in the name. And indeed, so far at least as one may judge from the name we are accused of, we are most excellent people. But as we do not think it just to beg to be acquitted on account of the name, if we be convicted as evil doers, so, on the other hand, if we be found to have committed no offence, either in the matter of thus naming ourselves or of our conduct as citizens, it is your part very earnestly to guard against incurring just punishment by unjustly punishing those who are not convicted. For from a name neither praise nor punishment could reasonably spring, unless something excellent or base in action be proved. And those among yourselves who are accused you do not punish before they are convicted. But in our case you receive the name as proof against us, and this although, so far as the name goes, you ought rather to punish our accusers. For we are accused of being Christians, and to hate what is excellent, Christian, is unjust. Again, if any of the accused deny the name, and say that he is not a Christian, you acquit him, as having no evidence against him as a wrongdoer. But if any one acknowledge that he is a Christian, you punish him on account of this acknowledgment. Justice requires that you inquire into the life both of him who confesses and of him who denies, that by his deeds it may be apparent what kind of man each is. For as some who have been taught by the Master, Christ, not to deny him, give encouragement to others when they are put to the question, so in all probability do those who lead wicked lives give occasion to those who, without consideration, take upon them to accuse all the Christians of impiety and wickedness, and this also is not right. For of philosophy too some assume the name and the garb who do nothing worthy of their profession. And you are well aware that those of the ancients whose opinions and teachings were quite diverse are yet all called by the one name of philosophers. And of these some taught atheism, and the poets who have flourished among you raise a laugh out of the uncleanness of Jupiter with his own children. And those who now adopt such instruction are not restrained by you, but on the contrary, you bestow prizes and honors upon those who euphemously insult the gods. Why then should this be? In our case, who pledge ourselves to do no wickedness, nor to hold these atheistic opinions, you do not examine the charges made against us, but yielding to unreasonable passion and to the instigation of evil demons, you punish us without consideration or judgment. For the truth shall be spoken. Since of old these evil demons, affecting apparitions of themselves, both defiled women and corrupted boys, and showed such fearful sights to men that those who did not use their reason in judging of the actions that were done were struck with terror, and being carried away by fear, and not knowing that these were demons, they called them gods, and gave to each the name which each of the demons chose for himself. And when Socrates endeavored by true reason and examination to bring these things to light and deliver men from the demons, then the demons themselves, by means of men who rejoiced in iniquity, compassed his death, as an atheist and a profane person, on the charge that he was introducing new divinities. And in our case they display a similar activity. For not only among the Greeks did reason, Logos, prevail to condemn these things through Socrates, but also among the barbarians they were condemned by reason, or the Word, the Logos himself, who took shape and became man, and was called Jesus Christ, and in obedience to him we not only deny that they who did such things as these are gods, but assert that they are wicked and impious demons, whose actions will not bear comparison with those even of men desirous of virtue. Hence we are called atheists, and we confess that we are atheists, so far as gods of this sort are concerned, but not with respect to the most true God, the Father of righteousness and temperance, and the other virtues, who is free from all impurity, but both him and the Son who came forth from him and taught us these things, and the host of the other good angels who follow and are made like to him, and the prophetic spirit, we worship and adore, knowing them in reason and truth, and declaring without grudging to every one who wishes to learn as we have been taught. But some one will say, some have ere now been arrested and convicted as evil doers. For you condemn many, many a time, after inquiring into the life of each of the accused severally, but not on account of those of whom we have been speaking. And this we acknowledge, that as among the Greeks those who teach such theories as please themselves are all called by the one name philosopher, though their doctrines be diverse, so also among the barbarians this name on which accusations are accumulated is the common property of those who are and those who seem wise. For all are called Christians. Wherefore we demand that the deeds of all those who are accused to you be judged, in order that each one who is convicted may be punished as an evildoer, and not as a Christian. And if it is clear that any one is blameless, that he may be acquitted, since by the mere fact of his being a Christian he does no wrong. For we will not require that you punish our accusers, they being sufficiently punished by their present wickedness and ignorance of what is right. And reckon ye that it is for your sakes we have been saying these things? For it is in our power, when we are examined, to deny that we are Christians, but we would not live by telling a lie. For impelled by the desire of the eternal and pure life, we seek the abode that is with God, the Father and Creator of all, and hasten to confess our faith, persuaded and convinced as we are, that they who have proved to God by their works that they followed him, and loved to abide with him where there is no sin to cause disturbance, can obtain these things. This, then, to speak shortly, is what we expect and have learned from Christ, and teach. And Plato, in like manner, used to say that Rhadamanthus and Minos would punish the wicked who came before him. And we say that the same thing will be done, but at the hand of Christ, and upon the wicked in the same bodies united again in their spirits, which are now to undergo everlasting punishment. And not only, as Plato said, for a period of 1,000 years. And if any one say that this is incredible or impossible, this error of ours is one which concerns ourselves only, and no other person, so long as you cannot convict us of doing any harm. And neither do we honor with many sacrifices and garlands of flowers such deities as men have formed and set in shrines and called gods, since we see that these are soulless and dead, and have not the form of God. For we do not consider that God has such a form as some say that they imitate to his honor, but have the names and forms of these wicked demons which have appeared. For why need we tell you, who already know, into what forms the craftsmen carving and cutting, casting and hammering fashion the materials, and often out of vessels of dishonor, by merely changing the form and making an image of the requisite shape, they make what they call a god, which we consider not only senseless, but to be even insulting to God, who, having ineffable glory and form, thus gets his name attached to things that are corruptible and require constant service, and that the artificer of these are both intemperate, and, not to enter into particulars, are practised in every vice, you very well know. Even their own girls who work along with them they corrupt. What infatuation! That dissolute men should be said to fashion and make gods for your worship, and that you should appoint such men the guardians of the temples where they are enshrined, not recognizing that it is unlawful even to think or say that men are the guardians of gods. But we have received by tradition that God does not need the material offerings which men can give, seeing indeed that he himself is the provider of all things. And we have been taught and are convinced and do believe that he accepts those only who imitate the excellences which reside in him, temperance and justice and philanthropy and as many virtues as are peculiar to a God who is called by no proper name. And we have been taught that he in the beginning did of his goodness for man's sake create all things out of unformed matter. And if men by their works show themselves worthy of this his design, they are deemed worthy, and so we have received, of reigning in company with him, being delivered from corruption and suffering. For as in the beginning he created us when we were not, so do we consider that in like manner those who choose what is pleasing to him are, on account of their choice, deemed worthy of incorruption and of fellowship with him. For the coming into being at first was not in our own power, and in order that we may follow those things which please him, choosing them by means of the rational faculties he has himself endowed us with, he both persuades us and leads us to faith. And we think it for the advantage of all men that they are not restrained from learning these things, but are even urged thereto. For the restraint which human laws could not effect, the Word, inasmuch as he is divine, would have effected, had not the wicked demons, taking as their ally the lust of wickedness which is in every man, and which draws variously to all manner of vice, scattered many false and profane accusations, none of which attach to us. And when you hear that we look for a kingdom, you suppose, without making any inquiry, that we speak of a human kingdom, whereas we speak of that which is with God, as appears also from the confessions of their faith made by those who are charged with being Christians, though they know that death is the punishment awarded to him who so confesses. And if we look for a human kingdom, we should also deny our Christ, that we might not be slain, and we should strive to escape detection, that we might obtain what we expect. But since our thoughts are not fixed on the present, we are not concerned when men cut us off, since also death is a debt which must at all events be paid. And more than all other men are we your helpers and allies in promoting peace, seeing that we hold this view, that it is alike impossible for the wicked, the covetous, the conspirator, and for the virtuous to escape the notice of God, and that each man goes to everlasting punishment or salvation according to the value of his actions. For if all men knew this, no one would choose wickedness even for a little, knowing that he goes to the everlasting punishment of fire, but would by all means restrain himself and adorn himself with virtue, that he might obtain the good gifts of God and escape the punishments. For those who, on account of the laws and punishments you impose, endeavor to escape detection when they offend, and they offend too under the impression that it is quite possible to escape your detection, since you are but men, those persons, if they learned and were convinced that nothing, whether actually done or only intended, can escape the knowledge of God, would by all means live decently on account of the penalties threatened, as even you yourselves will admit. But you seem to fear lest all men become righteous, and you no longer have any to punish. Such would be the concern of public executioners, but not of good princes. But as we before said, we are persuaded that these things are prompted by evil spirits who demand sacrifices and service even from those who live unreasonably. But as for you, we presume that you who aim at a reputation for piety and philosophy will do nothing unreasonable. But if you also, like the foolish, prefer custom to truth, do what you have power to do. But just so much power have rulers who esteem opinion more than truth, as robbers have in a desert. And that you will not succeed is declared by the Word, than whom, after God, who begat him, we know there is no ruler more kingly and just. For as all shrink from succeeding to the poverty or sufferings or obscurity of their fathers, so whatever the Word forbids us to choose, the sensible man will not choose. That all these things should come to pass, I say, our teacher foretold, he who is both Son and Apostle of God, the Father of all and the Ruler, Jesus Christ, from whom also we have the name of Christians. Whence we become more assured of all the things he taught us, since whatever he beforehand foretold should come to pass, is seen in fact coming to pass. And this is the work of God, to tell of a thing before it happens, and as it was foretold, so to show it happening. If it were possible to pause here and add no more, reckoning that we demand what is just and true, but because we are well aware that it is not easy suddenly to change a mind possessed by ignorance, we intend to add a few things for the sake of persuading those who love the truth, knowing that it is not impossible to put ignorance to flight by presenting the truth. What sober-minded man, then, will not acknowledge that we are not atheists, worshipping as we do the Maker of this universe, and declaring, as we have been taught, that he has no need of streams of blood and libations and incense, whom we praise to the utmost of our power by the exercise of prayer and thanksgiving for all things wherewith we are supplied? As we have been taught that the only honor that is worthy of him is not to consume by fire what he has brought into being for our sustenance, but to use it for ourselves and those who need, and with gratitude to him to offer thanks by invocations and hymns for our creation, and for all the means of health, and for the various qualities of the different kinds of things, and for the changes of the seasons, and to present before him petitions for our existing again in incorruption through faith in him. Our teacher of these things is Jesus Christ, who also was born for this purpose, and was crucified under Pontius Pilate, procurator of Judea, in the times of Tiberius Caesar, and that we reasonably worship him, having learnt that he is the Son of the true God himself, and holding him in the second place, and the prophetic spirit in the third, we will prove. For they proclaim our madness to consist in this, that we give to a crucified man a place second to the unchangeable and eternal God, the Creator of all. For they do not discern the mystery that is herein, to which, as we make it plain to you, we pray that you give heed. For we forewarn you to be on your guard, lest those demons whom we have been accusing should deceive you, and quite divert you from reading and understanding what we say. For they strive to hold you their slaves and servants, and sometimes by appearances in dreams, and sometimes by magical impositions, they subdue all who make no strong opposing effort for their own salvation. And thus do we also, since our persuasion by the word stand aloof from them, namely, the demons, and follow the only unbegotten God through his Son, we who formerly delighted in fornication, but now embrace chastity alone, we who formerly used magical arts, dedicate ourselves to the good and unbegotten God. We who valued above all things the acquisition of wealth and possessions, now bring what we have into a common stock, and communicate to every one in need. We who hated and destroyed one another, and on account of their different manners would not live with men of a different tribe, Now, since the coming of Christ, live familiarly with them, and pray for our enemies, and endeavor to persuade those who hate us unjustly to live conformably to the good precepts of Christ, to the end that they may become partakers with us of the same joyful hope of a reward from God, the ruler of all. But lest we should seem to be reasoning sophistically, we consider it right, before giving you the promised explanation, to cite a few precepts given by Christ himself, and be it yours, as powerful rulers, to inquire whether we have been taught and do teach these things truly. Brief and concise utterances fell from him, for he was no sophist, but his word was the power of God. Concerning chastity, he uttered such sentiments as these: Whoever looketh upon a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart before God. And, if your right eye offend thee, cut it out: for it is better for thee to enter into the kingdom of heaven with one eye, than having two eyes to be cast into everlasting fire. And, whosoever shall marry her that is divorced from another husband committeth adultery. And there are some who have been made eunuchs of men, and some who were born eunuchs, and some who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake, but all cannot receive this saying. So that all who by human law are twice married are in the eye of our Master sinners, and those who look upon a woman to lust after her. For not only he who in act commits adultery is rejected by him, but also he who desires to commit adultery, since not only our works, but also our thoughts, are open before God. And many, both men and women, who have been Christ's disciples from childhood, remain pure at the age of 60 or 70 years, and I boast that I could produce such from every race of men. For what shall I say, too, of the countless multitude of those who have reformed intemperate habits, and learned these things? For Christ called not the just nor the chaste to repentance, but the ungodly, and the licentious, and the unjust, his words being, I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. For the heavenly Father desires rather the repentance than the punishment of the sinner. And of our love to all he taught thus: If ye love them that love you, what new thing do ye? For even fornicators do this. But I say unto you, pray for your enemies, and love them that hate you, and bless them that curse you, and pray for them that despitefully use you. And that you should communicate to the needy, and do nothing for glory, he said, Give to him that asketh, and from him that would borrow turn not away. For if ye lend to them of whom ye hope to receive, what new thing do ye? Even the publicans do this. Lay not up for yourselves treasure upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where robbers break through. But lay up for yourselves treasure in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt. For what is a man profited, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for it? Lay up treasure therefore in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt. And be ye kind and merciful, as your Father also is kind and merciful, and maketh his sun to rise on sinners and on the righteous and the wicked. Take no thought what ye shall eat, or what ye shall put on. Are ye not better than the birds and the beasts? And God feedeth them. Take no thought, therefore, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall put on. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But seek ye the kingdom of heaven, and all these things shall be added unto you. For where his treasure is, there also is the mind of the man. And do not these things to be seen of men, otherwise ye have no reward from your Father which is in heaven. End of excerpt from the first Apology of Justin, by Justin Martyr, 100 to 165 A.D.
The Function of a National Library, 1897, by Ainsworth Rand Spofford, 6th Librarian of Congress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The uses of a great national collection of books are so manifold and far-reaching that it is difficult to sum them up in any succinct statement. The library at Washington, steadily growing for generations, was founded primarily for the use and reference of Congress. As the library of our national legislature, whose responsible labors cover the wide field of domestic welfare and foreign relations, it should contain all that can contribute to their service and information. This being its primary function, and a great and comprehensive library having been thus gathered, a far wider field of usefulness is found in opening its treasures freely to the public. Gathered as it has been by appropriations of public money, supplemented for more than a quarter of a century by the steady acquisitions coming in under copyright law, it has become to a degree the representative of American science and the conservatory of the nation's literature. As the only government library of comprehensive range, every year of its existence should be marked by incessant progress toward completeness in every department. In the new and splendid home for the nation's books provided by the far-sighted liberality of Congress, readers whose pursuits are endlessly varied should be assured of finding the best literature of all lands. It is a fact pregnant with meaning that the nations which possess the most extensive libraries maintain the foremost rank in civilization. The universality of its range and of its usefulness should not lead any to overlook the fact that it is, first of all, the library of Congress. Here, at the political capital of the country, the senators and representatives who are responsible for the legislation of 70 millions of people are assembled. In dealing with the wide range of interests involved, there is almost no knowledge which may not at some time be wanted, or which can come amiss. Here are settled or modified the principles of the internal economy and foreign policy of the nation. Here resort the innumerable promoters of local or individual or corporate or state or territorial or national or foreign interests, all of whose propositions are to be examined, weighed, and brought to the test of reason, precedent, justice, and facts of record. Here are apportioned those expenditures of public money which carry on the government and tend to the development of the country. Here questions of internal revenue and tariff taxation, public land policy, the pension system, patents, copyrights, postal service, agriculture, education, Indian policy, internal commerce, immigration and naturalization, the fisheries, merchant shipping, the Army, the Navy, the Coast Survey, the civil service, the public debt, the whole financial system, and the people's measure of value are discussed and settled. In the vast and complicated system involved in a government so complex as the American, where state rights and federal supremacy are constantly brought in question, Congress and its committees are taxed with responsibilities which demand the widest political, historical, and judicial knowledge. Only a library of completely encyclopedic range, filled with books and periodicals which illustrate every subject and throw light upon the history and policy of every nation, is adequate to equip them for their work. In like manner, the Supreme Court and other courts of the United States established at the seat of government, the Interstate Commerce Commission, and the tribunals frequently created to consider and report upon questions of national or international importance, require and receive the constant aid of the rich assemblage of authorities here gathered. It was found that more than two-thirds of the books relating to Venezuela and its border countries of South America needed for reference by the Venezuelan Commission were in the Library of Congress. Not less important and valuable is the service rendered by this library to all the departments and bureaus of the government. Questions frequently arise requiring investigations so broad and extensive as to overtax the stores of even the largest library to supply all the information sought for. To a national library, which is in some degree the intellectual center of a great capital, resort numberless seekers after books and information. Here is found the busy journalist turning over files of forgotten but carefully preserved newspapers to ascertain or to verify facts, dates, or opinions. Here the senator or representative seeks and finds precedents and illustrations, authorities and legal decisions, parliamentary history, and the experience of nations to embody in his reports, or apt citations and poetic gems to adorn his speeches. Hither come the students of history, American and foreign, assured of finding the chronicles that illustrate every period, early or recent, in whatever language. Here are found devotees of art, studying the manuals or the histories of painting and sculpture, or the engraved galleries of Europe, for examples of the beautiful. Hither come the architect, the mechanic, and the engineer, in search of designs, of models, or of patents, or of some book which contains the last word in electrical science. Here, too, come professional men of every class, lawyers after leading cases, clergymen investigating commentaries or religious homilies, physicians reading medical or surgical or hygienic treatises, teachers and professors striving to add to their learning. The readers in the wide and attractive fields of literature are still more numerous than those who pursue the graver walks of science. Here the vast number and variety of works of fiction have their full quota of absorbed readers. The enthusiasts of poetry and drama follow close upon, and the student of biography finds no end of memoirs that are equally full of entertainment and instruction. Essays and criticism enlist the attention of many, while many more find their delight in perusal of voyages and travels. Here the eager student of metaphysics or moral science feeds his intellect upon the great masters of human thought, and the man ambitious of great reforms busies himself over the books on social science. Here comes the student of natural science in quest of botany, zoology, or the other kingdoms of nature, and the politician searches after the arguments and the history of parties. Here the zealous grubber after facts of genealogy burrows among endless tables of family, births, deaths, and marriages, and the ever-present investigator of heraldry traces the blazonry of crests and coats of arms. Here frequent the feminine searchers after costumes, fanciful or historical, and here the lovers of music resort to feed their sense of harmony upon the scores of the great composers. The student of oratory revels in the masterpieces of ancient or modern eloquence, and the lover of classic lore luxuriates in the pages of Greek or Roman poets, philosophers, or historians. The law of nations, that undiscoverable science, engages the baffled researchers of some, while many others pursue, through a world of controversial writings, the knotty problems of finance. Some readers visit the library for prolonged and serious and fruitful investigation, others for only momentary purposes to verify a quotation or to settle a wager about the origin, the meaning, or the orthography of a word. Many books have been written, and many more have been edited or corrected by the aid of the copious stores of every great library. To respond adequately to all these and countless more demands upon its intellectual resources, a national library must clearly be one of universal range. This comprehensive aim for the National Library will appear still more important when it is considered that it is, in effect, the only really representative library of the nation. Not that other collections, and many of them, let us hope, are not equally far-reaching in their scope and their aim at completeness, But the government library, being the only one endowed with the full copyright production of the country, its laws of growth is necessarily in advance of that of other collections, however well endowed, provided only that adequate care be taken by Congress for its proper increase in other directions. The copyright law brings into it, year by year, virtually the entire intellectual product of the nation so far as protected by copyright, as well as a steadily increasing share, since the extension of the area of copyright protection through the international provisions of the Act of 1891, of the works of foreign authors. Thus, the National Library acquires a great store of publications which the other libraries do without, from lack of means, or of room, or of disposition to purchase. It is easy to say that the greater part of the books and periodicals thus acquired are trash, but it is to be considered that very substantial reasons can be urged why one library should preserve the entire product of the American press, irrespective of intrinsic value. First, every nation should have, at its capital city, all the books that its authors have produced, in perpetual evidence of its literary history and progress, or retrogression, as the case may be. Secondly, this complete assemblage of our literature in the library of the government, that is, of the whole people, is an inestimable boon to authors and publishers, many of whose books, after years have elapsed, may owe to such a collection their sole chance of preservation. Thirdly, it is a most valuable aid to would-be writers to have access to all the works that have been published in the special fields they seek to cultivate. Fourthly, one comprehensive library, inclusive and not exclusive, should exist, because all other libraries must be in a greater or lesser degree exclusive. Fifthly, all American books should be preserved as models, even if many of them are models to be avoided. One learns as much frequently from the failures of others as from their successes. Sixthly, it is already provided by law, and very wisely, that all copyright publications of whatever character shall be deposited in the Library of Congress, and the nation is as much bound to conserve these things in evidence of copyright as to preserve the models in the Patent Office, in evidence of patent right. Seventhly, there is no standard of selection or of exclusion that could be adopted which would stand against the fact of the endlessly varying judgments of different men, or even of the same men at different periods. What is pronounced trash today may have an unexpected value hereafter, and the unconsidered trifles of the press of the 19th century may prove highly curious and interesting to the 20th, as examples of what the ancestors of the men of that day wrote and thought about. Of course, it should be one of the foremost aims of our National Library to secure all books, pamphlets, maps, and periodicals relating to our own country. Everything that can illustrate the discovery, settlement, history, biography, natural history, or resources of America should be gathered. The already rich collection of Americana comprises a large share of the earlier works respecting America, nearly all of which are now rare, as well as of the early printed books of the various American presses, and many published in places where no books are now printed. Assiduous pains have been taken to increase these collections from auctions and from sale catalogues in this country and in Europe. Another function of the Library of the Nation is to furnish a repository for special collections of books, manuscripts, and memorials which may be dedicated by their donors to public use. Now, for the first time, the government of the United States is placed in a position where it can receive and preserve in a fitting manner, in a noble, fire-proof edifice of ample proportions, such gifts of private libraries, etc., as any of its citizens may present. One such donation from a public-spirited citizen of Washington, the late Dr. J. M. Toner, has already been presented and accepted by Congress. It is to be expected that the example will be followed by other collectors of private libraries, who feel a natural reluctance that their collections of special value, costing years of time and much money to assemble, should be scattered abroad after they have ceased to enjoy them, leaving no memorial behind. In this connection, it should be noted that the National Library furnishes the most obvious and appropriate repository for special collections of manuscripts. When organized into departments, the systematic collection, arrangement, and preservation of manuscripts, with calendars, both alphabetical and chronological, open to public use, will form one of the cardinal objects to be kept in view. This too long neglected field, though zealously cultivated by the leading historical societies of the country, has had no proper recognition at the hands of the American government. While the manuscript papers of 4 American presidents have been purchased because offered to Congress by their heirs, no attempt to obtain and preserve those of the other presidents has been made, nor has any fund been devoted by Congress to secure the papers of other public men. All the principal nations of Europe, and even the Dominion of Canada, have an archivist or custodian of manuscripts responsible for keeping, indexing, and increasing these collections, whose importance as original documents illustrating the history and biography of the nation can hardly be overrated. To avail of all opportunities offered for securing such manuscript collections, and to seek out others, thus preserving for posterity unique and valuable historical materials which would otherwise remain in private hands, subject to constant diminution or destruction, should be one cardinal function of the National Library. Many such would be freely given by their owners if assured of permanent care and preservation in that institution. The acquisition and preservation of pamphlet and periodical literature should be sedulously cultivated by national libraries. No fact is more familiar to students than the rapid disappearance of these ephemeral but often valuable publications. The chances of procuring any desired pamphlet a few months after its publication are incalculably smaller than those of securing copies of any book. Hence the importance of adding them to the one representative library of the nation while they are yet fresh and procurable. As this species of literature is seldom protected by copyright, the greater portion of the pamphlets of any period must remain unrepresented in the government library unless their authors will take the trouble, by wise forethought, to send copies of their productions to Washington. Of the great value of pamphlets as exponents of the thought of the time, and the questions which agitate the public mind, expressed frequently in condensed and forcible style, there can be no question. Of the periodical literature, in its vast extent and variety, now including, in the United States alone, more than 20,000 different publications, a national library should acquire and preserve the more important portions. These, in the absence of any possibility of providing room for all, may be held to embrace: 1. All American reviews and magazines, with a selection of the leading English and European ones. 2. The daily newspapers of the larger cities of the country, and a few, at least, of the principal journals of England and the Continent, not forgetting the American republics and Canada. 3. 2, at least, of the most widely circulated journals of each state and territory in the Union, representing each political party. This has been the established policy of the library for 30 years past, and the bound files of these periodicals constitute one of the most largely used portions of the library. Only by keeping up full sets of the notable serials, whether literary, political, religious, historical, scientific, legal, medical, technical, agricultural, economic, etc., can the library answer the just demands of the national legislature and of the public. In whatever direction American libraries may be inferior to those of other and older nations, they are, at least in the larger collections, well equipped with the literature of periodicals. The materials thus furnished to the politician, the historical writer, or the student of literature are of great and incalculable value. A national library is not for one generation alone, but for all time. So much the more important is its function of handing down to the readers and students of the future a full and authentic mirror of each age in its progressive growth, to be found most vividly in the pages of the daily and weekly journals, and the magazines and reviews of every class. These periodicals furnish the best impress of the times which can be derived from any single source. Stored up in a permanent fireproof repository, they are ever ready to be drawn upon by those who know how to use them. One little known and imperfectly understood function of the National Library is to furnish evidence of literary property to all who are interested in copyrights. This is rendered possible through the removal to Washington by the Copyright Act of 1870 of all original records of copyright previously scattered in more than 40 different offices throughout the various states. The registry of copyrights having been transferred to the Librarian of Congress at the same time, and continued ever since, it is easy to follow out the record of any individual copyright, and thus to trace questions concerning literary property for more than a century. This facility is of great value to publishers and authors in the various negotiations constantly being made in questions of renewal of the terms of copyrights expiring, or in suits at law seeking to establish or to invalidate copyrights by litigation, or to prevent infringement. Incident to this, it is a part of the function of the library to produce any copyright book or other publication in its possession for inspection by whomever it may concern. An incidental benefit of the library is found in its rich accumulation of works of the fine arts. These include, besides the multitude of illustrations and galleries to be found in books, hundreds of thousands of examples of graphic art, many of them costly and valuable, acquired by copyright. Arranged in classes, in the spacious art gallery provided, they form a most instructive and entertaining exhibit of the progress of the arts of design. Of the numerous and beautiful works of art embraced in the decoration of the library building, full account is taken elsewhere in the present volume. Suffice it to say here that readers and frequenters of the library, who are surrounded with such architectural and artistic attractions, will find rich suggestions on every hand as they pursue their several aims. What more inspiring adjuncts to study or contemplation can exist than the sumptuous marble arches, the statues of illustrious authors, the graphic paintings and sculptured emblems illustrative of science, literature, and art, and the many inscriptions drawn from the writings of the great scholars of the world? The stately library building, with its precious contents, thus contributes not only to the public intelligence, but also to elevate and to refine the public taste. While every consideration favors the most liberal hours of frequentation and use of the collection, it is manifestly not a proper function of a national library to furnish a circulating library for the people of the city in which it is located. All experience proves that a great library of reference cannot be made a library of general circulation without destroying its function as a reference library. Every frequenter of the National Library has a right to expect that the books it contains will be found when called for. This is impossible if a large portion of them are out in circulation. Nor can this be met by the claim that duplicates would enable the library to loan freely. There are no more than enough duplicates to meet the uses of members of Congress who have the legal privilege of drawing books. Moreover, the few who would be convenienced by the loaning out of the books would be favored only to the inconvenience of the many, who would find very many of them continually absent from the shelves. The greatest good of the greatest number would thus be unjustly sacrificed. The suggestion has been made that one of the 2 copies of books received by copyright might be utilized for the purposes of circulation. This is conclusively met by the fact that the copyright deposits are a trust under the law, like the models in the Patent Office, and while one copy may properly be kept in the library for the use of Congress and for public reference, the other should be sedulously preserved in the copyright archives. All comers, however, have free enjoyment of the benefits of this great library within its attractive walls, and are welcomed by its liberal management to share its literary, scientific, and artistic treasures. End of The Function of a National Library, 1897, by Ainsworth Rand Spofford, 6th Librarian of Congress, recording by David Wales.
Housekeeping at the White House by Walden Fawcett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The conduct of the domestic affairs of the Executive Mansion is now carried on upon a basis and under conditions radically dissimilar to those which prevailed at any previous time in the history of the nation. Many influences have cooperated to bring this about, but one of the principal causes is found, of course, in the lavish entertaining on the part of the President and Mrs. Roosevelt. A new era in White House housekeeping has necessarily dawned, too, with the changes and alterations brought about by the remodeling of the presidential mansion. These have embraced not only a transformation in the kitchen, but also new dining room arrangements, which have had their effect in inducing the formulation of new housekeeping policies. The laundry, which formerly adjoined the kitchens in the basement, has under the new arrangement been relegated to a place in one of the terraces, or one-story wings, which extend on either side of the White House, and additional room has thus been provided for the kitchens, the capacity of which has been increased by the provision of additional ranges. Likewise, a marked improvement has been made in the facilities for the delivery of provisions and other supplies to the culinary department, formerly a source of much inconvenience. By the rearrangement of the main floor of the mansion, the butler's pantry is fully 3 times as spacious as it was formerly. The alterations of the dining rooms should be mentioned as having an important bearing upon the housekeeping arrangements in general. The private dining room in the northwest corner of the building, used when the presidential family is dining alone, or with only a few guests, is the least changed of any of the apartments on the main floor. A dome ceiling has, however, replaced the former flat one, and the decorations have been renewed. White is now the predominating color in the ornamentation, and the room is colonial in effect. The private dining room is now furnished throughout in mahogany, and the sideboard, buffet, serving tables, and chairs are all antiques, and calculated to arouse the enthusiasm of any collector. Adjoining the private dining room is the state dining room, an architectural masterpiece and preeminently the most artistic apartment in the new White House. The dining room is a reproduction of a Saxon hall, and is paneled to the ceiling in oak. There is a massive mantel of free stone, richly carved, and a ponderous silver chandelier. The walls are decorated with antique Flemish tapestries, and a cordon of mounted game heads lines the 4 walls near the ceiling. The dining table, which ordinarily has place in this room, is only 10 by 6 feet in size, but it is used only for the less formal dinner parties. On the occasion of a state banquet, the table is built in the shape of a crescent, or on 3 sides of a hollow square, in order to accommodate the greatest possible number of guests. There are in the apartment 56 chairs, upholstered in ornamental tapestry, together with 2 high-backed chairs for the use of President and Mrs. Roosevelt. The letters of protest which reached the White House following the appearance in the newspapers of an account of some especially elaborate entertainment given by the President indicate clearly that a large proportion of the public does not understand that Uncle Sam pays only a very small portion of the housekeeping expenses at the presidential home. The government pays for the maintenance of the building and its furnishings and for the heating and lighting of the residence, but the president must defray his own household expenses, such as all items for the purchase, preparation, and serving of food, and of course, almost the entire outlay necessitated by a state banquet comes from the president's private purse. In many respects, this sharing of expense entails inconvenience. For instance, in the administration of the White House laundry, the government provides only for the cleaning of the White House linen, in the strictest interpretation of the word. No official provision is made for that of the presidential family. Thus, the expenses of the appurtenances of the state dining room are defrayed out of the public funds, but the president himself must pay for the care of the linen used in the private dining room. Separate accounts are kept of all of these items. There is a wide range of possibilities in the matter of household expenses at the White House. Established custom decrees that the president shall give certain dinners and receptions at the White House each year, just as an unwritten law decrees that he shall hold a great reception on New Year's Day. But, aside from these functions, the entertaining at the White House may be as elaborate or as modest as the chief magistrate and his wife may wish. Presidents Cleveland, Harrison, and McKinley all lived rather simply, with only a moderate amount of entertaining, and each saved something each year from the salary of $50,000 paid to the nation's highest official. It is doubtful, however, if the present incumbent of the nation's highest office will find it directly profitable from a monetary standpoint. President and Mrs. Roosevelt have entertained more lavishly than any previous occupants of the White House, not even excepting Chester A. Arthur, and their expenditures for this style of living will probably reach at least $50,000 annually, and very possibly considerably more. How great are the demands of such a dispensation of hospitality may be imagined from the fact that during a considerable portion of the winter of 1903, President Roosevelt paid for the services of 23 servants in addition to those remunerated by the government. The government pays $1,500 per annum for a housekeeper, $1,800 for a steward, and $2,000 for a cook for the White House. The chef receives in addition a bonus of $2,500 from President Roosevelt. In case of the large state dinners, the arrangements are usually placed in the hands of an expert caterer, and the conditions, insofar as expenses are concerned, are not very different from those which obtain when a private citizen of means gives a large dinner at a fashionable hotel. The bill for the entertainment is very frequently made out on the basis of so much per plate, due allowance being made, of course, for cooking which is done at the White House and for certain provisions which the White House storerooms afford. President Roosevelt is most fastidious as to the quality of viands and wines, and the highest superiority of quality is essential. It is probable that no state dinner, at which from 70 to 90 guests have been present, held since the chief executive assumed office, has cost less than $800, and in the case of some of the repasts, $15 a plate would appear to be a modest estimate of the cost. The expense of a state banquet is, however, trivial, aside from the outlay in the culinary department and for the services of the waiters, whom custom has decreed shall be colored men. Music is usually furnished by the Marine Band, which is composed of enlisted men in the Marine Corps, and the White House conservatories furnish so bountiful a supply of flowers that it is seldom necessary to make purchases from commercial florists. Although, as has been explained, the government provides a housekeeper for the White House, Mrs. Roosevelt usurps most of the functions of that position. Mrs. Roosevelt is intensely domestic, and she exercises a more rigid supervision of every detail of the household arrangements than any of her predecessors, with the possible exception of Mrs. Hayes. The First Lady of the land has an exceptionally long day for a woman who is in society. She is usually at breakfast at 7:30 o'clock in the morning, and from the time of the conclusion of this meal until 10 o'clock she gives her whole attention to directing the servants, inspecting the kitchen, and superintending the arrangements for luncheon and dinner. Luncheon is served in the private dining room at 1:30 o'clock and usually occupies about 1 hour. During what is known as the official social season, the interval between 4 and 6 o'clock on one or more afternoons a week is devoted to one of Mrs. Roosevelt's notable teas, at which from 500 to 600 guests are usually present. Dinner is served at 7:30 o'clock and is a distinct daily event at the White House under the present regime, for the President and Mrs. Roosevelt look forward to this hour or two, the length of time spent at the dinner table being determined by the engagements to follow, as the best opportunity to gather around them the friends whose society they really enjoy. Full dress is demanded at dinner at the White House, but the evening meal is, under ordinary conditions, informal, insofar as frigid etiquette is concerned. The dinners, like the luncheons, are a sad trial to the White House cook, for he never knows in advance how many will sit down to a repast. The President is liable to invite any person who happens to call to remain for the next meal, and not infrequently he extends these invitations at the 11th hour, so to speak. Word has frequently been sent down to the White House kitchens as late as an hour before the time set for service that there would be anywhere from 2 to 6 extra guests to luncheon or to dinner, as the case might be. These private dinners are not, of course, as elaborate as the state banquets, but they are nevertheless thoroughly creditable to the entertainer and the place of entertainment. Perhaps $4 to $5 a plate would be a fair estimate of cost. Still another line of expenditure which has not been indulged in by former mistresses of the White House, and which involves in the aggregate a most liberal outlay, is found in the collations that Mrs. Roosevelt has made it a practice to serve at her afternoon receptions and musicales. This refreshment has not, moreover, been limited in menu to the cup of bouillon and wafers served at most fashionable homes, but has embraced a dainty repast consisting of sandwiches, ices, tea, chocolate, coffee, and some iced drink. When it is remembered that anywhere from 500 to 1,200 people have been served at each of these gatherings, it will be appreciated that considerable expense has been inevitable. Indeed, were not Mrs. Roosevelt a domestic economist of rare ability, the White House expenditures would far exceed their present high figure. End of Housekeeping at the White House by Walden Fawcett. Read by Betty B.
Making a Rock Garden by H.S. Adams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rock Garden. In Europe, particularly in England, the rock garden is an established institution with a distinct following. The English works on the subject alone form a considerable bibliography. On this side of the Atlantic, the rock garden is so little understood that it is an almost unconsidered factor in the beautifying of the home grounds. There are a few notable rock gardens in this country, all on large estates, and in more instances some excellent work has been done on a smaller and less complicated scale, either by actual creation or by taking advantage of natural opportunities. But for the most part, America has confined its rock garden vision principally to the so-called rockery. Now, a rockery, with all the good intentions lying behind it, is not a rock garden. It is no more a rock garden than a line of cedars planted in an exact circle would be a wood. A rockery is generally a lot of stones stuck in a pile of soil, or worse yet, a circular array of stones filled in with soil. A rock garden, above all else, is not artificial, at least so far as appearance goes. It is a garden with rocks. The rocks may be few or many, they may have been disposed by nature or the hand of man, but always the effect is naturalistic, if not actually natural. The rock garden's one and only creed is nature. Rock gardens are of so many legitimate, in other words natural types, that there is not the slightest excuse for a rockery. Even that commonest of excuses, finding a use for stray stones, falls to the ground. Any close observer of nature is familiar with these types. The natural rock gardens range from the patches of alpine plants above the timber line in high mountains, down the lower slopes, and through defiles to fields on or near sea level. Not infrequently they come down to the very sea, while sweet waters commonly define and, what is better, are now and then incorporated in them, here a pool, there a brook. The bog, too, the heath, and the desert, they take unto themselves, though perhaps only the nearer edge. And does man, by ponderous effort, raise up massive masonry in orderly fashion? One day disorder comes, and nature makes things look natural by another kind of rock garden. Rome's Colosseum and the ruins of Kenilworth Castle are only two of the unnumbered examples of this. Here, in a nutshell, are not only the natural variations of the rock garden, but the inspiration. No rock garden worthy of the name has ever been created by man that did not depend upon a study of those that nature has given the world in prodigal abundance. There were the why and the how of it all, and man simply saw and made use of his observations. The advantages of a rock garden are primarily an element of picturesqueness that nothing else can provide, and the possession of a place in which can be grown some of the loveliest flowers on earth that, if they flourish at all, will never do as well in the ordinary garden as in conditions more or less approximating their natural habitat. Also, it may be made a pleasance of extraordinary attractiveness. Occasionally, and here is one of the most important things to be learned about the rock garden, it is the veritable key to the garden situation. There are small places where no other kind is worth while, if indeed it is possible. The choice of a site. The best site for a rock garden is where it ought to be. That is a sad truth, for it eliminates some homes from the game. But useless waste of time will be saved if this is recognized at the outset. First, cast your eye about and see if you have a spot where a rock garden would look as if it belonged there. That is the supreme test. If one does not seem to belong there, give up the idea philosophically and take it out in enjoying the rock gardens of other people. As a rule, a rock garden should not be near the house. It is something savoring of the wild that does not fit in with most architecture. Exceptions are when the house is on a rocky site that makes such planting desirable, if not imperative, and a slope from the rear or one side of the house that seems decided enough to permit of a sharp break in the general landscape treatment. Save in these circumstances, it is better that it should not be in sight of the house. This is not so hard as it sounds. Even on a small place, the spot is easily concealed by a planting of shrubbery. Nor should the rock garden, any more than the rockery, be in the lawn unless it is depressed and therefore out of sight, or mainly so, from the level. The depression may be a natural or an artificial one. It may be a brook with high banks, or it may be a sunken pathway. The edge of a lawn is better, a corner of it is better yet, and preferable to either is a bank sloping down from it. The bank on either side of steps leading from one lawn level to another is also a possibility to be considered. Trees need not be altogether avoided. Sometimes they are essential to the pictorial effect. It is not well, however, to place a rock garden near very large trees. The drip is bad, especially for alpines, and the greedy roots not only rob the plants of nourishment, but are very apt to dislocate the stones. Somewhere just outside the real garden is the best place. Then it is only a step from one little world into another that is altogether different. If the rock garden leads to a bit of wood, either directly or through a wild garden, there will be all the more to rejoice over. The more irregularity the site has or suggests, the better. A rock garden not only should have no straight lines, but it is not well that all of it should be comprehended in a single view, no matter whether the area be large or small. What constitutes a good site is well illustrated by one of the existing American rock gardens. The place is large, and in the rear of the house the grounds are level for a considerable distance, and then drop with a fairly steep bank to a driveway, below which another terrace leads to a meadow. Instead of being continuous, however, the bank above the driveway is broken by a little glen, seemingly leading nowhere, but actually an entrance to both the rear lawn and the formal garden. In this glen is the rock garden, or rather the main part of it. Though bounded on the north, it runs east and west, by the formal garden, and on the south by the lawn. The rock garden can be seen from neither of these, nor from the house. It is conveniently near all three, yet distinctly apart from all. A thin planting of evergreens screens it on the south and east sides, and there is a low hedge between it and the formal garden. The rock garden overflows the glen and runs along the bank on either side. the shady section being devoted to an extensive collection of hardy ferns. Across the driveway there is more rock garden and then a short stretch of dry wall garden. Such a site as this does not have to be found all made. Given any grounds with a bank and a little imagination, and a glen is a mere matter of shoveling soil. Call it a gorge if you prefer. Either, in miniature, is a favored rock garden form, so are hill and crest. Thus far the assumption has been that the rocks have to be gathered up from various parts of the place or brought in from the outside. But many grounds, especially those of country places, have the rocks, often more than are wanted. Although sometimes this is the best of luck, now and then the trouble of blasting and rearranging is about as great as if all the stone had to be found. It does nevertheless make easier the choice of a site. Where rocks are naturally, there they ought to be. Occasionally the rocks are so disposed that there is no choice. The site settles itself, and it is up to you to make the most of it. A single boulder, a few scattered rocks, or a rocky bank can be converted into a simple rock garden without moving a stone. A little judicious planting and the transformation is complete. A rock garden with water is a rock garden glorified. Wherever possible, without injury to the main scheme, the garden should be brought to the water. Failing that, bring the water to it, if this is practicable, which can be determined when the site is picked out. The work of construction. Spring is the best time to make a rock garden. When the important matter of the proper site has been put in the past, a definite scheme must be planned. Upon the definiteness of this scheme, much of the success of the rock garden will depend. Here, desire will have to be subservient to the situation. It is not so much what you want as what is best in the circumstances. Do not attempt slavishly to copy the rock garden of someone else. All the money in the world would not create an exact duplicate for you, since nature has made no two rocks precisely alike. Study them, of course, get all the ideas you can. But study first and most nature, more particularly its ways in your own neighborhood. Anywhere there is abundant opportunity. Take a leaf or two from the book of the Japanese gardeners. They are past masters of the art of making rock gardens, with a bit of water thrown in. They make use of comparatively few blossoming plants, but their example is invaluable in the disposition of rocks with simple effectiveness, in the simulation of height and distance, in the proper employment of turf, and in the planting of such small trees and shrubs as are suitable for a rock garden scheme. Measure carefully the space at command, and then lay out the plan on cross-ruled paper. Call each of the little squares a square foot, and the labor will be made easy. Next, figure out a good entrance, and if possible an equally good exit, one invisible from the other. Then outline the main path, which should be as devious as the situation allows, and if byways cannot be added, provide for bays or more pronounced recesses. Remember that you are not merely to simulate nature, you are by a process of compressing much in little to epitomize it. Then comes the selection of the rocks. Usually the rock close at hand, perhaps on the very grounds, will answer every purpose. If you are not fortunate enough to own any, very likely there is more than one townsman who will be glad to give you all the boulders and smaller rocks that you want, if you will only remove them from spots where they are not desired. The cost of removal, even in the case of boulders of fair size, is not great. Barring quartz rock, which does not look well, almost any kind of natural stone may be made use of to the best advantage. Artificial stone should be shunned like the plague. Limestone and sandstone are good materials, granite is better. Granite, however, does not stratify, and if stratified effects are desired, another stone must be selected. A good plan is to use more than one kind, but to keep them properly apart. Weather-beaten granite is excellent material, and in general it is well to have the rock look anything but newly quarried. Pick out some rocks with a growth of lichen on them, and be sure that this is not disturbed by the moving. Boulders may run up to several tons in weight. Where none is readily attainable, one can be simulated by ingeniously combining a few small ones and concealing the joints by the planting of such things as stone crops in earth, which, save in rare cases of sheer necessity, is always used in the construction of a rock garden in place of mortar. If the site is level, the next step is to change all that, first on paper. Unless the lay of the land is all right at the outset, the configuration of the rock garden must not depend wholly upon the upbuilding. There must be some excavations, but no depressions deep enough to catch and hold water just where you will want to walk. Aside from the path levels, building begins with the rocks, not with the soil. This is a highly important point. Place the boulders first. They are the big effects. Aside from that, the heaviest work will be out of the way. Then start in with the outlining base rocks. These should be placed with the largest surface to the ground and should vary in size. It is not essential that the lowest rock should be slightly buried in the ground, but that course is preferable. When the paths and outer margins have been thus defined, scatter more rocks over the intervening surface, placing them fairly thick but not close together. Next, fill in with soil, packing it firmly and ramming it hard into every crevice. If it fits in with the day's work, it is not a bad plan to water the rock work well in order to pack the soil, and when resuming the labor on the morrow, to add more soil, well pressed down, before proceeding with the second layer of rock. This second layer should have the rocks placed with the front edge slightly back from that of the lower row in order to form a slope, though an occasional overhang may be fashioned if required for a certain plant known to abhor a drip from above. The construction then proceeds as before, until the desired height is reached. The height is entirely arbitrary, but some point should be at least as high as the line of vision, as one of the great advantages of a rock garden is the pleasure of enjoying some of the typical rock plants without stooping. The rocks used as fillers should overlap here and there to give strength, but care must be taken to contrive plenty of long soil runs. 18 inches should be the very least. A plant like the alpine androsass is a tiny rosette, seemingly requiring no more than an inch or two of soil, but its roots are likely to be found following an earth-filled crevice in the rocks to the depth of a yard or so. It is because of this deep penetration of roots that the soil should be packed so very firm. The roots must be in no danger of loose soil or of striking a hidden hollow. At no point between two stones should the layer of soil be less than 2 or 3 inches thick after being packed hard. If an upper stone is likely to bear down too heavily and crush the plant roots, this may be avoided by placing small stones here and there in the layer of soil. The roots will work between these stones, but there must be a continuous, though not necessarily straight, soil run from the front of the rock work to the solid filling of earth. The run should slope downward slightly. Rocks calculated to simulate a natural stratification ought to be laid on an incline for proper drainage. Such pieces of rock may also be employed sparsely in wedging and in the making of the so-called pockets. These pockets are of prime importance in the construction of a rock garden. They hold the only considerable spaces of soil and are the chief means of colonizing plants, thus providing for pronounced color effects. They should break the slopes and be irregular in size, shape, and distribution. The large ones may be easily subdivided by small stones when the planting is done if a further separation of species is desirable. The soil must slope a little from the top so that there will be no standing water. The drainage of a rock garden is of vital importance. There must be plenty of moisture stowed away behind the rocks against the heat of summer, but all excess must be carried away. The garden should drain naturally as the hills do. If any doubt exists, make a drainage bed of 8 inches of clinkers before starting to lay the stones. The soil should be a good loam with a little peat, and stones varying in size from a mustard seed to an almond. A little manure may be used, but it must be old. Planting the garden. There are 2 ways of planting a rock garden. One is to do all the crevice planting along with the building, and the other, of course, is to defer everything until the rocks are in place and the soil thoroughly settled. The former plan is a singularly appealing as well as practical one. There's something fascinating in finishing completely a part of the work as one goes along. The practical advantage lies chiefly in the fact that by this method good-sized plants may be firmly established in crevices at the very outset. The soil in that case should be put part way in the crevice and packed down. Then some loose soil sprinkled on top, and the plant, with the earth well shaken from the roots, unless it has a tap root, laid down horizontally with the crown just outside the edge of the soil. Next, spread the roots to follow the soil run, fill up the crevice with more soil, packed well, and follow with more plants of the same kind. Use small stones to wedge plants where it appears necessary. Plants that hang down should be placed in the higher crevices. This must be all thought out beforehand. As a matter of fact, the planting plan cannot be too thoroughly thought out in advance. At point after point it dovetails with the structural plan, which must accord with the requirements of what may be called the more difficult rock plants. The alpines, some of the ferns, and those plants that fit in well with rock work but demand more than the ordinary garden moisture. The best way is to decide what plants are most desirable in the circumstances, omitting as a rule the difficult or finicky ones. There will be plenty of time to experiment with those when you have more experience. Make a face plan of the several sections of the rock work and mark on it where the plants are to go. Use numbers, each corresponding to a species. The general idea is that all the soil shall be concealed, not necessarily at the moment of planting, but at the end of 1 or 2 seasons' growth. Unless you are a collector, variety is of little importance. The main thing is that there shall be beauty as a whole, a few marked seasonal effects of color with massed bloom, and some green the year round. The garden must never be bare at any time, as nature will show you. Plants clustered here and single there is a good planting rule. Colonies, always of marked irregularity, ought to merge into one another, but they should not so overrun the rock work that no stones are in sight. Not infrequently some of the best effects are obtained where more rock than flowers is seen. A boulder, for example, calls for the contrast of plants, perhaps only a few low-growing ones in a natural pocket, rather than a semi-eclipse. As a rule, plant 100 of half a dozen or so suitable and easy species in preference to 50 or more kinds. Study at the same time the form of the plants that are to be used. Some quickly resolve themselves into a carpet, some never get beyond mere tufts, some always grow straight up, some prefer to hang down, and some have foliage that is evergreen or nearly so. To be more specific, one plant of Saponaria asamoides will spread out over 4 square feet of soil and thus fill completely a moderate-sized pocket, whereas to conceal the same amount of ground 3 dozen auriculas might have to be used. The same is true of the white rock cress, Arabis albida. So too with the crevice. A single plant of one of the trailing stone crops would fill it, perhaps, when a number of rosettes of the smaller kinds of house leek would be called for. Tall plants like the foxglove may sometimes be used in a small group at the end of a bay on the level of the path, but they are best placed behind the rockwork as a background or as dominating features of the entrance or exit of the garden. At the entrance or exit, such bold plants make a good bridge between the rock garden and the outer grounds. Spreading and trailing plants should be placed a foot or more above the path level, and most plants with tufts or rosettes of foliage. If the path is broad enough, some of the wide-spreading plants may go at the base of the rocks, but the rule there is to use those of moderate spread, with a few tufted plants and some that grow upright, but are not tall, to lend variety. When the path is of flat stones, irregular in both size and placing, this growth should fill all the soil space, even between the stones. Such a path will be found more than worthwhile, and not as much of an undertaking as it may seem. Obvious considerations are that plants with a decided hankering after moisture or shade should be favored in the matter of location, though it is astonishing how adaptive many of them are. Do not plant the weak next to the strong. Unless you are a gardener of eternal vigilance, the weak will have the worst of it before you realize what a mistake you have made. Finally, do not forget that planting is not the end. It is only the beginning of planting. So long as the rock garden exists, there will always be planting. Normal mortality will necessitate some. There will be thinning out, and time will suggest additions and more or less rearrangement. And with the planting goes on the continual care, much of which can be done in the course of a daily walk in the garden, and therefore the loss of time will not be felt. Water in case of a real drought, but use a sprinkler, and do not stop until the ground has been soaked to a depth of a few inches. Mere surface watering is bad enough in the ordinary garden. In a rock garden it is a fatal error, as the growth of roots near the top of the soil leaves the plants in no condition to stand the full force of the summer sun. Go over the garden thoroughly once a year, and all the time keep a sharp lookout for weeds. If the soil is heavy, top dress with grit in the fall. Grit is good for rock plants. Stone chips placed around a plant will prevent too much dampness lodging about the collar in winter. Watch out for weak spots after very heavy rains. Plants for a rock garden. So many plants are suitable for a rock garden that the range of choice is bewildering. In this, as in the laying out of the garden, advisability takes precedence over pure personal desire. Though very fortunate, it is often not difficult to make the two go hand in hand. A little intelligent thought helps a lot. To the beginner, no better advice can be given than that which applies to the picking out of the rocks. Use the material which is close at hand. This is not by any means a mere suggestion to follow the lines of least resistance. It is far more. In the first place, there is always an endless amount of beautiful and suitable plant life to be had without going far afield. Then again, natural harmonious effects in your immediate neighborhood are pretty sure to be appropriate to your grounds. Finally, you can see for yourself how things grow, and as for the hardiness of plants, you have it already tested for you. This refers not alone to the natural conditions. There is a second wide field in the gardens, the hardy gardens of others, where you can at once choose from the many and learn whether certain plants are too tender or require too much care for your use. So far as plants native to the immediate neighborhood are concerned, their value to the rock garden of the average person with limited time, who is not obsessed with the idea of growing the rare and curious, cannot be overestimated. And they are so many, more than most realize, and often of an individual beauty not always appreciated in the bewildering profusion of the wild, but plainly apparent when an individual or a little group is open to close study in a rock garden. Do not make the rather common mistake of thinking that they are too familiar to be interesting. They are never likely to be. And honestly, can you say in your heart that they are? For a Connecticut rock garden, the Greek valerian, Pulmonium reptans, must be purchased, unless a neighbor can spare you some from his collection of old-fashioned flowers. There it belongs in that category. But why should you of Minnesota or Missouri deny so beautiful a flower a place in your rock garden, simply because you have only to go to the woods for it? The English enthusiast brings home primroses from the Himalayas, gentians from the Swiss Alps, and the Dryas Drummondi from the Canadian Rockies for his rock garden, but he does not fail to take advantage of some of the common things nearby, even the pale primrose and the cowslip. From ferns alone, or from only plants of shrubby growth, the most beautiful native rock garden may be made, and adding small flowering plants, or excluding all else, there are limitless opportunities. It goes without saying that A's rock garden in Maine will not be like B's in Louisiana, but there is no law compelling it to be. Among the common wild flowers of the East that take on unexpected new beauty when transferred to the rock garden are the celandine, Chelidonium majus, strawberry, Fragaria virginica, cranesbill, Geranium maculatum, toadflax, Linaria vulgaris, orange hawkweed, Hieracium auranticum, herb Robert, Geranium robertianum, coltsfoot, Tussilago farfara, Solomon's seal, Polygonatum biflorum, foam flower, Tiarella cordifolia, bloodroot, Sanguinaria canadensis, and some of the violets. These are but a few names, and random ones at that. Some of them, the coltsfoot, cranesbill, celandine, and toadflax, spread too rapidly, but by careful watching and not allowing the seed to ripen, they may be kept within bounds. There are many such plants that will take all the room in sight if they are allowed to, and they must be watched closely or else discarded altogether. Some of them answer a good purpose by giving the rock garden a quick start, after which they may easily be reduced or thrown out altogether. There need be no compunction about discarding. Certain plants, like certain friends, you enjoy having for a visit, but do not care to see remain forever and a day. Annuals as a class are not desirable for the rock garden. For one thing, the care of renewal is too great. Biennials are almost as much care, but in each case there will always be expectations that are a matter of individual preference. Few, for example, would have the heart to reject the dainty little purple toadflax of Switzerland, Linaria alpina, just because it is a biennial. The main dependence, however, must be placed on perennials, the plants that, barring accidents, last indefinitely. These should be mostly species. If horticultural, do not use the bizarre, Darwin tulips, for example, or the Madame Cherot iris. Nor, with rare exceptions, should double flowers be used. A double daffodil looks horribly out of place, while the double white rock cress, Arabis albida, will pass. The easy rock garden plants, where the material is not taken from the wild, are to be found in most of the large hardy gardens of the East. Some of them are natives of Europe or Asia, and more than is commonly suspected are at home in other parts of the United States. Among the best of these for carpets of bloom are Phlox subulata, Phlox amenoa, Arboretia deltoidea, maiden pink, Dianthus deltoides, blue bugle, Ahuga genevensis, white bugle, Ahuga breptans, woolly chickweed, Cerastium tomentosum, creeping thyme, Thymus serpillum, dwarf speedwell, Veronica repens, Saponaria osimoides, alpine mint, Calaminthia alpina, and pink, white, and yellow stonecrops, sedum. All of them fairly hug the ground. There are other plants that form a carpet of foliage, but the flower stalks rise higher. These include white rock cress, Arabis albida, the permissible double buttercup, Ranunculus acris, FL, PL, the also permissible double German catchfly, Lycnus viscaria, another double flower, fair maids of France, Ranunculus anticifolius, Carpathian bellflower, Campanula carpatica, grass pink, Dianthus plumarius, Iris pumila, crested iris, Iris crotata, Christmas rose, Helleborus niger, Phlox divarcatia, Phlox ovata, Phlox repens, foam flower, Tiarella cordifolia, Veronica incana, Alyssum saxatile, Saxifraga cordifolia, and various avens, Geum. Several of the primulas give a like effect if the planting is close, as it should be in a pocket. The best are the English primrose, Primula vulgaris, cowslip, P. veris, oxlip, P. elatior, bird's eye, P. farinosa, yellow auricula, P. auricula, P. denticulata, and P. cortusoides. Similarly, spring bulbs may be employed. Plant them for the most part under a ground cover so that the soil will not show when they die down. Of the tulips, single ones of the early and cottage types may be used, if in a solid color, but most to be preferred are the species, such as the sweet yellow Florentine tulip of southern Europe, and the little lady tulip, Tulipa clusiana. Crocuses are also best in type forms, and the small single yellow trumpet kinds are the finest daffodil material. Single white or blue hyacinths may be used, but better than the stiff spikes of bloom of new bulbs will be the looser clusters of bulbs that have begun to run out in the border. Other valuable bulbs are the snowdrop, Scilla cyprica, glory of the snow, Chianodoxa lucili, guinea hen flower, Fritillaria melagris, grape hyacinth, Muscari botryoides, Tritylea uniflora, Allium molli, and the wood and Spanish hyacinths, Scilla nutans and campanulata. Taller plants that may be worked in, oftentimes best with only a single specimen or small clump, are autumn aconite, Aconitum autumnale, Yucca filamentosa, leopard's bane, Doronicum, single peonies, either herbaceous or tree, German, Japanese, and Siberian iris, as well as the yellow flag, Iris pseudacorus, single columbines, Anemone japonica, Hemerocalis flava, Sedum spectabile, Dielytra spectable, Dielytra formosa, Jacob's ladder, Polemonium richardsoni, Fraxinella, Anthemis tinctoria, single Campanula persicafolia, Campanula rapunculotis, Campanula glomatera, globe flower, Trollius, snapdragon, Antirrhinum, platycodon, lavender, where it is proven hardy, and musk mallow, Malva moscata. Of the lilies, Lilium philadelphicum, L. elegans, L. speciosum, and L. longiflorum are all desirable, and they thrive in partial shade, though in Japan L. elegans will be found standing out from the rocks in full sunshine. For peering over into the rock garden rather than being placed in it, L. canadense, L. tigrinum, and L. superbum are recommended. The pick of the low shrubs are the charming Daphne cinorum, which flourishes better for being lifted above the ordinary garden level than Azalea ammonia. The latter, however, should be so placed that its trying solferino does not make a bad color clash. Rhododendrons and mountain laurel fringe a rock garden well, and one with trailing juniper, Juniperus procumbens, will provide a great deal of the refreshing winter green. Single roses, the species, fit in well where there is room for them. Good ones are R. satigera, R. rubiginosa, R. Choreomania, all rampant, and the low R. blanda. The roses would be better at or near the entrance or exit, or far enough above the rockwork not to ramble over small plants. The plants in this list cover all seasons and vary somewhat in their soil and moisture requirements, but the variation is nothing beyond the ordinary garden knowledge. Most will do better if their preferences are considered, but none is apt to perish with average care. Alpines as a class would better be left to the amateur with the time, money, and disposition to specialize. Most of them take kindly to being transferred from a mile or more up in the air to sea level. The Edelweiss, for one, grows here readily from seed, and the exquisitely beautiful Gentiana aculis thrives in American rock gardens. But on the whole, alpines do not do as well here as in England, where the summer climate is not so hard on them. When they flourish here, it is at the cost of a great amount of professional care. The wall garden. A wall garden is a perpendicular rock garden. But whereas a rock garden is of all things irregular, a wall garden has regularity. The wall need not be a straight line. It is better that one end should describe a curve, and rocks at the base may give it further irregularity. Yet it can never quite lose the air of man's handiwork. The prime object of the gardening on it is to reduce this air to a minimum. The way to make a wall garden is to build a dry wall of rough stones, that is, a wall without mortar. Instead, use soil and pack it tightly in every crevice as well as behind the stones, which should be tilted back a little to carry water into the soil. This tilting may be accomplished with small stone wedges. The best kind is a 5-foot retaining wall, as there is then a good body of soil behind to which the roots can reach out through the crevices. But a double-faced wall may be made if the situation demands it, by constructing parallel lines of stone and filling in solidly with soil. Although the face of the wall in either case may be strictly perpendicular, it is better that each layer should recede a bit. Construct it after the manner of the rock garden, laying the stone so that the top will be level or approximately so. In planting, also, follow the same rules. It is better to plant as the work progresses. Either plants or seed may be used. If it is seed, press carefully into the soil in the front of the crevices. Small seed may be mixed in thin mud and this plastered on the soil. For a tiny crevice, make a pill of the mixture. The range of reliable plants that do not call for special care is not great so far as the crevices are concerned. All the stone crops, the house leeks, Arabis albida, red valerian, Centrathus rubor, Arboricia, Alyssum saxatile, snapdragon, wallflower, Cheryanthus cherry, Kenilworth ivy, Viola tricolor, Dianthus plumarius, and Dianthus deltoides are all very serviceable. Behind the wall at the top a strip of earth should be left, and there a wider variety of plants can be grown. Single marguerite carnations and grass pinks will form a sort of cascade of foliage and bloom there if planted close to the wall or in the crevices of the top, and a similar effect, but much bolder, can be created with the perennial pea. Lathyrus latifolus. If the dry wall is already made, the crevices can be plugged with soil if care and patience are used. Even a cemented wall is not hopeless. Here and there the mortar can be chiseled out and an occasional small stone should be removed. A wall garden has these advantages over a rock garden. It is more easily constructed, it is of practical use, and it is sometimes a possibility where the other is not. Water and bog gardens. Neither the water nor the bog garden is dependent on rocks. Either or both, however, may just as well be an adjunct of the rock garden. They solve the wet spot problem admirably, permit the culture of native water lilies, orchids, and numerous other beautiful plants, and certainly contribute their share of picturesqueness. If water is lacking, it may often be introduced at little expense. In most cases it will be found that some cement construction is necessary, but not a bit of it should show. This is easily managed by building a cement shoulder on the sides of the pool or stream a little below what will be the level of the water, and then setting rough stones on that. A cement bottom for shallow water may be disguised by embedding pebbles and small stones in the cement before it sets. Dispose of the rocks very irregularly, but they may be so few as to be mere notes. Avoid stagnant water, and if mosquitoes are feared, introduce some goldfish. They like mosquito larvae. Water lilies and sagittaria, one plant will do if the pool is small, in the water and near it, but not in standing water. The Japanese iris, yellow flag, globe flower, and Lythrum roseum are good selections. Forget-me-not is one of the finest plants for the banks. Use the perennial kind. Myosotis palustris semperflorens. The bog garden simply reproduces bog conditions. As a rock garden adjunct, it may be a small spot with the perpetually moist and moss-covered soil in which the native cypripediums and pitcher plants flourish. 18 or 20 inches of suitable soil, a mixture of leaf, mold, peat, and loam, in which has been stirred some sand and gravel, must be provided. If an artificial bog, the bottom may be made of cement or puddled clay. End of Making a Rock Garden by H.S. Adams.
The Martians, a chapter from The Patient Observer and His Friends by Simeon Strunsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The saddest thing about the recent announcement that there are no canals on Mars is that Robert and I will now have so little to talk about. Robert is my favorite waiter, and when he found out that I am what the newspapers call a literary worker, he made up his mind that the ordinary topics of light conversation would not do it all for me. After prolonged resistance on my part, he has succeeded in reducing our common interests to two: the canals on Mars and French depopulation. Now and then I venture to bring up the weather or the higher cost of living. Once I asked him what he thought about the need of football reform. Once I tried to drag in Mademoiselle Steinheil. But Robert listens patiently, and when I have concluded, he calls my attention to the fact that in 1908 the number of deaths in France exceeded the number of births by 12,000. When the French population fails to stir me, he wonders whether the inhabitants of Mars are really as intelligent as they are supposed to be. And yet it must have been I that first suggested Mars to him. Let me confess, I do not love the Martian canals with the devouring passion they have aroused in susceptible souls like Robert. But in a quieter way, the canals have been very dear to me. Their threatened loss comes like the loss of an old friend, a distant friend whose face one has almost forgotten and never hopes to see again, from whom one never hopes to borrow, and to whom one never expects to lend, but who all the more lives in the mind a remote, impersonal, and gentle influence. I am not ashamed to admit that I have learned to care more for the Martian canals than for any canals much closer to us. The Panama Canal will probably cut in two the distance to China and give us a monopoly of the cotton goods trade in the Pacific. But I think cotton goods are unhealthful, and I don't want to go to China. The Suez Canal may be the mainstay of the British Empire, but I have no doubt that it would make just as satisfactory a mainstay for some other empire. My interest in the Erie Canal is connected entirely with the fact that when it was opened someone said, "What hath God wrought?" or "There is no more north and no more south." I have forgotten which. I have always had a softer spot in my heart for the inhabitants of Mars than for any other alien people. They have always impressed me as more unassuming than the English, fonder of outdoor exercise than the Germans, and less addicted to garrulity than the French. They lead simple, laborious lives, digging away at their canals every morning, and filling them up every night, for reasons best known to themselves and certain professors at Harvard. I am attracted by their quaint appearance. Mr. H. G. Wells, for instance, has depicted them with cylindrical bodies of sheet iron, long legs like a tripod, heads like an enormous diver's helmet, and arms like the tentacles of an octopus, as out of sight in their way as the latest woman's fashions from Paris. Others have described the Martians as pot-bellied and hairless, with goggle eyes, powerful arms, and curly, gelatinous legs, the result of millions of years of universal culture and subway congestion. A race so unattractive could not but be virtuous. One feels instinctively that there is no graft bound up with the digging of the Martian canals. No, anything but graft. One of the principal reasons why I am so fond of the canals on Mars is that they are the most cheaply built system of public works on record. A professor of astronomy in Italy or Arizona finds a few dim lines on the plate of his camera, and immediately Mars is equipped with a splendid network of artificial waterways. Am I wrong in thinking of the Martian canals as one of the greatest triumphs of the human mind? An African savage might find an elephant skeleton, and from that reconstruct the animal in life. Only science can reconstruct an elephant from a half-inch fragment of the bone of his hind leg. Only a scientist could have reconstructed the Martian canals from a few photographic scratches. Of such reconstructions our civilization is largely made up. We build up a statesman out of a bit of bonne and a frock coat, a genius out of 2 sonnets and half a dozen cocktails, a dramatic star out of a lisp and a giggle, a 2-column news story out of the fragment of a fact, a multitude out of 3 men and a band, a crusade out of 1 man and a press agent, a novel out of the trimmings of earlier novels, a reputation out of an accident, a captain of industry out of an itching palm, a philanthropist out of a beneficent smile and a platitude, a critic out of a wise look and a fountain pen, and a social prophet out of pretty small potatoes. I need not allude here to the process of making mountains out of molehills, beams out of moats, and entire summers out of single swallows. But mind, I do not mean that I was ever skeptical about the canals. Indeed, I have always admired the way in which their existence was demonstrated. There have always been 2 ways of proving that something is true. One way is to bring forward 16 reasons why, let us say, the moon is made of green cheese. The other way is to assume that the moon is made of green cheese, and to answer 16 objections brought forward against the theory. I have always preferred the second method, because it throws the burden of proof on your opponents. There is no argument under the sun that cannot be refuted. Obviously, then, it is an advantage to let your opponent supply the argument while you supply the refutation. Neglect this precaution, and you are in difficulties from the start. You contend, for instance, that the moon must be made of cheese because the moon and cheese are both round, as a rule. True, says your opponent, but so are donuts, women's arguments, and occasionally the wheels on a trolley car. The moon and cheese, you go on, both come after dinner. Yes, says your opponent, but so do unwelcome visitors, musical comedies, and indigestion. Then you say there is the cow who jumped over the moon. Would she have resorted to such extraordinary procedure if she had not perceived that the moon was made of cheese from her own milk? Well, says your opponent, the cow might merely have been trying to gain a broader outlook upon life. And here you are 13 reasons from the end, and your hands hopelessly full. Now compare the advantages of the other method. You adopt a resolute bearing and declare the moon is made of green cheese. It is now for your opponent to speak. He argues, but that would make the moon's ingredients different from those of the earth, and other celestial bodies. No, not at all, you say. The earth is made up largely of chalk. And what is the difference between chalk and cheese, except in the price? But if it's green cheese the moon is made of, asks your opponent, why does it look yellow? Only the natural effect of atmospheric refraction, you reply calmly. Remember how a politician's badly soiled reputation will shine out a brilliant white through the favorable atmosphere that surrounds a congressional investigating committee? Recall how a lady who is green with envy at her neighbor's new hat will turn pink with delight when the two meet in the street and kiss. Recall how the same lady's complexion of roses and milk will assume its natural yellow under the candid dissection of her dearest friends. Your opponent might go on marshalling his objections forever, and you would have no difficulty in knocking them on the head. So I used to believe, but if the method breaks down in the case of Mars and its canals, it breaks down everywhere else. If there are no canals on Mars, what about the blessings of the tariff, which are based on exactly the same kind of reasoning? What about the efficacy of mental healing? What about the advantages of giving up coffee? What about the impending invasion of California by the Japanese? What about the Kaiser's qualifications as an art critic? What about the restraining influence of publicity on corporations? What about the connection between easy divorce and the higher life? What about the divine right of railroad presidents? What about the theatrical manager's passion for a purified stage? What about the value of all anti-fat medicines? All of these things have been shown to be true by assuming that they are true. If the canals on Mars go, all these have to go. And that makes me almost as sad as the fact that I shall have nothing to talk about with my favorite waiter. End of The Martians by Simeon Strunsky.
A Mormon's Stratagem from The True Citizen, Waynesboro, Georgia, Saturday, November 9th, 1889. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. A Mormon's Stratagem. Birmingham, Alabama, November 3rd. A party of Mormon elders created considerable excitement in the northern part of Fayette County last week and narrowly escaped lynching at the hands of indignant citizens. A young woman was going through the country preaching Mormonism and made a number of converts. She was accompanied by two elders who kept in the background and had little to say. A few days ago, it was discovered that the eloquent preacher who was teaching Mormonism was not a woman, but a young man disguised in female attire. This discovery caused great excitement among the country people, especially those who had entertained the disguised preacher at their houses. Friday night, a committee of citizens waited on the three elders. Some wanted to lynch them on the spot, others proposed a coat of tar and feathers, and the three elders were badly frightened. Cool heads ruled the angry mob, and the elders were allowed to depart on their promise to leave the country in 24 hours, never to return. They were warned that they would meet with summary punishment if they visited that locality again. End of A Mormon's Stratagem.
On the Policy of the Liberal Party, 1905, by Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. On the Policy of the Liberal Party, by Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, 1905. Footnote. From a speech at the Albert Hall, London, December 21st, 1905, by kind permission of Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman and the London Times. End footnote. Born 1836. Elected to Parliament in 1868. Financial Secretary to the War Office 1871, 1874, 1880-82. Secretary to the Admiralty 1882-84. Chief Secretary for Ireland 1884-85. Secretary of State for War, 1886, 1892-95. Liberal leader in the House of Commons, 1899-1905. Prime Minister, 1906. We are met tonight as Liberals in a position which we have not occupied for 10 years. The Unionist government has gone. It has executed what we may call a moonlight flitting. It has run away. Not in the broad day of the session, not even in the twilight of October, but in the murky midnight of December. They have gone. They had long ago lost, as they well knew, the confidence of the country. They still boasted in a feeble and uncertain way of holding to the confidence of the House of Commons. But last of all, and worst of all, they lost confidence in themselves, and they are gone. We were told emphatically and abundantly, that the method of their going would be a masterpiece of tactical skill. Tactics, ladies and gentlemen, the country is tired of their tactics. It would have been better for them if they had had less of tactics and more of reality. But they have lived for some years on nothing but tactics, and now they have died of tactics. Two characteristics are outstanding above all others in the late administration. First of all, their infinite cleverness, which was not always clever, and secondly, an inexhaustible fund of self-approbation. Of this last quality they were possessed of so much that they have even now some of it left for their obituary notices. For you will observe that each of them is going about giving himself and his colleagues the most marvelous testimony. They even carry self-esteem so far that they convince themselves that they were the only people in this kingdom who could form a government, and that if any one else tried the effort, any cabinet which could be got together would be at once distasteful to the country and destitute of strength and unity. You see here in what the wonderful tactics consist. That was the design that lurked in the December resignation, and it has come to naught, for a government has been formed amid the respect of our opponents, which I gratefully acknowledge, and amid the confidence and satisfaction of our friends. What lesson, then, are we to draw? For let us always be taught by the conduct of our enemies. What lesson are we to draw from their discomfiture? Surely it is to avoid those evil practices of boastfulness and over-cleverness which have brought them to ruin. If one had any doubt, and for my part I protest I never had any, as to the wisdom of our taking office, I think it would be dispelled by certain reassuring circumstances. In the first place, there has been no shudder through the chancelleries of Europe, such as Mr. Balfour kindly anticipated. Sir Edward Grey tells me that the foreign ambassadors come to see him just as if nothing had happened. Again, consuls, instead of tumbling down as they ought to have done, have actually risen. In the third place, Mr. Broderick, who ought to know all about these matters, cannot be laboring under any misapprehension as to the effectiveness of the military defense of the empire, because this is what he said the other day. Quote, "The army required a judicious review of past efforts rather than fresh schemes, and he believed that a period of rest from doubts as to their prospects would be of great advantage to officers and men." Unquote. The doubts of which he speaks, let me add, can only have come from the operations of himself and of his colleagues. And last of all, we have the late Prime Minister, who, his stratagem having completely succeeded and the trap being full, yet continues as confident after his resignation as he was before it, that the general election will leave his friends in a woeful minority. What has been going on in quite recent days in India? There has been an unbroken rule, a wise rule which we, assuredly, shall not be the first to violate, to keep questions of the internal administration of India outside the area of party politics. So far as questions of the day are concerned, I expect that it will not be your friend and my friend Mr. John Morley in whom the doings of the late government will find their most eloquent an energetic and unsparing critic. No, it will be one of the most distinguished and powerful members of their own party. I mean Lord Curzon. One of the problems arising from the system of military administration in India has raised an angry controversy in which a Prime Minister, a Secretary of State, a Viceroy, and a Commander-in-Chief have taken their part, and which has been marked by a vehemence of altercation and recrimination that would be unedifying anywhere. But it is more than unedifying where the stage of such a scene is the great dominion of India. Talk of imperialism! I know nothing, I can imagine nothing, less like a sense of our imperial responsibility than the spectacle of this controversy so rashly raised, so tactlessly handled, so recklessly published. You may be sure that it will be our aim to restore that spirit of caution and vigorous common sense which has been the basis of British rule in India. And you may also be assured that we shall make ourselves party to no steps that involve any invasion of the sacred principle, for it is a principle recognized by each party throughout the realm of the king, the sacred principle of the subordination of the military to the civil authority. Now, Mr. Chairman, I turn to the colonies. It is surely unnecessary for us to make public protestations of our affection for the colonies and our desire to bring them closer and closer to ourselves. I would say this, that the relations between the colonies and the mother country have never been settled on the lines of party politics. But if it were that they had been so fixed and were to be so conducted, surely the democratic and progressive instincts and institutions of those great communities would find more affinity among us than among our opponents. But I have heard with relief and pleasure from Lord Elgin that he finds no trace of that tendency to disruption of which we were told but a few months ago. There is no sign of tension or friction. Everything is smooth, save the one ruffled spot, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, in South Africa the difficulties and complications are, as you know, great. I have no general statement to make for you, but we have not had time adequately to examine them. But one conclusion His Majesty's government has arrived at, and it is this: to stop forthwith, as far as it is practicable to do it forthwith, the recruitment and embarkation of coolies in China, and their importation into South Africa, and instructions have been given to that effect. A few weeks ago at Portsmouth I referred to our present relations with foreign powers, and I especially hailed with approval and pleasure the agreement with the French government into which Lord Lansdowne wisely entered. I expressed then the admiration and regard which my countrymen of all ranks and parties entertained for the great French nation. I am glad to say that my sentiment expressed in opposition is more than confirmed in office, and I wish emphatically to reaffirm my adhesion to the policy of the Entente Cordiale. Even more important than any actual amicable instrument is the real friendship developed between the two peoples, and one of the objects of our policy will be to maintain that spirit of friendship unimpaired. On the occasion to which I referred, I alluded very briefly to the great trial through which Russia is now passing. All that I will say now, as I said then, is this, that we have nothing but good feelings toward that great people. In the case of Germany also I see no cause whatever of estrangement in any of the interests of either people, and we welcome the unofficial demonstrations of friendship which have lately been passing between the two countries. With other European powers our relations are most friendly, and when we pass beyond the bounds of Europe, we have on the one hand Japan, our relations with which nation are sufficiently known to the world by the recent treaty, and on the other hand we have the United States of America, with the government and people of which country we are bound by the closest ties of race, tradition, and fellowship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a most pleasing outlook, which I trust will not be marred by any events that can occur. As to our general policy toward our neighbors, our general foreign policy, it will remain the same in government as it was in opposition. It will be opposed to aggression and to adventure. It will be animated by a desire to be on the best terms with all nationalities, and to cooperate with them in the common work of civilization. I believe, by the way, that in the execution of this policy we have a notable ally in our present fiscal system, a great guarantee of peace and preventive against the possibility of commercial and tariff wars. We liberals, let us not forget it, are the heirs of a great and inspiring tradition. That tradition was founded in days when public opinion was opposed to any attempt to regulate differences by an appeal to the reason of conscience of mankind. Mr. Gladstone defied the public opinion of his day. He took his stand on higher ground, and by referring the Alabama dispute to arbitration, he established a precedent of priceless value to mankind. How proud and how pleased we ought to be to have among us and in the circle of the Cabinet a veteran statesman who took part in that great undertaking, and who remains now, as he was then, one of the truest of patriots and the staunchest and soundest of politicians. I rejoice that since that time the principle of arbitration has made great strides, and that today it is no longer counted weakness for any of the great powers of the world to submit those issues which would once have been referred to the arbitrament of self-assertion and of passion to a higher tribunal. Ah, but, ladies and gentlemen, it is vain to seek peace if you do not also ensue it. I hold that the growth of armaments is a great danger to the peace of the world. A policy of huge armaments keeps alive and stimulates and feeds the belief that force is the best, if not the only solution of international differences. It is a policy that tends to inflame old sores and to create new sores. And I submit to you that as the principle of peaceful arbitration gains ground, it becomes one of the highest tasks of a statesman to adjust those armaments to the newer and happier condition of things. What nobler role could this great country assume than at the fitting moment to place itself at the head of a League of Peace, through whose instrumentality this great work could be effected? I now pass to the question of economy and finance, a very natural transition, and I think you may look with confidence to the action that will be taken by my friend and Chancellor of the Exchequer. But where are we to begin? We want two things. We want relief from the pressure of excessive taxation, and at the same time we want money to meet our own domestic needs at home, which have been too long starved and neglected owing to the demands on the taxpayer for military purposes abroad. How are these desirable things to be secured if in the time of peace our armaments are maintained on a war footing? Remember that we are spending at this moment, I think, twice as much on the Army and Navy as we spent 10 years ago. There may be, and I believe there are, fresh sources of taxation to be tapped. We may derive something from the land, something from licenses, and some irksome inequalities of taxation may be relieved. But even so, with an increasing military expenditure, how can we do the work of reform that remains to be done at home, and at the same time bring relief to the taxpayers? Do not let us mind if in their folly they call us Little Englanders. I at least am patriot enough not to desire to see the weakening of my country by such a waste of money as we have had for the last 10 years. What has it brought us, this waste of money for 10 years? Shall I recite some links in the dismal and ugly chain? Dear money, lower credit, less enterprise in business and manufactures, a reduced home demand, therefore reduced output to meet it, therefore reduction in wages, increase of pauperism, non-employment. The fact is, sir, you cannot pile up debt and taxation as they have been piled up without feeling the strain in every fiber of society. We are going to have a good deal said for the next few weeks about free trade. Let me add another thing. Did you ever hear a fiscal reformer pleading for economy, or crying out for lighter taxes and fewer of them? No, sir. If peace and retrenchment were the order of the day, Othello's occupation would be gone. Expenditure calls for taxes, and taxes are the plaything of the tariff reformer. Militarism, extravagance, protection, are weeds which grow in the same field, and if you want to clear the field for honest cultivation, you must root them all out. For my own part, I do not believe that we should have been confronted by the specter of protection if it had not been for the South African War. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so much for peace, so much for economy, two cardinal liberal principles, and here is another, self-government and popular control. We believe in that principle not only on the grounds of justice and on the grounds of effective administration, but on this other ground, that it exercises a wholesome influence on the character of the people who enjoy the privilege. But now this is the foundation of our educational policy, that the people of the district should control and manage the schools. It is the foundation of our licensing policy. But if I seek for illustrations, why did I not take the greatest and most conspicuous of all, a crowning instance? What other than this is the foundation of our Irish policy, that those domestic affairs which concern the Irish people only, and not ourselves, should, as and when opportunity offers, be placed in their hands? Down till last spring we had reason to believe that even the late government and their party had come round to see the wisdom of such a policy. They had already endowed the people of Ireland with the command of county government. They had pledged £112 millions of British credit for their tenants of Ireland. And lastly, their viceroy had been authorized to declare that Ireland was henceforth to be governed according to Irish ideas. They have started back from that position. But, oh, ladies and gentlemen, give them time. They cannot escape from the logic of their own acts, and they will return to that which is the path of justice and wisdom, and also of safety. When I come to the policy of constructive social reform, I am principally conscious that I must make a reiteration of things which I have been saying up and down the country for the last 3 or 4 years. But I can promise you this, that it will always be the same story. We desire to develop our undeveloped estates in this country, to colonize our own country, to give the farmer greater freedom and greater security in the exercise of his business, to secure a home and a career for the laborer, who is now in many cases cut off from the soil. We wish to make the land less of a pleasure ground for the rich, and more of a treasure house for the nation. Now, why cannot Mr. Chamberlain drop his project of taxing corn and cheese and so forth, and come back to his old love of 3 acres and a cow? This question, including these great problems, cannot be neglected, because, after all, the health and stamina of the nation are bound up with the maintenance of a large class of workers on the soil. The town population redundant, the country population decimated. It is a subversion of healthy national life. Now, in passing, let me mention one thing which the government have resolved to do. Few things, we think, are more capable of benefiting both the towns and the country districts than a development, if that can be given to our system, of canal communication, and promoting the use of waterways, which will facilitate transit, which will open markets, which will bring town and country together. We have therefore resolved to ask the King to appoint a royal commission to inquire into the whole of that question, because we believe that great benefit to the nation may come from it. Now I know that on the great question in regard to which we are to give our verdict in the course of a few weeks, your minds are made up, and therefore I will not enter even for a moment on arguments connected with it. I rejoice to think that since the free trade controversy was first raised, there has been no sign of faltering or wavering on our side, and that liberalism has been true to its historic mission. In the great struggle which will shortly be upon us, I do not think it too much to say that all that we liberals hold dear is at stake, because if once you open the door to protection, what hope is there for those great objects of reform and economy upon which our hearts are set? Depend on it, that in fighting for our open ports and for the cheap food and material upon which the welfare of the people and the prosperity of our commerce depend, we are fighting against those powers, privileges, injustices, and monopolies which are unalterably opposed to the triumph of democratic principles. Be confident, therefore, but I would ask you not to be overconfident. against you as a strong coalition of interests and powers, against you as a wealthy and a great party, divided indeed, as we have been amused to observe and to watch its little developments, divided in the details of fiscal strategy, but united in its determination to undermine and overthrow the citadel of free trade. Let us then be worthy of our fathers who went before us and won for us this great privilege of freedom. And let us beware lest through any fault of ours, through slackness or indifference, or overconfidence on our part, so great and vital a national interest is imperiled. End of On the Policy of the Liberal Party by Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman.
On Uniform Standard Time for Railways, Telegraphs, and Civil Purposes Generally, by Sandford Fleming. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paper read before the Convention of the American Society of Civil Engineers, held at Montreal, Canada, June 15, 1881. The question which I have been requested to bring under the notice of the Convention, although not strictly of an engineering character, from its nature cannot fail to be of interest to the members of the American Society of Civil Engineers, many of whom have taken a prominent part in establishing the great lines of communication on this continent. To the large number of its members connected with the administration and development of the gigantic railway system extending between the two oceans, which in length are but little less than 100,000 miles, the subject becomes one of vital importance. The occasion strikes me as peculiarly appropriate for submitting for your consideration the subject to which, with your permission, I will briefly refer. The Society meets for the first time beyond the limits of the United States, to find in the Dominion of Canada a cordial welcome. Many of its members, in attending this convention, must have travelled long distances, and have experienced, in one way or another, some of the difficulties it is proposed should be removed. The definition of civil time, and its scientific determination for railway, telegraph, and all ordinary purposes, is a problem to which a solution is imperatively demanded by the present condition of civilization. The question has been examined by the American Metrological Society, New York, the Imperial Academy of Science, St. Petersburg, the Royal Society, London, England, the Canadian Institute, Toronto, and other scientific bodies. Its importance has been fully admitted, and expressions of opinion have been obtained as to the means of overcoming the difficulties which are experienced. The citizens of the United States and the subjects of Her Majesty the Queen occupy together the greater portion of North America. The most friendly relations exist between us, for, in the main, we are substantially one people, living under different governments, with laws and customs essentially identical. On all sides we are satisfied to remain separated by our political affinities, having distinct theories and beliefs with respect to systems of government. But science, like every noble virtue, knows no national boundary. In this brief note I can recognize none. In alluding to matters which equally concern the United States and Canada, I shall refer simply to this country or to this continent. As the continent extends across 105 degrees of longitude, an individual at the western limit finds himself 7 hours of recorded time behind another individual at the extreme eastern side at the same moment of absolute time. Much of the intervening country is but thinly settled, but railways and telegraphs traverse from ocean to ocean, and we have every gradation of difference of time between the extreme limit of 7 hours. According to the system of notation which we have inherited from past centuries, every spot of earth between the Atlantic and the Pacific is entitled to have its own local time. Should each locality stand on its dignity, it may insist upon its railway and its other affairs being governed by the time derived from its own meridian. The smaller and less important localities, however, as a rule, have found it convenient to adopt the time of the nearest city. The railways have laid down special standards which vary, as has been held expedient by each separate management. In the whole country there is, so far, an irregular acknowledgment of more than 100 of these artificial and arbitrary standards of time. The consequences of this system are unsatisfactory. They are felt by every traveler, and in an age and in a country when all, more or less, travel, the aggregate inconvenience and confusion is very great, and it will be enormously multiplied as time rolls on. If the system already results in difficulties to trouble our daily life, and to lead to embarrassments which often occupy our courts of law, which, indeed, too often are the cause of loss of life, what will be the consequences in a few years, when population will be immensely increased and travel and traffic indefinitely multiplied, if no effort be made to effect a change? The societies I have mentioned, after careful examination, have united in the opinion that a satisfactory change cannot be made too soon, and they have adopted resolutions pointing to a general uniformity and thorough accuracy in time reckoning. They believe that the course they have recommended will greatly facilitate the daily transactions of business men, greatly increase the safety of the traveling public, and immensely benefit the whole community. It is proposed that the community unite in an effort to simplify the system now in use, by reducing the number of time standards to a minimum, by substituting for an indefinite number of irregularly established and purely local standards a few main, or, as they may be termed, continental standards, each one having a fixed and well-known relation to all the others. It is proposed to have these standards established and maintained by governmental authority, to have them regulated with precision through a common central observatory, and through these standards it is proposed to keep every town, city, railway, and steamboat clock throughout the land, as nearly as practicable, in perfect agreement. The plan of arrangements favored by the Metrological Society, New York, and the Canadian Institute, Toronto, is to have the standards so established that they will be exactly 1 hour apart. That is to say, while it would be 9 o'clock at one standard, it would be 8 o'clock at the next to the west, 7 o'clock at the following, and so on, by steps of exactly 1 hour. There would be no difference in the minutes and smaller divisions of time. If the time be 10 minutes or 30 minutes past the hour at any one point, it would, at the same instant, in absolute time, be 10 minutes or 30 minutes past some hour at every point. The hours themselves only would differ, and they would differ only in designation according as the localities were east or west. At the same instant of absolute time, every clock in the country would strike either 1 hour or another. The minute and second hands would always and everywhere be in perfect agreement. It may be known to gentlemen present that the officers of the United States Signal Service have evinced a deep interest in the question, and in the efforts to establish uniformity, accuracy, and simplicity of system throughout the country. General Hazen, Chief Signal Officer, Washington, has expressed his earnest desire to contribute toward the public dissemination of standard time. He considers it eminently proper that the department over which he presides should, as far as practicable, assist in a work in which the whole community is interested, and he offers the active cooperation of the Signal Service in every part of the United States in the maintenance of accurate standard time, and giving it to the public by dropping time balls at all important stations. Mr. Cartmale, Chief Director of the Meteorological Department of Canada, would similarly cooperate in every practicable way. There would, therefore, be no difficulty in giving effect to a scheme of introducing uniformity of time reckoning throughout North America, so soon as the railway and telegraph authorities and the general public express concurrence. It is proposed 1. That the exact time should be determined astronomically at a central observatory. 2. That every town of any importance should have a public time signal station. 3. That arrangements be made for placing each station in electrical connection with the central observatory at a certain hour every day. 4. That each station be furnished with automatical apparatus for making the proper signal, either by dropping a time ball or by firing a gun at the proper moment. 5. That all the public and railway clocks in each and every locality be controlled electrically from the public time signal station. I think it may fairly be claimed that no peoples are more progressive or more ready to adopt any needed change or manifest improvement than those who live in North America. And as there is no country except Russia where a greater necessity is presented, or a better field offered for the introduction of a comprehensive system of uniformity in time reckoning, it is more than probable that in this country the change will first be made. As there can be little doubt that other countries will in due time follow the example of America, it is desirable that we should inaugurate a system which will readily commend itself by its appropriateness and simplicity, one that will have the best prospect of being ultimately adopted throughout the world. If we admit the principle that in a question of this kind it is not expedient to limit our view to any city or state or province, but to embrace in our system the whole of the continent, it seems to follow that we should take a still broader view, and endeavor to apply the principle to all countries. Steam and electricity are rapidly altering the conditions of life everywhere. They are girdling the globe and bringing all countries nearer together. We get our unit measure of time from the earth's revolutions. It is therefore common property, and nothing can be more cosmopolitan in its nature. It is perfectly obvious to my mind that a system of uniform time, which would be good for this country, should be equally good for all countries on the face of the globe. These views have met with the ready acquiescence of all who have given them careful consideration, and the system recommended by the several scientific bodies for adoption on this continent commends itself as a scheme which all nations may, with advantage to themselves and to general interests, accept. The American Metrological Society and the Canadian Institute have each passed resolutions substantially as follows: Resolved that uniformity of time throughout the United States and Canada is demanded by the progress of events, and that a central system by which time may be reckoned in a uniform and accurate manner by the people of all nations throughout the globe is of the highest importance. Resolved that a great service will be rendered to the world by directing the public mind to the subject, and by securing the general adoption of a well-conceived system of uniformity, and that the Society is hereby authorized to cooperate with other bodies in recommending a comprehensive scheme based on the following propositions. 1. 24 standard meridians, one every 15 degrees of longitude, to be established around the globe for reckoning sectional or local time. 2. One of the 24 standards to be selected as time zero or initial meridian for reckoning cosmopolitan time. 3. The time zero to coincide with the prime meridian to be common to all nations for computing longitude. 4. The 24 standard meridians to be designated by names, or by letters of the alphabet, or by degrees of longitude, numbered from the prime meridian westerly. 5. The prime meridian, or zero for time and longitude, to pass near Bering Strait, 180 degrees from Greenwich. 6. The division of the day into 2 halves of 12 hours each to be discouraged, and a single series numbered from 1 to 24 substituted. In the cosmopolitan day, or period of time between 2 successive passages of the sun over the prime meridian, the single division to be made absolute. I may avail myself of this opportunity of mentioning that the scheme of Cosmopolitan Standard Time is being brought before various European societies under distinguished auspices. His Excellency, the Governor General of Canada, has been good enough personally to evince a deep interest in the question, and has been pleased to send communications to France, Belgium, Prussia, Austria, Russia, and Switzerland. The subject will be considered by the Association for the Reform and Codification of the Law of Nations at their meeting in August next at Cologne, in Rhine, Prussia. And it will on that occasion find warm advocates in Dr. Barnard, President of Columbia College, and Dr. David Dudley Field of New York. The question will be brought under the consideration of the International Geographical Congress at Venice in September next, supported by such men as Dr. Otto Struve, Director of the Imperial Observatory, St. Petersburg, General Hazen of Washington, and others. In bringing these propositions under the notice of the American Society of Civil Engineers, I do not feel justified, on an occasion like the present, to refer at length to the voluminous papers which have been written, and the arguments which have been advanced, in connection with this question. Necessarily I have been brief, and I respectfully suggest, in order further to save the time of the convention, that a committee be appointed to examine and report at a future meeting. I feel it proper to add that as the great object is to determine and establish a system which will secure the greatest advantages to the community, it is of the first importance to have the proposition carefully digested by those whose opinions have value with the public. An expression from this body, of educated, scientific, and practical men, must carry with it weight, and will exact respect in every quarter. End of On Uniform Standard Time for Railways, Telegraphs, and Civil Purposes Generally, by Sanford Fleming.
Opportunity, from The Shadow on the Dial and Other Essays, by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Opportunity, by Ambrose Bierce. This is not a country of equal fortunes. Outside a socialist dream, no such country exists, or can exist. But as nearly as possible, this is a country of equal opportunities for those who begin life with nothing but nature's endowments, and of such is the kingdom of success. In 9 instances out of 10, successful Americans, that is, Americans who have succeeded in any worthy ambition or legitimate field of endeavor, have started with nothing but the skin they stood in. It almost may be said, indeed, that to begin with nothing is a main condition of success in America. To a young man there is no such hopeless impediment as wealth, or the expectation of wealth. Here a man, and there a man, will be born so abundantly endowed by nature as to overcome the handicap of artificial advantages. But that is not the rule. Usually the chap, born with a golden spoon in his mouth, puts in his time sucking that spoon, and without other employment. Counting the possession of the spoon success, why should he bestir himself to achieve what he already has? The real curled darling of opportunity has nothing in his mouth but his teeth and his appetite. He knows, or is likely to know, what it is to feel his belly sticking to his back. If he have brains aplenty, he will get on, for he must be up and doing. The penalty of indiligence is famine. If he have not, he may up and do to the utmost satisfaction of his mind and heart, but the end of that man is failure, with possible socialism, that last resort of conscious incompetence. It fatigues, This talk of narrowing opportunities of today, the closed avenues to success, and the rest of it. Doubtless, it serves its purpose of making mischief for the tyrant trusts and the wicked rich generally. But in a 6 months bound volume of it, there is not enough truth to float a religion. Men of brains never had a better chance than now to accomplish all that it is desirable that they should accomplish, and men of no brains never did have much of a chance, nor under any possible conditions can have in this country nor in any other. They are nature's failures, God's botchwork. Let us be sorry for them, treat them justly and generously. But the socialism that would level us all down to their plane of achievement and reward is a proposal of which they are themselves the only proponents. Opportunity indeed! Who is holding me from composing a great opera that would make me rich and famous? What oppressive laws forbade me to work my passage up the Yukon as a deckhand on a steamboat and discover the gold along Bonanza Creek? What is there in our industrial system that conceals from me the secret of making diamonds from coal? Why was it not I who, entering a lawyer's office as a suitable person to sweep it out, left it as an appointed justice of the Supreme Court? The number of actual and possible sources of profit and methods of distinction is infinite. Not all the trusts in the world combined in one trust of trusts could appreciably reduce it, could condemn to permanent failure one man with the talent and the will to succeed. They can abolish that doubtful benefactor of the small dealer who lives by charging too much, and that very thickly disguised blessing, the drummer, whom they have to add to the price of everything they sell. But for each opportunity they close, they open a new one, and leave untouched 1,000 actual and 1,000,000 possible ones. As to their dishonest practices, these are conspicuous and striking, because lumped, but no worse than the silent, steady aggregate of cheating by which their constituent firms and individuals formerly consumed the consumer without his special wonder. The End of Opportunity by Ambrose Bierce.
Letters of Pliny by Gaius Pliny Caecilius Secundus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters of Pliny by Pliny. Read by Chad Horner. Letter 24 to Cerulus. You advised me to read my late speech before an assemblage of my friends. I shall do so as you advise it, though I have strong scruples. Compositions of this sort lose, I well know, all their force and fire, and even their very name, almost, by a mere recital. It is the solemnity of the tribunal, the concourse of advocates, the suspense of the event, the fame of the several pleaders concerned, the different parties formed amongst the audience. Add to this the gestures, the pacing, aye, the actual running to and fro of the speaker, the body working in harmony with every inward emotion, that conspire to give a spirit and a grace to what he delivers. This is the reason that those who plead sitting, though they retain most of the advantages possessed by those who stand up to plead, weaken the whole force of their oratory. The eyes and hands of the reader, those important instruments of graceful elocution, being engaged, it is no wonder that the attention of the audience droops, without anything extrinsic to keep it up, no allurements of gesture to attract, no smart, stinging impromptus to enliven. To these general considerations I must add this particular disadvantage, which attends the speech in question, that it is of the argumentative kind, and it is natural for an author to infer that what he wrote with labour will not be read with pleasure. For who is there so unprejudiced as not to prefer the attractive and sonorous to the sombre and unornamented in style? It is very unreasonable that there should be any distinction. However, it is certain that judges generally expect one style of pleading and the audience another, whereas an auditor ought to be affected only by those parts which would especially strike him, were he in the place of the judge. Nevertheless, it is possible the objections which lie against this piece may be surmounted in consideration of the novelty it has to recommend it. The novelty I mean with respect to us, for the Greek orators have a method of reasoning upon a different occasion, not altogether unlike that which I have employed. They, when they would throw out a law as contrary to some former one and repealed, argue by comparing those together. So I, on the contrary, endeavour to prove that the crime which I was insisting upon as falling within the intent and meaning of the law relating to public extortions was agreeable not only to that law, but likewise to other laws of the same nature. Those who are ignorant of the jurisprudence of their country can have no taste for reasonings of this kind, but those who are not ought to be proportionably the more favourable in the judgments they pass upon them. I shall endeavour, therefore, if you persist in my reciting it, to collect as learned an audience as I can, but before you determine this point, do weigh impartially the different considerations I have laid before you, and then decide as reason shall direct, for it is reason that must justify you. Obedience to your commands will be a sufficient apology for me. Farewell. End of letter 24 to Cyrillus by Gaius Pliny Caecilius Secundus. This recording is in the public domain.
The Regulation of Time by Dr. F.A.P. Bernard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Extracts from an address read before the Association for the Reform and Codification of the Law of Nations at Cologne, Prussia, August 1881, by Dr. F.A.P. Bernard, delegate from the United States of America. The propositions which I have the honor to present to the consideration of the conference affect the personal convenience of every inhabitant of every civilized land, and that not occasionally only, but continually. The regulation of time connects itself with every act and every incident of social, religious, commercial, or industrial life. Banks open and close their doors, churches arrange the order of their services, transportation companies regulate the movements of their trains, courts and legislatures adjust the times of their assembling and their adjournment, theaters and other places of amusement announce the hours of their performances or exhibitions, and finally, society fixes the times of its various appointments for purposes of pleasure or business in accordance with some standard, which, if not universally satisfactory, is at least universally understood. Thus the question, what shall be the standard of time, is one which affects every man every hour of his life, and one in which he is compelled to take an interest. In the United States of America and in Canada, the desirability of the adoption of some universally recognized system for the regulation of the divisions of the day has long been felt, and a movement commenced about 2 years ago by two scientific organizations, that is, the American Metrological Society of New York and the Canadian Institute of Toronto, Canada, has already been successful in drawing public attention to a definite scheme of time regulation for the continent of America, which is rapidly gaining ground in the favor of the people. It is to be noticed in the first place that the time kept by clocks and watches of our country is not, generally, the exact local time of the place where the owners of such timepieces reside. Upon every great line of railway it is indispensable, in order to secure safety and regularity in the movement of trains, that the time kept should be uniform from end to end. And as some of these long lines extend over from 5 to 10 degrees of longitude, while the standard time kept by them is usually that of one of their termini, it follows that, at different points of the road, the railway time differs from the local time 10, 20, 30, or more minutes. Yet, such is the relative importance of the railway traffic in comparison with that of interests purely local, that, in practice, the railway time supersedes the local time, and all the affairs of life are regulated in accordance with it. In some large towns two kinds of time are kept, as for instance at Buffalo, New York, where in the same houses may be found two clocks, one of them giving the time of the place, and the other that of New York City, which is the railway time, and is 20 minutes faster. It sometimes happens that towns not distant from each other are situated on different lines of railway keeping different times. In passing, by ordinary vehicles, from one of these towns to another, there is experienced the inconvenience of finding one's watch entirely out of harmony with the timekeepers of the locality visited. But a still greater inconvenience occurs in those towns which lie at the intersections of two or more important roads, and there are a good many such, for here it is necessary to keep account of as many systems of time as there are intersecting ways. From an investigation made by Professor Cleveland Abbe of the United States Weather Signal Office at Washington, it appears that the railway times kept by different transportation companies in the United States correspond to no fewer than 70 meridians, and the total number of such varieties is probably not less than 100. Now, so far as the transaction of the ordinary affairs of life in each particular locality is concerned, this extraordinary variety is of no consequence to the inhabitants. But in all matters which concern the mutual relations of the inhabitants of different places, the case is otherwise. Without a knowledge of the times of both places, it is quite possible that appointments in regard to affairs of important concern may be wholly disconcerted. And without a similar knowledge, one may fail to meet a train on which he had counted, and may thus be subjected to unanticipated delay and other consequent disadvantages. It is, of course, hardly necessary to mention the degree to which the usefulness of the timetables issued by the various transportation companies is impaired for the purposes of the traveler when the time standards of all these companies are different. But the embarrassment to the tourist, however great, is of less importance than that which is suffered by the permanent resident. Now, considering the fact that, for our own continent of America, the time actually kept at any place is usually purely conventional, and is not the true local time of the place itself, considering that this is also true in England, and is, probably, to a great extent true of the continent of Europe, and considering that identity of the conventional with the local time is unimportant when the standard of time actually used is understood, it has seemed to us that by the adoption of a system according to which all timekeepers throughout the world might be made to agree as to the minute and second, and to differ only, as longitudes differ, in regard to the hour, all the confusion which exists in consequence of the present variety of time standards might be wholly eliminated, to the great benefit of the people of all civilized lands. The adoption of this system would involve the recognition of 24 fixed meridians, distant from each other by a constant difference of 15 degrees of longitude, and determined in position by some one of the number distinguished as the prime or zero meridian. The moment of the passage of the mean sun over each of these meridians is to be regarded as the hour of mean noon for that meridian, and for all places which are nearer to it than they are to any other. Thus the largest difference which can occur between conventional time and true local time will be 30 minutes, and the hour will change at a line halfway distant between any two meridians. The system here described was proposed originally for the United States by Professor Cleveland Abbe, of the United States Signal Service, as mentioned above, in a report to the American Metrological Society, and also, without concert with Professor Abbe, by Sanford Fleming, Esquire, the late chief engineer of the Canadian Pacific Railway, and now titular Chancellor of Queen's University at Kingston, Ontario, in a paper read by him before the Canadian Institute and since published. In these papers it was proposed to adopt, for the American continent, 5 meridians, of which the central one should be situated 6 hours west of Greenwich, and should pass almost centrally through the city of New Orleans. The time of this meridian, being that prevailing through the principal states of the Mississippi Valley and the British province of Manitoba, is distinguished as Valley Time. The 5-hour meridian passes near New York, and governs the states lying on the Atlantic, together with the 2 Canadas, giving them what is hence called Atlantic Time. The 4-hour meridian crosses the island of Newfoundland, and gives what is called Eastern Time to that island, and to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the remaining British possessions east of Canada. The 7-hour meridian passes through the city of Denver, and almost exactly over the United States signal station on the summit of Pike's Peak, more than 14,000 feet high, in Colorado. It gives time to the states, territories, and provinces lying on and about the great central ridge of the continent, which is hence called Mountain Time. The 8-hour meridian falls a little east of San Francisco, and almost exactly on the small sea-coast town of Santa Barbara, in California. From this, the states of the Union which lie on the Pacific, and the British provinces on the same ocean, derive their time, which it is proposed to distinguish as Pacific Time. The bounding lines between the successive meridians, at which the count of the hour shall change, it is not proposed to define with the same geometrical precision which characterizes the meridians themselves. The idea is rather to follow any well-known natural or political divisions which fall approximately midway between the meridians, and which will serve as easily remembered reference boundaries. On the American continent, such lines of demarcation are easily found. The states and provinces which touch the Mississippi River will use Valley Time. The Canadas and the states of the Union which lie east of these valley states, and most of which touch the Atlantic, will use Atlantic Time. The British provinces farther eastward will use Eastern Time. The states and provinces which touch the Pacific will use Pacific Time, and all those which lie between the Pacific states and the Valley states will use Mountain Time. The means by which we expect to establish this system on the American continent are partly the voluntary action of the transportation companies, partly the cooperation of municipal corporations and chambers of commerce, and partly local legislation. Already many local organizations have taken steps for the establishment of time balls and other time signals in furtherance of the practical introduction of the system. The state of Connecticut has enacted a statute making the use of New York time compulsory upon all transportation companies within her limits. The Chief Signal Officer of the United States, General W.B. Hazen, has warmly interested himself in the scheme, and has offered the services of his corps to operate daily any apparatus for the distribution of time which may be erected at any of the numerous stations of his extensive service. The same officer, and associated with him Mr. Chancellor Fleming, above referred to, and the present speaker, have been constituted a joint committee on the part of the American Metrological Society and the Canadian Institute to present this subject to the consideration of the International Geographical Congress, which is to meet in Venice on the 15th of September proximo, in the hope of obtaining for it the approval of that body. And I have been specially charged by the Metrological Society just mentioned, of which I have the honor to be president, to ask for it the favorable consideration of this association. The Governor-General of Canada, the Marquis of Lorne, has been pleased to interest himself actively in promoting the success of the movement. The papers relating to it, which have been published by the 2 associations, whose titles have just been mentioned, have been forwarded by Lord Lorne, through the British Foreign Office in London, to countries with which Great Britain is in diplomatic relations, and to their scientific associations; and from the Imperial Academy of Sciences at St. Petersburg have been received copies of a report from a committee, of which the eminent astronomer Otto Struve was chairman, cordially approving the project, which report was adopted by the Academy. 2 or 3 minor features of the scheme contained in the resolutions proposed remains to be mentioned. The first of these is the proposition to abolish the present division of the day into 2 equal portions of 12 hours each, and to employ instead a continuous count running from 1 to 24 hours in each day. The division at present in use is not a natural one. It is founded, presumably, upon the custom of astronomers to begin the day at the meridian passage of the sun, or the habit of the people to fix the moment of apparent noon by observing the coincidence of the shadow of a vertical stile with a line drawn north and south. The natural division of the day is into a light portion and a dark portion. These portions are always and everywhere unequal, except for a single day in the year, or for a single great circle of the earth, the equator. No exact system for the uniform division of time can, therefore, be founded upon them. On the other hand, no disadvantage can arise from regarding the day as a unit subdivided into 24 equal fractions, a mode of division once very general, at least in Italy, and hardly yet entirely abandoned; while there are very appreciable disadvantages attending the present division into 12-hour moieties. The first of these is the necessity for using always in speech the word forenoon or afternoon, in order to identify the portion of the day to which any hour which happens to be mentioned is to be referred; or, in writing, to place after the number of the hour the explanatory suffix am or pm. Another and even greater is the uncertainty in railway timetables as to whether a particular hour is an hour of the night or of the day. The compact form of these tables renders it impossible always to introduce the necessary specifications in their columns, and the inquirer is thus often left at a loss. Some of these tables, in order to remove the embarrassment, have employed the expedient of printing the hours of the night in white letters upon a black ground, while those of the day are printed in the usual way, with black letters upon a white ground. But the very adoption of this expedient is a confession of the existence of an evil which we may easily perceive to be quite unnecessary. Let the hours of the day be only continuously numbered from beginning to end, and there will never be any uncertainty as to which part of the day is meant. Another of the secondary features of the scheme is the designation of a zero meridian. The zero meridian is that from which terrestrial longitudes begin to be reckoned, and that at which, at the close of the day, the count of the day in the monthly calendar shall be momentarily the same for the entire globe. Any meridian which might be chosen, and which should be generally accepted, would answer for this purpose; but such a selection ought not to be made through mere idle caprice. Regard should be had to usages actually existing; and if there is any meridian which has already become more familiar than any other to the great majority of mankind, that circumstance should be counted in its favor. In a contribution made by me some 10 years ago to a provisional code of international law drawn up under authority of a resolution of this association by the Hon. David Dudley Field, afterwards president of the association, I endeavored to assign some reasons why the meridian of Greenwich is entitled to be regarded as rightfully the first meridian for purposes of longitude. But the same reasons apply with equal force to the inferior meridian of Greenwich, that is to say, to the meridian 12 hours distant in time and 180 degrees distant in longitude from Greenwich itself; and as I have found, in consultation with others, that there might be danger of awakening national susceptibilities by insisting on Greenwich, though for myself I fail to find this consideration serious, I have yielded my first opinion, and propose to fix the first meridian for time and for terrestrial longitude at the 180th degree from Greenwich, so that this first meridian will fall almost entirely upon the open ocean. As in the monthly calendar the change of count must begin first at some particular meridian, it is desirable that this change shall take place, if possible, beyond the limits of all habitable lands. And this is true of the meridian proposed, since, except a small portion of wild and desolate subarctic Kamschatka, it rarely touches any portion of the earth's surface uncovered by water. At this assumed first meridian, therefore, the day in ordinary chronology will begin when the mean sun is on the meridian of Greenwich, so that, in fact, it will be identical with the astronomical day as reckoned at that observatory. The last of the secondary features of the scheme which I have to notice is the proposition to establish, for purposes of pure chronology, and for the facilitation of synchronous observations in science, a special time reckoning under the name of cosmopolitan time. So long as the dimensions of the known world were limited in longitude between the Indies on the east and the Canary Islands on the west, there was no danger of a confusion of chronology to arise from a mistake of an entire day in a date. But at the present time, and since civilization has encircled the entire globe, it is a fact that there are certain hours in every 24, during which, for one entire half the habitable world, the date is a unit more advanced in the monthly calendar than in the other. The change of count must have a beginning somewhere. In the absence of any distinct convention on the subject, it is generally understood that this change begins somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. It happens, therefore, that at the moment when the sun is on the meridian opposed to that of Greenwich, the date for all Asia and all continental Europe may be, for example, the 1st of January before noon, while for the entire American continent it is still the 31st of December. On the other hand, when, 12 hours later, the sun is on the Greenwich meridian, the date will be the 1st of January for all the world, but it will be afternoon for Asia and Europe, and forenoon for America. At present the change of count, as above observed, is supposed to begin in the Pacific Ocean. But if we are to be exact, it ought to begin at some certainly defined meridian, and the present proposition is to make it begin at the meridian distant 12 hours from Greenwich. The time determined by the proposed zero meridian is, according to a suggestion of Mr. Fleming adopted in the resolution, to be distinguished as cosmopolitan time, and might equally be called universal or absolute time. Any observation made in cosmopolitan time will be fixed with absolute certainty both in the chronological sequence and in the hours of the day, and it can easily be converted by the addition or subtraction of an even number of hours into the particular time of each standard meridian. Mr. Fleming proposes also that the hours of this universal time shall be distinguished by symbols or letters rather than by numbers. The value of this suggestion consists in the fact that, by means of it, the danger will be averted of ever confounding cosmopolitan time with that of any other except the prime meridian. It is not otherwise insisted on as a feature of special importance. End of The Regulation of Time, by Dr. F.A.P. Bernard.
To Read or Not to Read, by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Read or Not to Read, Pall Mall Gazette, February 8, 1886. Books, I fancy, may be conveniently divided into three classes. 1. Books to read, such as Cicero's Letters, Suetonius, Vasari's Lives of the Painters, the autobiography of Benvenuto Cellini, Sir John Mandeville, Marco Polo, St. Simon's Memoirs, Mommsen, and, till we get a better one, Grote's History of Greece. 2. Books to reread, such as Plato and Keats. In the sphere of poetry, the masters, not the minstrels. In the sphere of philosophy, the seers, not the savants. 3. Books not to read at all, such as Thomson's Seasons, Rogers' Italy, Paley's Evidences, all the Fathers except St. Augustine, all John Stuart Mill except the Essay on Liberty, all Voltaire's plays without any exception, Butler's Analogy, Grant's Aristotle, Hume's England, Lewis's History of Philosophy, all argumentative books, and all books that try to prove anything. The third class is by far the most important. To tell people what to read is, as a rule, either useless or harmful, for the appreciation of literature is a question of temperament, not of teaching. To Parnassus there is no primer, and nothing that one can learn is ever worth learning. But to tell people what not to read is a very different matter, and I venture to recommend it as a mission to the University Extension Scheme. Indeed, it is one that is eminently needed in this age of ours, an age that reads so much that it has no time to admire, and writes so much that it has no time to think. Whoever will select out of the chaos of our modern curricula the worst 100 books and publish a list of them will confer on the rising generation a real and lasting benefit. After expressing these views, I suppose I should not offer any suggestions at all with regard to the best 100 books, but I hope you will allow me the pleasure of being inconsistent, as I am anxious to put in a claim for a book that has been strangely omitted by most of the excellent judges that have contributed to your columns. I mean the Greek anthology. The beautiful poems contained in this collection seem to me to hold the same position with regard to Greek dramatic literature as do the delicate little figurines of Tanagra to the Phidian marbles, and to be quite as necessary for the complete understanding of the Greek spirit. I am also amazed to find that Edgar Allan Poe has been passed over. Surely this marvelous lord of rhythmic expression deserves a place. If, in order to make room for him, it should be necessary to elbow out someone else, I should elbow out Southey, and I think that Baudelaire might be most advantageously substituted for Keble. No doubt, both in The Curse of Kehama and in The Christian Year there are poetic qualities of a certain kind, but absolute catholicity of taste is not without its dangers. It is only an auctioneer who should admire all schools of art. End of To Read or Not to Read by Oscar Wilde. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Silvertop Associates, Inc. versus Kangaroo Manufacturing, Inc. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. Amicus Lectio. Silvertop Associates, Inc. v. Kangaroo Manufacturing, Inc. An opinion of the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. Opinion by Thomas Hardiman. This interlocutory appeal involves the validity of a copyright in a full-body banana costume. Appellant Kangaroo Manufacturing, Inc. concedes that the banana costume it manufactures and sells is substantially similar to the banana costume created and sold by appellee Rasta Impasta. Yet Kangaroo claims that Rasta cannot hold a valid copyright in such a costume's, quote, pictorial, graphic, and sculptural features, under Title 17 U.S. Code, Section 101. This dispute presents a matter of first impression for our court and requires us to apply the Supreme Court's recent decision in Star Athletica, LLC versus Varsity Brands, Inc. We hold that, in combination, the Rasta costume's non-utilitarian sculptural features are copyrightable, so we will affirm the District Court's preliminary injunction. Section 1. This dispute stems from a business relationship that went bad. In 2010, Rasta obtained copyright registration number VA1-707-439 for its full-body banana costume. 2 years later, Rasta began working with a company called Yaguzan Incorporated, which purchased and resold thousands of Rasta's banana costumes. Yaguzan's founder, Justin Legary, also founded Kangaroo, and at all relevant times was aware of Rasta's copyright registration in the banana costume. After the business relationship between Rasta and Yaguzan ended, Rasta's CEO, Robert Berman, discovered Kangaroo selling a costume that resembled his company's without a license. Rasta sued Kangaroo for copyright infringement, trade dress infringement, and unfair competition. After settlement discussions were unsuccessful, Rasta moved for a preliminary injunction, and Kangaroo responded by moving to dismiss. The district court granted the motion for a preliminary injunction and explained its reasons for doing so in a thorough opinion. It also dismissed the unfair competition count. Kangaroo appealed, but because the district court had not entered an order detailing the injunction's terms, we granted the parties' motions to remand for the limited purpose of entering a corrected order. The district court amended its order, and the injunction is now ripe for review on appeal. Section 2. The district court had jurisdiction under Title 28 United States Code, Section 1331 and 1338A. We have jurisdiction under Title 28 United States Code, Section 1292A1. We review the district court's conclusions of law de novo and its ultimate decision to grant the preliminary injunction for abuse of discretion. Footnote. Kangaroo argues that the district court erred by failing to apply the heightened mandatory injunction standard. We disagree for the reasons the district court articulated. Rasta's motion for a preliminary injunction did not request all or substantially all of its relief in a way that the relief could not later be undone. And Rasta's preliminary injunction motion merely sought to maintain the status quo the parties agreed to in their stipulation of standstill. End of footnote. Section 3. Kangaroo claims the injunction should not have issued because Rasta is not likely to succeed on the merits of its copyright infringement claim. Footnote. The other three prerequisites for injunctive relief are not at issue. End of footnote. According to Kangaroo, Rasta does not hold a valid copyright in its banana costume. Whether Rasta's copyright is valid is a question of law, which makes our review plenary. Footnote. Registering a work's copyright within 5 years of the work's first publication entitles the holder to a presumption of validity. See Title 17 United States Code, Section 410C. A later filed registration may still be probative, though. Here, Rasta's certificate of registration lists a 2001 first publication date and a 2010 registration date, so it is not entitled to the statutory presumption of validity, though we may consider the registration's existence in our analysis. End of footnote. And we must remain, quote, cognizant of the Supreme Court's teachings that copyrights protect only expressions of ideas and not ideas themselves, end quote. We begin by analyzing whether non-utilitarian sculptural features of the costume are copyrightable by determining whether those features can be identified separately from its utilitarian features and are capable of existing independently from its utilitarian features. See Title 17 United States Code, Section 101, and Star Athletica. We then consider whether the merger and savoir faire doctrines render the costume ineligible for copyright protection. We conclude that the district court did not err when it held that Rasta is reasonably likely to prove ownership of a valid copyright. Section 3A. Quote, a valid copyright extends only to copyrightable subject matter, end quote. Copyrightable subject matter means, quote, original works of authorship fixed in any tangible medium of expression, end quote. Originality is a very low bar, requiring, quote, only a minimal amount of creativity, end quote. Quote, works of authorship include pictorial, graphic, and sculptural works, end quote, which are, quote, two-dimensional and three-dimensional works of fine, graphic, and applied art, etc., end quote. Quote, and a work of authorship is, subquote, fixed in a tangible medium of expression when it is embodied in a, end of subquote, subquote, material object, from which the work can be perceived, reproduced, or otherwise communicated, end of subquote, end quote. A special rule applies to useful articles, i.e., those which have, quote, an intrinsic utilitarian function that is not merely to portray the appearance of the article or to convey information, end quote. Without more, they may not receive protection as such. Instead, useful articles that, quote, incorporate pictorial, graphic, or sculptural features that can be identified separately from and are capable of existing independently of the utilitarian aspects of the article, end quote, may be eligible for protection of those features alone. Thus, separability analysis determines whether a useful article contains copyrightable features. A useful article's design feature, is eligible for copyright if, when identified and imagined apart from the useful article, it would qualify as a pictorial, graphic, or sculptural work, either on its own or when fixed in some other tangible medium, So we ask two questions. 1. Can the artistic feature of a useful article's design, be perceived as a 2- or 3-dimensional work of art separate from the useful article, And 2. Would the feature, qualify as a protectable pictorial, graphic, or sculptural work, either on its own or in some other medium if imagined separately from the useful article, The first requirement, is not onerous. The decision-maker need only be able to look at the useful article and spot some 2- or 3-dimensional element that appears to have pictorial, graphic, or sculptural qualities. The second requirement, which is, ordinarily more difficult to satisfy, requires, that the separately identified feature has the capacity to exist apart from the utilitarian aspects of the article, See Athletica, In other words, the feature must be able to exist as its own pictorial, graphic, or sculptural work, as defined in Section 101, once it is imagined apart from the useful article, And that separate feature, cannot itself be a useful article, or, an article that is normally a part of a useful article, which is itself considered a useful article, We do not focus on, any aspects of the useful article that remain after the imaginary extraction, Nor does the work's marketability or artistic merit bear on our analysis. Thus, the two-part inquiry effectively turns on whether the separately imagined features are still intrinsically useful. We have explained that we do not analyze each feature in isolation, instead a, specific combination of elements, that gives a sculpture its, unique look, could be eligible for copyright protection. Those combined features may include, texture, color, size, and shape, among others, and it, means nothing that these elements may not be individually entitled to protection, The Supreme Court in Athletica found the 2-dimensional design patterns on cheerleader uniforms eligible for copyright protection. The uniform's utilitarian, shape, cut, and dimensions, were not copyrightable, but, the 2-dimensional work of art fixed in the tangible medium of the uniform fabric, was. Imagining those designs apart from the uniform did not necessarily replicate the useful article, even though the designs still looked like uniforms. The Athletica court also provided helpful examples addressing 3-dimensional articles. First, it reaffirmed its decision in Mazer, which held that a statuette depicting a dancer intended for use as a lamp base was eligible for copyright protection. Second, the court noted that a replica of a useful article, for example, a cardboard model car, could be copyrightable, although the underlying article, for example, the car itself, could not. Finally, the court noted that a shovel, even if displayed in an art gallery, still has an intrinsic utilitarian function beyond portraying its appearance or conveying information. So it could not be copyrighted even though a drawing of a shovel or any separately identifiable artistic features could. We too have observed that, just because a sculpture is incorporated into an article that functions as other than a pure sculpture, does not mean that the sculptural part of the article is not copyrightable, Section 3b. Having articulated the legal principles that govern our analysis, we turn to the particular facts of this case. To begin with, Rasta's banana costume is a, useful article, Footnote. We have noted that, a costume may serve, aside from its appearance, to clothe the wearer. Athletica addressed cheerleader uniforms as useful articles, and Rasta concedes its costume is a useful article. End of footnote. The artistic features of the costume, in combination, prove both separable and capable of independent existence as a copyrightable work, a sculpture. Those sculptural features include the banana's combination of colors, lines, shape, and length. They do not include the cutout holes for the wearer's arms, legs, and face, the hole's dimensions, or the hole's locations on the costume, because those features are utilitarian. Footnote. The district court correctly found, that the cutout holes are not, per se, a feature eligible for copyright, end quote, because they, quote, perform a solely utilitarian function, end quote. It went on, however, to list, quote, the location of the head and arm cutouts which dictate how the costume drapes on and protrudes from the wearer, as opposed to the mere existence of the cutout holes, end quote, among the copyrightable features. We disagree with that portion of the district court's analysis because we must imagine the banana apart from the useful, i.e., wearable, article. Rasta has not identified any artistic aspect to the hole's dimensions or locations except in relation to the wearer. The cutout hole's dimensions and locations on the costume are intrinsically useful, perhaps even necessary, to make the costume wearable like the, quote, shape, cut, and dimensions, end quote, of the cheerleader uniforms in Star Athletica, so they cannot be copyrighted. End of footnote. Although more difficult to imagine separately from the costume's, quote, non-appearance related utility, end quote, i.e. wearability, than many works, one can still imagine the banana apart from the costume as an original sculpture. That sculpted banana, once split from the costume, is not intrinsically utilitarian and does not merely replicate the costume, so it may be copyrighted. Kangaroo responds that we must inspect each feature individually, find each one too unoriginal or too utilitarian in isolation for copyright, and decline to protect the whole. But K. Berry forecloses this divide and conquer approach by training our focus on the combination of design elements in a work. And the Star Athletica Court did not cherry-pick the uniform design's colors, shapes, or lines. It too evaluated their combination. Thus, the separately imagined banana, the sum of its non-utilitarian parts, is copyrightable. Kangaroo also contends the banana is unoriginal because its designers based the design on a natural banana. They ask us to hold that depictions of natural objects in their natural condition can never be copyrighted. This argument seeks to raise the originality requirement's very low bar, which precedent forecloses for good reason. A judge's own aesthetic judgments must play no role in the copyright analysis. See Star Athletica, quote, our inquiry is limited to how the article and features are perceived, not how or why they were designed, end quote. The cases Kangaroo cites in its brief confirm that whether natural objects are copyrightable depends on the circumstances. Compare Satava v. Lowry, holding that a sculpture of a jellyfish was not copyrightable, with Coquico Inc. v. Rodriguez Miranda, holding that several elements of a plush toy depicting a tree frog were copyrightable. The essential question is whether the depiction of the natural object has a minimal level of creativity. Rasta's banana meets those requirements. In furtherance of its argument that costumes depicting items found in nature can never be copyrighted, Kangaroo relies on Whimsicality Inc. v. Ruby's Costume Co. Whimsicality involved a company's misrepresentation of its costumes as only, quote, soft sculpture, end quote, on its application for copyright registration, without any indication, written or pictorial, that they could be worn. See Whimsicality. Unlike that case, here, the Copyright Office recognized that Rasta sought to copyright a costume and initially refused to register a copyright because it was a costume. Additionally, the Whimsicality Court imagined the costumes peeled away from their wearers as deflated piles of fabric, leaving nothing recognizable or original to copyright. Star Athletica does not allow that approach in this appeal. The three-dimensional banana sculpture that separability analysis requires us to imagine is not a crumpled pile of fabric. It is a recognizable rendering of a banana. Courts have not, as Kangaroo claims, quote, consistently found that costumes of natural items, such as bees and pumpkins, cannot be copyrighted, end quote. See also Animal Fair Inc. v. Amfesco Industries, finding a slipper in the shape of a bear's paw copyrightable. Indeed, the Second Circuit focused its decision on Whimsicality's misrepresentation to the Copyright Office, and did not even reach the question whether costumes are an exception to the general rule that clothing is not copyrightable. In our view, the non-utilitarian sculptural features of this costume are just such an exception. Footnote. Kangaroo's reliance on the underlying district court decision in Whimsicality is also misplaced because that decision, though carefully reasoned, employed a separability analysis inconsistent with the analysis required by Star Athletica. End of footnote. We therefore hold that the banana costume's combination of colors, lines, shape, and length, i.e. its artistic features, are both separable and capable of independent existence, and thus are copyrightable. Section 3C. Lastly, Kangaroo invokes two copyright doctrines, merger and sine faire, to argue that the banana costume is ineligible for protection. Both arguments address the same question, whether copyrighting the banana costume would effectively monopolize an underlying idea, either directly or through elements necessary to that idea's expression. Because Congress has excluded, quote, any idea, procedure, process, system, method of operation, concept, principle, or discovery, end quote, from copyright protection, courts deny such protection when a work's underlying idea can effectively be expressed in only one way. Courts term this rare occurrence, quote-unquote, merger, and find it only when, quote, there are no or few other ways of expressing a particular idea. And if copyrighting a design feature would effectively monopolize an underlying idea, procedure, process, etc., then the merger doctrine exists to deny that protection. Notably, merger, quote, is most applicable where the idea and the expression are of items found in nature or are found commonly in everyday life, end quote. But if copyright does not foreclose, quote, other methods of expressing an idea as a practical matter, then there is no merger, end quote. Here, copyrighting Rasta's banana costume would not effectively monopolize the underlying idea because there are many other ways to make a costume resemble a banana. Indeed, Rasta provided over 20 non-infringing examples. As the district court observed, one can easily distinguish those examples from Rasta's costume based on the shape, curvature, tips color, overall color, length, width, lining, texture, and material. We agree and hold the merger doctrine does not apply here. Courts also exclude sine faire from copyright protection, which includes elements, quote, standard, stock, or common to a particular topic, or that necessarily follow from a common theme or setting, end quote. The doctrine covers, quote, those elements of a work that necessarily result from external factors inherent to the subject matter of the work, end quote. As with merger, the sine faire doctrine seeks to curb copyright's potential to allow monopolizing an underlying idea via features that are so common or necessary to that idea's expression that copyrighting them effectively copyrights the idea itself. For example, Mytel Inc. v. Ichtel Inc., citing foot chases as a sine faire of police fiction. Here too, copyrighting the banana costume's non-utilitarian features, in combination, would not threaten such monopolization. Kangaroo points to no specific feature that necessarily results from the costume's subject matter, a banana. Although a banana costume is likely to be yellow, it could be any shade of yellow, or green, or brown for that matter. Although a banana costume is likely to be curved, it need not be, let alone in any particular manner. And although a banana costume is likely to have ends that resemble a natural banana's, those tips need not look like Rasta's black tips, in color, shape, or size. Again, the record includes over 20 examples of banana costumes that Rasta concedes would be non-infringing. The sine faire doctrine does not apply here either. Because Rasta established a reasonable likelihood that it could prove the entitlement to protection for the veritable fruits of its intellectual labor, we will affirm. End of Silvertop Associates Inc. v. Kangaroo Manufacturing Inc.
The Zimmerman Telegram by Arthur Zimmerman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From London, number 5747. We intend to begin on the 1st of February unrestricted submarine warfare. We shall endeavor, in spite of this, to keep the United States of America neutral. In the event of this not succeeding, we make Mexico a proposal of alliance on the following basis. Make war together, make peace together. Generous financial support, and an understanding on our part that Mexico is to reconquer the lost territory in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. The settlement in detail is left to you. You will inform the President of the above most secretly as soon as the outbreak of war with the United States of America is certain, and add the suggestion that he should, on his own initiative, invite Japan to immediate adherence, and at the same time mediate between Japan and ourselves. Please call the President's attention to the fact that the ruthless employment of our submarines now offers the prospect of compelling England in a few months to make peace. Signed, Zimmerman. End of the Zimmerman Telegram by Arthur Zimmerman.